What is the strangest thing you've seen that you cannot explain? Fall 2009, I was sick, like super sick. It was a few weeks before my amputation, and I was battling a severe bone infection. I was hopped on all kinds of antibiotics. I had a PICC line and would dose my antibiotics through these little balls and pain medication. I'm a huge Yankee fan, so my best friend got us tickets for the ALCS game at Yankee Stadium. She pushed me around the stadium in a wheelchair with a sheet of blankets on me. It was freezing, just to put a smile on my face. My friend leaves the seats to go get some hot dogs and stuff. This is where it gets weird. As soon as she leaves, to my recollection, an older Irish gentleman sits by me. He offers me some of his spiked hot chocolate, but I said no thanks and explained that I was on a lot of medication. We begin talking, and I told to him what was going on with my life. He asked if I was scared to have my leg amputated, and I told him that I was. I was really frightened of the unknown. He gave me some pretty valuable life advice and comforted me. He assured me that it would be fine. He told me that if you have to be an amputee, try to be the best damn amputee that there is. My friend comes back with food and asks who I was talking to. There's no one next to me. I guess I must hallucinated this, but I don't know. It felt more like some kind of angel or being that came to me to let me know it would be okay. I guess my guardian angel is an Irishman with spiked hot chocolate eater. Not sure if this makes it more creepy or not, but the Yankees were playing the Angels in that series. I was driving home from work on the back roads and was driving behind a car that was the same make, model, and year of my car, just a different color. Further down the road, we both get into the turn lane to turn left onto a long straight road with open fields on either side. The car in front of me turns onto this road and I wait for a car to pass and then turn as well. It takes less than 5 seconds. However, when I turn onto the road, the car that had been driving in front of me was nowhere to be seen. This road has no turn-offs, and it's long and straight, so you can see pretty far ahead of you. The car had just vanished, and I still think about it today. I have a dash cam now, but I wish I had had one back then, because I question what actually happened that day. Edit. I'm 100% sure the car didn't do a U-turn. The roads are really narrow, so they wouldn't have been able to complete the U-turn without having to make it a 3-point turn or drive partly in the field. I also noticed, because while there was enough time to complete a 90-degree turn in front of the car that was coming from the other direction, there was nowhere near enough time to complete a 180-degree turn without either causing a wreck or something. After I turned onto this road and noticed the car was no longer in front of me, I looked all around me and could see the other car driving away behind me, but the car that looked like mine was nowhere to be seen. There was nowhere on that road where the car pulled off, or I would have seen it. It was still very light outside, around 6:30 in June, and the road was surrounded by cotton fields, I believe, which do not grow high enough to cover a car. I have gone through every possible explanation and there just isn't a logical one. Not sure this counts. I was in it, but wasn't happening to me. Pull into a fast food drive-thru in Odessa, Texas. My first time there. My turn at the speaker, and I place my order. It's been a long drive, so I'm treating myself and being a little picky, asking nicely and building a customized meal. Cashier listens and says again, "You ate all that already?" Me, huh. Cashier, "Oh, I'm sorry. Someone who sounds just like you was just through here, placed the exact same order." Me, "Hey, cool. Weird, but cool." I get to the window and the girl looks at me with this exasperated expression, opens the window, and says, "It is you." Me. Cashier calls her manager over and points at me, shows him the order, says nothing. Manager, "Welcome back. Was there a problem with your order?" Me, "No, I haven't gotten it yet." Manager, clearly confused, "I made your order myself." Cashier points at time on receipt. Manager blinks and says that's the same order to her, looks at me, back at her, and says, "And that's him." Cashier, "I said the same thing." Both of them look genuinely upset and confused. It got worse when I told them I had never been in Odessa before. As the manager was handing me my food, he laughed and visibly relaxed. The other guy had long hair, he explained, pointing to my cap, like, halfway down his back. You just have a twin, I guess, with the same kind of car. His face when I took off my hat and showed him long hair. They might have been messing with me for fun. Shifts get long and people are creative. But if it was a game they deserved careers in theater because they looked terrified. Yes, I looked around for copies of my car or self while I was in town. Nada. Edit. Whoa and wow. Thanks for the awards. No way I can keep up with all of this. Was 1992. Drove about 8 hours. No drugs or alcohol involved. Oh, and my hair was under my backward baseball cap and tucked under a flannel long sleeve shirt. Not impossible to see, and the angle from the drive-through window might have helped to hurt. Dunno. I was driving one night in a really foul mood and speeding. Like when I say speeding I mean at least 25 over the limit. Anyway, this car gets behind me, and for some reason I can just tell it wasn't a cop. It was a full tinted Chevy truck with weird lights on it, like comically large aftermarket front headlights. Once it got behind me, I got a really eerie feeling I can't explain. Like my body just knew something was wrong. Anyway, I figured, if it was a cop they would light me up for speeding, but for some reason they just kept pace with me, also speeding themselves. So at this point I'm getting a little weirded out, so I turn off the freeway and they follow me. I turn into a gas station and get out. I figure if I'm going to get axe murdered at least the cameras will pick it up and give my family some closure. Something just didn't sit right with me. I knew something was up. As I'm getting out of my car the truck rolls its windows down. And what I saw still haunts me to this day. It was a heavily disfigured guy, the only likes of which I can compare to that guy Rocky Dennis from the movie about the guy with a crazy disfigured head who falls for that girl who loves him for him and not the abomination that is his face. And he starts to motion me with his finger, like telling me to come closer. I don't care. If he was going to give me the winning Powerball numbers there was no way in hell I was going to approach his car. I bolt inside the gas station. At this point my whole body is shaking. I try and tell the clerk what's going on as they stare at me, probably thinking I'm drunk or high off my ass, as my story doesn't make any sense. I go to look outside and the truck is gone. I still have nightmares to this day. When I was in my 20s in the early 1990s I had a car accident that kept me in hospital for about a year. It was a Catholic hospital and most of the nursing staff were nuns, and besides the normal checks they regularly just stopped in to chat and see how I was doing. Early one morning there was a knock and this nun came in that I hadn't seen before and introduced herself as Sister Greta, a member of the nursing staff. She sat on the side of the bed and we spoke for a few minutes. Then she asked if she could say a prayer for me. She held my hand and said a prayer, then wished me well and left. About 5 minutes later there was another knock and one of the regular sisters came in to say hi. I remarked it was going to be a good day because I'd already had one visit from Sister Greta and now I was getting another one. She said there wasn't a Sister Greta on the staff and there was only 2 sisters around, it being so early. I pointed to the bed which clearly showed where she had been sitting and described her and the habit she had been wearing, now getting a bit unnerved. The sister basically shrugged and bustled off. She came back about half an hour later with a book about the hospital's history and showed me a picture of some nuns from the 50s. Their habits were exactly the same as Sister Greta's that I described. Turns out that patients regularly mentioned talking to nuns in old garb that definitely weren't part of the current staff. I never saw her again or anything similar while I was there. Kinda freaky but not overly disturbing. I can't really explain it, but I guess it's the sort of ghost story I'm okay with, if that's what it was. Edit. Okay, heaps of cool questions that I'll reply to, but a couple of common ones. No, I'm not religious by any stretch. I believe in getting a good night's sleep, steak, and the love of a good woman, or man, or whatever lights your candle. I made some belief calls in my mid-teens, and have stuck to them. Nope, not once did anyone try and save or convert me. In fact, my father marked the religion question as N/A on the admission documents and neither of us were ever questioned on it. If a prayer was ever said, I was asked first if that was okay, and, a few times, I did decline. Trust me, when you have been assisted to sheet while lying down on your back with your legs in traction and experience the cleanup operation afterwards, it takes some time to want company again. The first few weeks I was on meds, morphine and tramadol being the options on the menu. They bunged me up, see bedpan comments above, and the docs warned me about dependency, so, with the exception of post-surgical relief, it was Panadol, Disprin, and Oxapol, so. If I remember right, the sisters all lived on the top floor of the hospital, so technically yes, there was someone living in the attic. Could the nuns have been pranking me? Absolutely. Despite perceptions, they are a funny bunch, enjoy a good laugh, read comics and watch Star Wars. Only, there was never a "ha, we got you." Yup, it absolutely could have been a hallucination, ignoring the bum imprint on the bed, and yup, it absolutely could have been sleep paralysis, and yup, I absolutely could have actually dreamed it all. But Op asked what strange stuff had happened that I couldn't explain. No, I don't think she was Cthulhu or one of his followers, but I've been wrong about such things before. Edit. So a few more things. I'm originally from, and this happened, in Zimbabwe. The hospital is called Mater Dei, and no, I haven't found any record of a Sister Greta working there. The quick summary of what happened was that I was asleep in the back of a pickup on the way back from a rugby tournament. We had a head-on with a drunk driver and I went through the back of the cab, the windscreen, hit the other car, and ended up in the bush some meters away. Multiple internal injuries, lacerated liver, kidney damage and collapsed lung, broken bones, ribs, jaw, collarbone, hip, and 3 crushed vertebrae, T12, L1, L2. The spinal cord was intact, but compressed, hence the lack of feeling and movement from my mid-torso down. The surgeries were to wire sheet like my jaw up, decompress and remove bone fragments from my spinal column and fuse the affected vertebrae. I'm now 2 inches shorter than I was, and have a curve on my back that Quasimodo would be proud of. Despite this, I was the lucky one, and that's all I'm going to say about that. This being where it was, insurance and medical aid were really not much use. My dad paid most of the bills by emptying his savings and taking out a loan, and the rugby community pitched in as well. The hospital trust waived a bunch of the cost too. It was a prick of a thing money wise, but I have managed to pay back, or pay forward it all. I don't quite get the "none plays a wild prank to raise money" thing, but okay, I was never asked for money other than the bills which they let us to pay over, literally, yes. I also don't quite get the "none plays a wild prank to convert souls." Some morphine in my drip and a tart in a robe with a halo would have worked way better, and that's just off the top of my head. There was no attempt to save my soul, none. Last thing about this, being a nurse, or any other medical job, is a nasty, hard, selfless, and rewardless job from what I saw, and yet that is what they did. They cleaned up my sheet, they helped me vomit, they sat while I cried my heart out for my friends, and for my own future, they patiently put up with me when I got ranty and ravy, they found me blood when I needed it, because I have a stupid blood type, and they never ever told me to pray, look to God, count my blessings, thank the saints or anything like that. They asked their God to help, and then let me lean on them. Anyone calling bullshit, good on ya. I wouldn't believe it either, and that's cool. Opinion is a wonderful thing. Okay, way too many of you are worried by some inside knowledge I may have on Cthulhu. I don't. I just accidentally holidayed at Raleigh 1 year, and let's just say the brochures didn't match the experience. A tiny humanoid creature underwater. To this day I still search the internet in hopes that what I saw was an actual type of fish, but I still haven't found anything. I was snorkeling at the age of 16 off the coast of Australia with my dad. Seeing all the fish was so beautiful. My dad drifted a little far from me, but there was a reef protecting us from any large sharks, so I wasn't scared of snorkeling on my own. I swam down towards the coral to get a closer look at a small octopus when something caught my eye. A human face. A human face with an eerie smile and big eyes. It was sort of standing casually leaning against the coral with a body about 4 inches tall and head no bigger than a grape. It resembled a naked human male, but had jewels by its neck and webbed feet. Smooth all over like a Ken doll. I stared at him. He stared at me. I stared back and tried to rationalize what I was seeing. I reached out to touch him / it, and he casually evaded me by stepping to the side, all while his creepy smile remained. I could see my dad has turned around and was swimming closer to me. So I called him over to see this crazy creature. The creature turned toward where my dad was swimming over, seemed to notice him, then looked back at me coyly. Then it walked away, like walked on its little webbed feet on the coral, and disappeared down through a little hole on the rocks. I tried explaining to my dad when he came over, but he couldn't explain anything like that either. He just said something about aboriginal spirits and I shouldn't mess with it. I swear I think about that little fish man every day. Okay, I was going to wait until tomorrow to draw this faker, but I actually could not sleep until I got him / it out of my head. This is the best I could do. It's goofy looking, but still sends chills down my spine to remember. I was around the age of 10 and my younger sister was 7. Usually, whenever my sister was scared during the night she would wake me up and so I would comfort her and tuck her in bed. However, this night was different and she was shaking me furiously and crying, couldn't speak, etc. So I rushed to her room and after a few minutes she could finally tell me that she could hear faint footsteps up and down the small hallway outside our rooms. Our rooms are opposite from each other in the hallway. So we tried to be quiet and listen for the footsteps and couldn't hear anything, and I thought she must be hearing things, etc. Then after we calmed down we started hearing the footsteps, and they were actually so clear it sounded like there was someone right outside the room. We both feared that someone broke into the house and was wandering around our house. So, funnily enough, I grabbed a pillow to protect myself and my sister in case the "intruder" came inside. At this stage myself and my sister are both crying and nothing is happening. After 2 minutes of hearing footsteps I gained the courage to scream help. And I run down to my parents' room on the other end of the house, wake them up, and let them know what happens. Dad checks the entire house plus backyard, nothing. He then goes to sleep. Relieved, I decide to lay in my sister's bed with her, so she is less shaken up from the situation. Around 15 minutes later, wide awake, a very loud screech happened in the kitchen for around 2 seconds, like something dragging on our floor tiles. Immediately, we both jump up and scream and cry. It was so loud my parents even woke up to see what it was. We left our room before my parents and saw our wooden kitchen chair somehow dragged on the tiles around 5 meters away from the kitchen table. We were all shocked and could not explain what happened. We thought it might have something to do with the footsteps. This is hands down the scariest thing I have ever gone through. Update. Wow. What a wonderful response to wake up to. Thanks everyone for the likes, comments, and awards. I see there are a few questions and theories that people do have, and I'd like to further elaborate on what happened after the event. I live in Australia. In the area I live in there isn't a lot of wildlife other than birds, snakes, spiders, no raccoons, koalas, kangaroos or larger type animals etc. So I doubt any of those animals would have entered the house and caused the noise, moving chair and the footsteps. My mother was still frightened a couple days later and decided to contact her friend that was a spiritual medium, I think, and my mum was told that there were around 40 bad spirits in our home at the time. She decided to get our house blessed with holy water. I didn't know this additional information until recently because she was afraid it would affect my sister and I even more. I wasn't a big believer in spirits or any sort of paranormal activity, but after our house was blessed and spirits were gone, nothing else has happened up until now. Parents are definitely not pranksters in the slightest. Highly doubt they would have tried to pull such a horrible prank on their children. I see many comments saying that there might have been someone who actually broke in and tried to loot or had some weird fantasy. There's a theory the "intruder" tried to escape and hit the chair on the way out. However, my dad did search the house to make sure no one was inside or outside. Also no sign of a break-in. Everything was apparently still locked and closed. It is still so freaky that someone may have been in my house. It definitely sends chills down my spine thinking about that possibility. To be honest, I'm leaning towards it being some sort of paranormal activity. My house was closed / locked everywhere, and we would have heard the intruder run or escape and close the back door or doors, because my doors are quite loud when trying to open or close them. Edit. Sleep paralysis could probably be the closest explanation, but I should mention I was extremely aware and awake when I went to bed. I also know I hadn't fallen asleep as I was about 2 minutes into a Coldplay song and had it paused right at that moment when it started, as well as that I was moving around my bed and stood up at one point. Can also confirm it wasn't wind. Wasn't at all a windy night. I wished it was. We did pretty much put it down to a kangaroo or something at the time, because there was plenty of nature around the house, but I would have heard whatever it was leave the bathroom. Also, I guess I can't really get it across strong enough via text, but it was something doing it very purposefully, especially opening the bathroom door. Not so much something I saw, in hindsight, thank fuck, but rather something I heard, that I can't explain. I was staying at my dad's place for the weekend when I was about 16, and he lived out of town in rural Australia, the kind of place you don't lock doors etc. The house was pretty long, with my dad's room being right at the front of the house in a loft style second floor, and my room was literally down the other end of the house. I would say about 20 meters away down the end of a hallway with a few other rooms and bathroom on the way. It was just he and I there that weekend, and I stayed up late on the computer and went to bed about 2 AM, got into bed and started listening to music to go to sleep to. About 2 minutes in, I hear the door at the end of the hall slam shut, and I had not closed it. I immediately take my earphones out and went to call out thinking it was my dad when a bedroom door right next to it opened. No one occupied that room at this time. And I immediately got that shaky shiver feeling all through my body, knowing something wasn't right and assuming someone had broken in. After about 30 seconds or so of silence, I hear a loud thud on the wooden hallway floor, like a stomp. After about 5 seconds, it happens again, and again. It was in a rhythm. About halfway down the hall to my bedroom, there was a little bit off the side, where the bathroom was, which had an old wooden sliding door, that was extremely loud to open and close. After about 30 seconds of the stomping and the hall stopping, at this point I was nearly throwing up from fear. The bathroom door was reefed open with all the strength you could imagine, like how you would imagine someone to do it in a complete and utter rage. I sat there completely paralyzed, thinking back quote my room is the next stop. I sat, waited, and nothing. I literally sat up in my bed until the sun came up, at which point I ran up to my dad's room to explain what had happened. We go through the house and nothing out of place, all the doors shut, which he had actually locked all but one. My dad said he did not come down, and he has never been known to sleepwalk or anything in his life. I have never been able to come up with a rational explanation of what happened that night. I'm not someone that is much of a believer in ghosts or anything, but that night I just had a feeling that whatever was out there wasn't exactly human. I still don't know who/what that could have been, and why I didn't hear anything after the bathroom door being ripped open. Still get chills telling people that story and even writing it out now. I feel so uneasy. My youngest daughter would always beg to buy the seasonal decorations when we'd go shopping. She passed away from a brain tumor when she was 5, and as a way to cope I started buying those seasonal decorations and now decorate my house with them as the seasons and holidays change. Her favorite were these colorful birds from Target. A couple of years ago, just before Easter, I was deep cleaning the house. One of the Easter birds went missing. I assumed one of my older kids had knocked it off the shelf with their backpack as they had left for school that morning. I looked around where it should have fallen, but couldn't find it. We had a younger dog who loved to chew up everything he could find. I checked all his usual hiding spots, but couldn't find it. I continued to clean the house, vacuum, dust, full top to bottom cleaning of the common areas of the house, since I was home alone for the day. Finally I'm done and still haven't found that bird. I found a lot of missing socks, Legos, and other crap. I grab my cleaning stuff and say out loud, "Daughter, it's okay if you're playing with it, but will you let me know somehow so that I know the dog didn't destroy it?" I walk out of the living room and put the cleaning stuff away under the kitchen sink. I come back into the living room and there that bird is. It is standing on its feet in the center on the living room floor. These birds have pipe cleaner like feet, so they were difficult to get to stand right, and it is standing on its feet. I got a chill. I picked it up and looked it over. There weren't anything teeth marks or slobber, so it hadn't been in the dog's mouth. I just said, "Thanks daughter. You're welcome to play with it whenever you want," and put it back on the shelf. I have no way to explain it other than the paranormal. Former Egyptian Air Force Mirage 2000 pilot here. I was one of the unlucky few that got selected to serve their mandatory years as pilots. It was considered unlucky because you stayed in the army a lot longer than soldiers and officers because of the amount of training that comes with flying a fighter jet. Anyway, fast forward 2 years. I'm a fully trained Mirage pilot, though I don't know much about dogfighting and fighter jet weapons as I didn't take it on full time. Like I said, this was mandatory service that everyone had to do. It's just I was selected to be a pilot for some reason. I only flew like 6 times in the 3.5 years I served. Anyways, picture this. It's a pitch black night and I go out for patrol on the Red Sea border between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. My friend is commanded to patrol the border on Sinai and Israel. That's usually the most actively patrolled border. Anyway, here I'm flying in Egyptian airspace when an extremely bright light shone through the cockpit, almost blinding me for a moment. It was so bright it got right through the tinting on the windows and my helmet. It was almost like that memory wiper in MIB. It lasted at least a minute. So just as I'm about to call this in to get a possible explanation, the air tower guy starts frantically sort of shouting, but not loudly, like he's talking really fast and in a very worried tone, and I can't hear him through the radio that well, so I couldn't tell what he was saying. I tuned into the frequency the other pilots were on, and they were all just as shaken as me. 30 minutes later, a calmer voice instructs us to all land immediately as there is an emergency being investigated by the more experienced pilots, dogfighters. So we land 2 at a time. I steer my plane into the hangar and I get out. Everyone has this frightened look on their face, eyes wide open, mouth shut and sort of lost. Like you talk to them and they're like, "Sorry, what were you saying again?" So I go straight to the base commander hoping for an explanation. That puts my mind to ease. When I get there, I find that he's in his office on the phone shouting about unidentifiable aircrafts infiltrating Egyptian airspace, and that's when I really got scared. I have finished my mandatory service years ago now, and I'm currently studying law in Washington, but that night I constantly think about. Scene might be a strong term, but in my first apartment I experienced sleep paralysis nearly every night. It was terrifying, and I remember that everything would suddenly get really dark around me, and I couldn't move or speak. It felt like I was suffocating, and I would fight it, all internally, until it would abruptly ease up. I started sleeping with a light on as it seemed less likely to happen when I did. I moved out, and tried to not think too much about it as it gave me an icky feeling. I never told my family about this as I felt they would think I was crazy. There's some mental illness in the family. Years later, as I was talking to an older relative, she casually mentioned that my sil used to live there in the exact same apartment shortly before marrying my brother, but that she'd moved out pretty quickly. I remembered that it was a fairly nice apartment and asked about why. My sil had felt like she was being awakened by something and kept finding her stuff moved. About 8 years later, the relative that owned the apartment asked me to retrieve something from it. It had been vacant for years and was being used for storage. I took my daughter with me, and my normally extremely talkative child was very quiet the whole time. We got in and out of there fairly quickly. That night as we were talking, I mentioned to her that it had been my first apartment. She asked if I'd been scared, and then blurted out that she'd seen something large and black on the ceiling that seemed to be sucking all the light out of the surrounding area. I'm usually skeptical about the paranormal and believe that most incidents can be shrugged off, but there's something about that vacant, decaying apartment that still terrifies me. My dad passed away in 1992. Among other things, I inherited a 1980 Chevy Love pickup. It may have been through ignorance, but I had looked high and low for 4 bolts that needed replaced on the U-joint. They were special and shouldered. I stopped everywhere looking for these bolts. Chevy nor Isuzu had them. I was at my wit's end as I had been looking for 2 months. One day a buddy of mine and me stopped at a hamburger joint that had a parts store next to it. We got out, and I said I'm gonna check this parts store, and I had one of the bolts in my hand. As we were walking to the store, a guy that I can only describe that looked like the Jesus your grandmother had a picture of on her wall walked by us and said howdy or some shit. But here is what freaked me out. He said, "Those look like they are U-joint bolts for a Chevy love pickup. I bet you are having a heck of a time." Yes, he said, heck, finding them. "Come over here, I think I have some in my truck." He walked over to his truck, looked in a 5-gallon bucket, and handed me 4 perfect bolts exactly like I needed. My jaw dropped. I tried to pay him or buy him a hamburger, and he said no, just help someone else out if you get the chance. That was 28 years ago, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Edit. Thanks for the awards and all, but thanks for the replies. I swear this is a true story and happened just like I said. I don't talk as much to the guy that was with me that day, but he always asks if I have ran into JC lately. Not sure if it's really seeing, but I had 2 experiences a couple of years apart that still spook me a little. First one was at university. Me and my friend were up talking, about to go to a pool hall to watch the wrestling on TV. We didn't have the channels on our dorm TV, and it was on late at night, UK. We were sober, pretty happily chatting away to each other, having a nice time, but the moment we step outside, there's this horrible feeling of dread. It's like a crushing feeling of despair. Makes the air feel really cold. I mean, it was cold anyway, but in a different way, a bit suffocating. The conversation dries up immediately as we walk down the street, but it takes a minute of us walking in silence for me to say to my mate, "Air's a bit thick tonight, isn't it?" He looks at me, wide-eyed, and says, "You feel it too?" He was a spiritualist, not something I believe in, but to each their own, and he remarks how it feels like death, and how it's close. Not what you want to hear at 2 AM on a cold February morning in the middle of a city, but the moment passes. We get to the pool hall, go inside and forget it happened. Until a few days later. I'm walking back to the halls/dorms, and there's a police cordon by an abandoned building me and my friend walked past that night. I ask around when I get back, and apparently a few homeless people froze to death in the building and have likely been dead for a few days. I don't know. Could just be paranoia or something, but still makes me think several years later. Second one is less tangible, but I remember it provoked worse feelings. Basically, I was holidaying in Central Europe with my friends. We weren't in a particularly bad area. It was a place by a large lake. Hostels and resorts and all sorts, so it was touristy. Anyway, we go walking outside of the main town, looking for somewhere nice to eat. We end up in this strange suburb, a bit lost. While we are walking, the feeling that I had that night at university gets stronger. I'm with different mates here, so I'm the only one that seems to notice, but the feeling gets worse and worse, to the point where I just wanted to break down and cry. It's tough to describe, but it was that same feeling of despair, like hope had been sucked out of you and nothing would ever be good again. It's 100 times worse than the night at university, but I stick with my mates, all of whom are rational and smart blokes. We stop and have a conversation about how we are not going to find a cafe or bar out here, so we may as well turn back. I don't really say anything. My lips are really dry. My stomach is in knots. You know that creepy feeling you get when you think you're being watched? It was that, only multiplied many times over. The others don't seem to notice anything. Anyway, that's really all it was. We turned around, walked back the way we came, and the feeling gradually subsided. Ended up having a nice night. It might just be some extreme paranoia on my part, but it still makes my hair stand on end when I think of it. I had a dream one night that a former coworker, friend one, who I rarely interact with, was pregnant. In the dream I was back at my old office and they were explaining to me that I was going to fill in for her. I was very alarmed and like, oh heck no, I left y'all last year and went to new place. She came up and was very pregnant and was like, oh come on, it's just while I'm on leave. I told my husband because it was weird, and we joked about how awful it would be for me to have gotten out of that workplace just to have to go back. Maybe a week later I dreamed about a different friend 2 I rarely speak with being pregnant as well. The next week I run into friend 1 somewhere and joke about the funny dream I had where she was pregnant. She is like, oh my god, tells me she is, and they haven't told anyone yet that she's waiting. I laugh it off and later tell my husband about it. He jokes and is like, didn't you dream friend 2 was pregnant? Lol, you should give her a call. It's even funnier because friend 2 is my age and like me has older children. We are way too old to be starting over. I laugh it off. The next day, as an afterthought, I'm bored and driving a long distance. I call friend 2 about the funny dream and my husband's joke that I should call her. Turns out she is also pregnant and they haven't told anyone because they're having ultrasounds and amnia first due to her age and all. Completely crazy. I was about 12 and I was away at camp. A nice summer evening. Dusk was well on its way to dark and I went to the toilet block to brush my teeth. When I came out there was a springer sniffing around the base of a tree. It was strange because there wasn't a dog on the site. I thought maybe one of the leaders had arrived late and brought the dog from home. It was maybe 10 meters away from me. I watched it for a bit waiting for another kid or adult to turn up so I could show them the dog. No one came by and the dog just sort of sniffed its way across the open field away from the huts and tents. It didn't feel late and I knew there were adults nearby, so I followed the dog. It went into the forest path. The trees were yew trees and all bent and gnarly. After following the dog for only a short time I started to realize I'd probably screwed up for wandering away. The grown-ups were always telling us not to wander off and I thought I was too smart to just amble off into the woods at night. But here I was. The trees started to look like specters and I was trying to decide between running back and just screaming until someone found me. Seems like an overreaction 30 years later, but at that moment I was freaking out that I was lost in the woods. Just then the dog goes woof. A low breathy noise that came from the chest. Just a single noise and then the air went still again. The dog stood on the path ahead of me maybe 10 feet in front. Its body stiff like when they spot a bird. My heart was booming in my ears. My fight or flight reaction failed as I just stood there unable to do anything. On the path ahead of the dog emerged a figure. Dressed in a robe like a priest vestment, it walked towards the dog. Behind the figure were more people dressed the same. Like 3 or 4 more. The dog whiffed again and the man looked up. "Nenny, there you are," he said to the dog and it wagged its tail. I genuinely think that these people were going to murder me. My arms were fuzzy with pins and needles and I could stop swallowing. I must have gulped loudly because the man walked toward the dog with his arm out to stroke it and then he stopped and looked up at me. It was dark, but I saw him pretty well. He was middle-aged. At the time I thought old, but I was young and everyone over 30 seemed old. Maybe 50. Graying hair, glasses. He was average build and maybe just over 6 foot tall. He said, "Nenny, you've brought a friend?" I faking legged it. I ran through the woods and back to camp. I thought that I was lost in the middle of the woods, but I was back at camp in no time. I started shouting when I was back in the field. "There's monks in the woods. Monks in the woods." The leaders came out and loads of the other kids. I told them what was happening and they all gabbed flashlights and took me back into the woods. Now that I'm an adult I think that making me go back was the wrong choice, but the leaders were only teens themselves. When we got back to the place where they'd been they were gone. They sent out search parties but no one found anything. I had to sleep in the hut that night and I still didn't sleep very well. The next day there were more searches and the police were consulted. The good thing was I was believed and they took it seriously, but they never found any monks or a dog called Nenny. People did try and tell me I must have misheard the name for Jenny or Nanny or something as Nenny isn't a name, but it was Nenny. I moved across the country now. A few years ago I rescued a Springer. Her name was some stupid baby name that people who don't care about their animals call their pets. It made me laugh when I was out with her once and I called her back by shouting Nenny at her. She waged her tail and loved it. I had told my wife the monk story years before and she found it funny when I told her I'd started calling the dog Nenny. My sister sent me a picture that she'd taken. The way sibling do it had the caption, "I can't believe how old you have let yourself get." It had been taken at a BBQ a few weekends before, pre-pandemic. I stared at the picture for so long. It was me, but I'd grown up to be the monk in the woods. I was a sophomore in college. I walked into my math class like any other day and sat in my usual spot, about 4 seats in on the 3rd row. Even though we didn't have assigned seats, there was always a girl sitting 2 seats to the left of me, empty seat between us, and her male friend to her left. They seemed to just be good friends, always laughing, never any reason to give me concern. This day in particular, I sat down, got my spiral and pencil out, and just quietly sat there looking forward and thinking about what I was going to do after class. Suddenly, I got this eerie feeling. I looked up to my left, and my heart practically stopped. The girl was staring straight at me, blank face, and her eyes were shining like a bright, piercing electric blue. Shining like lasers. Nothing at all natural. I can't explain accurately. I was basically paralyzed and couldn't move or say anything. I eventually blinked and looked forward, then looked back, and the girl's head was turned back to her friend as he was talking again. About 2 years later, I was with friends and we were driving to a restaurant. Traffic was building up, since it was rush hour, and we were stopped in the right lane. I'm in the back seat and I happen to look up, diagonally to the left, and through the windshield. I look into the car sitting in the lane next to us. Its back bumper is parallel to our front bumper, so I can see the driver easily. He's turned almost completely around and looking back at me, staring intensely. Even from that distance, I could see his eyes were that piercing, bright, laser-like blue, and I froze again. Just like the last incident, I was eventually able to blink, look away, and then immediately look back. The man was turned forward, the light turned green, and we all started moving forward. It's been about 15 years and I haven't experienced anything like that again, but it faked with my mind for a while. When I was a child, had to be about 6 to 7 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night, and for some reason started fiddling with the blind to the window that was right above my bed. I did the thing where the blind shoots up to the top of the window accidentally. I saw what I now know to be a djinn, found video evidence of it on YouTube. I'd look it up to link it, but I can't see it again. Sorry. Pure black, with white human eyes. I screamed and it screamed back, not making a single sound. I fell backwards off my bed. At this point my dad came running into the room. There's a black man outside my window. Dad ran outside with his pistol to find nothing. The next day he installs tinted windows in my room, the kind where you can see out but not in. We were poor growing up, but the intensity of my reaction convinced him that it all really happened, and he took action. Years later as an adult I discussed this with Dad. It was then I realized my description led him to believe an African American man was trying to peep in / break in through my window. You know your window was up pretty high, right? Someone would have to be 8 feet tall to look into that window without a ladder. It was then I described to him for the first time what I actually saw. He couldn't believe it. To this day, all windows are entirely covered at night time. I do not allow for open windows / blinds past sunlight hours. I always took solace throughout my life thinking it was just as scared of me as I was of it. So monsters are real, but they feel fear. I can live with that. I described this event to a coworker about a year ago. When describing the "it screamed back at me" bit, she replies, "Oh my god. Like it was mocking you? I haven't recovered from this. It was mocking me. It didn't scream until a second after I did. It was making fun of how scared I was. I have nothing further to add." Edit. I got some requests for the video. Thank y'all for making me look this up. The goddamn thumbnail for the video was the creature. It made me dizzy just seeing it. Last edit / response. You go to a Reddit post and share your story. In all earnest, you share a video of a similar thing you experience. Large majority of feedback from this is people cheating on you, telling you that you're wrong, that you remembered things wrong, that you saw things incorrectly. If you have no intent on believing anything anyone wrote, opening your mind to the possibility that they are telling the truth, or accepting that people can remember things as they happened, what the fuck did you come here for? To cheat on people sharing their own personal potentially traumatic experiences? To tell people their memories are incorrect? To invalidate their stories? Most of us sharing our unexplained stories on here did not ask you to wave your rational hands in our direction and dismiss our experiences. I know for a fact that request isn't made anywhere in my post. You think we haven't pondered these things? These explanations you offer? If you aren't interested in the possibility that things occur that cannot be rationalized currently, go somewhere else. I swear this happened. It's a pretty long one, so stay with me. When I was in college, I shared a house with 7 more students in an apartment / flat / whatever you want to call it. I live in 3rd floor. I was socially awkward, so I didn't make friends with any of them. They'd leave the house at midnight to play football, and there's always this one animation student that stays in the house with me. One night, I was staying up because I didn't finish my assignment as fast as I thought. Everyone either slept at their friend's house or play midnight football, but that night the animation student tagged along. So I was all alone in the apartment. Let me tell you about the apartment. It fucking sucks. Almost all of the lights are broken. My door handle is totally gone, leaving a weird circle hole so that I can use my finger to actually lock/open my door through the gear, or whatever you wanna call it. We reported it to the college department, but they never did anything. That night I did my work in the dark on my study table in the living room. As I'm doing my assignment, I heard a chair noise from the room behind my back. I saw everyone literally stepped out from the house 2 hours ago, so I knew I was 100% alone. I decided to close my laptop and go to my room and sleep. I stood up, and naturally my chair made a scratch noise. The chair noise replied louder from the room behind me. I went to my room, used my mail to close the door and sleep. I woke up the next day with my door half open. I called my roommate and asked him whether he entered the room last night. He didn't. So there's that. I never really wanted to do work late at night again. At least that's what I told myself that day. 2 weeks later, I got an assignment that requires me to stay up. I also took an animation course, and that shit was tiring. I started around 10 PM something, and then my housemates went out to play football except for the animation student, which calms me a bit. Around 12, he went out because he received a call from someone while holding his motorcycle helmet. He's 100% not coming back. So I tried to do my job without overthinking about the room behind me. I can't roam around at night because the security dude would ask me if I try to sneak into girls' apartment. I have friends, but I don't want to knock their doors at 12 something. So I called my mom. I saw her online, and we talked a bit about life and stuff. I calmed down a bit and continued my work. Around 2 AM, I heard it again. You know it's from the same floor because my floor was vibrating. I did what every stupid characters do in movies. I stood up and checked the room. I'm not sure why. I just felt like if there's no one in the room I'd convince myself there's nothing to be afraid of. I checked under the bed and sheet. Nothing. I close the room and then continue my work. From my peripheral view, I can see that the door opened slightly more and more, but very slowly. Subtle, but you can tell. I was shaking and tbh, I kinda froze. And then I felt something touched my leg. It was a hanger. It hit my leg, and when I look down it's still moving and rattles on the floor. Something threw a plastic hanger from the room behind me. I decided it was too much for me, and I got out from the house and I took a walk downstairs. The guard asked what was I doing. I lied and said I was waiting for my laundry to dry. There's a mini doby at the lowest floor. I didn't sleep at my apartment often since I decided to sleep at my house, which is around 40 meters to an hour distance, because of that sheet. Apparently my neighbor house experienced something weird too, so I guess it's not just me. It's not really scary, but I felt uncomfortable for not being able to explain what happened, and I don't like that. Now I'm doing much better. I have lots of friends and changed my course. It's a fun story to tell. Sleep paralysis is a hellish thing. If you have it, you'll never be more scared in your life. As a preteen, the only thing I'd do was play my Xbox One. There was a little pad in our backyard that was basically just a tiny house. My parents trusted me enough to let me live out there, so me, being an addicted gamer, would always stay up countless hours on Battlefield, Black Ops, and Minecraft. Eventually, insomnia caught up with me. Around 4 o'clock one morning I decided to call it quits because I was a tired boy. I went to sleep, and 2 hours later I woke up to see twin girls in ripped white medical gowns standing in the corner of my room. They had long black hair that covered their face. They walked towards me and phased through me in my bed, eventually reaching me and choking me. Of course, I have sleep paralysis, so I can only move my head. They stop, then walk through my walls to leave me. I turn my head to the bed beside mine, since my friend and I had just had a sleepover a few days ago. My friend was sitting there, looking at me, until finally, he started screaming, and his face warped into a demon-esque thing. Eventually, I broke free, at least I think, and continued my daily routine, talking to my parents about the incident, eating breakfast, and then sitting back down, to start playing video games again. Then, almost like I fainted, everything went hazy, my memory faded, and everything went black, until I woke up in my bed with a terrible ringing in my ears. I asked my parents if I fainted, and they put me in bed. They said they didn't and asked why. I told them why, and they were really confused. Still makes me wonder to this day. I was showering one evening, and had the bathroom window open for condensation. This particular window opens out above our side passage on the side of our house, about 20 feet above the gate below. I finished showering, wrapped a towel round my waist, and was walking out the bathroom, where I met my mum on the landing. She was walking out of her bedroom, and had begun telling me something about my laundry not being ready when mid-conversation we heard the most gut-wrenching, blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. The scream entered through the bathroom window, echoing throughout the house, and in an instant I was filled with fright and adrenaline. The only thing I could picture when hearing this screaming was that a woman was being pinned down and stabbed to death in our alleyway. I bolted downstairs into the kitchen, and I must have covered about 20 stair steps in 3 strides as my waist towel trailed behind me. By the time I got to our back door I was stark bolt/lock naked, fighting with each lock on the door. The whole time the screaming continued. It wasn't just one shriek, and it seemed to escalate to greater levels of anguish with each passing second. I was panicked but ready to fight. All I could think was someone was being stabbed to death in my passage. I had to save them. I leapt outside, swung round the corner, and ripped open the gate ready to confront the attacker. The side passage was pitch black, and as my eyes were still adjusting, trying to make sense of anything that was there, the screaming stopped and all was still. Nothing was there and there was no trace of anything having ever been there. I cautiously stepped back into the kitchen, where by this time my mum had caught up. After securing the perimeter with all outside lights turned on, and scouting the front and back sides, we made sure our cat was alright. She had also heard the scream, and was on high alert standing on the kitchen table. To this day I have no explanation what the source of the screaming was. We have foxes running through the area and they can make some weird yapping vocals, but this definitely wasn't an animal sound. It sounded like a human writhing and wailing for her life. This is a long one. I've moved around a lot, and I've had many similar, but smaller experiences in many different houses. To the point where I can walk into a place and get a vibe that just doesn't check out. Kind of like a weird little back of the brain gut feeling that you just push off as brain games. But out of all of it, this was the worst. I lived in a house with a few roommates that all believed the place was haunted. There was a good bit of activity, but none of it was particularly scary. It was enough that you couldn't doubt that something was there, but didn't really feel threatening at first. Just kind of spooky. I had a basement room, and would always hear clear footsteps above me when no one else was home. The front door would like to open and close, and it would sound like one of the boys were coming home for the night. I'd walk upstairs to say hello and no one was there. The house had a very long driveway with a horse gate at the end that we had to manually open and close to keep the dogs in. There were many nights that I would come home and the gate would be open. I'd pull my truck up past the gate and hop out to close it, only to see that it was already closed. I would just laugh a little and jokingly yell out a thank you. Things started getting a lot worse when one of my roommates had his high school age sister stay for a few days as the parents were out of town. We let her throw a little party with her friends, and next thing you know, they're playing around with a Ouija board and the damn thing kept saying my name as I was on my way to the kitchen. I've known this girl since she was 2 feet tall, pretty much my little sister, so I just thought she was playing some sort of joke. So I was like, haha, whatever, fuck off. But within the month and a half after that, I started hearing and seeing things that made me begin to believe that I was schizophrenic. Seriously questioning my sanity. I became antisocial and fell into a huge depression that affected my job, my relationship, and my friendships. Until one night, I had my girlfriend at the time over for a movie. I got up to use the restroom for like 30 seconds, heard a commotion, and came back to her curled up on my bed crying her eyes out, and trying to hold my barking dog who was more pissed than I'd ever seen, and was just all over the place. She demanded that we both immediately leave to her house, and refused to step into the building ever again. It was a long time before I got an explanation from her. She would get incredibly upset every time I tried to talk about it, and it became one of those things that you just don't bring up. She eventually told me that she had heard a loud nasty guttural sound. Thinking something was wrong with my dog, she sat up to check on him, and one of the candles that I kept on my TV stand flew at her. I moved into my own place a week later as I had already been planning to, and the last time I left, that property literally felt like leaving a war zone. It was as if all my sanity returned within weeks. My motivation and energy returned, and I haven't had a single experience like that ever since. But I no longer keep any candles anywhere in my house anymore. A year or so later, after hanging with my past roommates, trading stories and discussing all of our experiences with that house, I did a little research and found out that not only the house, but that entire area is known as a hotspot for these kind of things. When I was young, my little brother and I would explore the woods and abandoned areas of the English countryside. There was this one abandoned, overgrown farmhouse that we and a few other kids from the town broke into by kicking in the kitchen window, which was the closest window to the ground as the kitchen was half in the ground. When we got into the kitchen, the table was set and laid and very old, dry and shriveled food was still on the plates. To us it seemed like the family that lived there just got up during dinner, left, and never came back. We explored the rest of the house and the furniture was all there, covered in dust, cobwebs, animal droppings. It was awesome. Our own little secret clubhouse. There was only one room we couldn't get into. The heavy wooden door was locked, and no search for a key was ever fruitful. I couldn't explain it at the time, but I had to get into that room to look around. Consider it the video game completionist side of me. Myself and a few others found a heavy tree branch outside that we used as a battering ram, and after many swings we finally got this door busted enough to open. Inside the room was no furniture except one cabinet, fastened to the wall. Inside the cabinet was a single china doll. And while it wasn't creepy looking, the whole situation gave me, my brother and our friends the chills. We hastily pulled the door as closed as it would go, and left the house for the night. That night a thunderstorm rolled through town, and the next time we got out to the farm house it was nothing but rubble and burned wood. It had been a few days since the storm, but we figured it had been struck by lightning and burned to the ground. Being curious boys, we sifted through the ashes because why not? That is until I uncovered that cabinet in near perfect condition, with very little burn marks on it, and the doll inside, perfectly intact, just staring at the sky. It freaked me to my core, and I've never ran away from anything faster in my life. I never went back, and by the next year my dad had been posted elsewhere in the country and we moved. But I have never shook the feeling that the lightning didn't start the fire, nor did the family just leave. I work in film and TV production. For an ad shoot we rented a DV camera from a local vendor. It wasn't going to be a main camera, but just a safety one for second unit or for continuity. Now these cameras are usually in constant use, so when you get it, it might have footage from the previous shoot it was on its tape or memory chip. You just delete it and tape over it. The camera person who was supposed to use it calls me over to show me the footage from the previous shoot. For some reason he doesn't want others to see it, and is being furtive about it. He shows me what looks like footage from a PR event, where a popular actor is giving an interview, talking about some product launch they're at. In the middle she seems to get more and more agitated, loses her train of thought, and then snaps at the cameraman. It's the kind of celebrity being in a whole clip that goes viral. I laugh it off, but the camera guy is still being very nervous about it. I suddenly realize why this actor committed suicide a week ago. Honestly, the tape could have been shot on the day, or around the day when it happened. Once I saw the footage with that context, it suddenly felt very unnerving, feeling like I was getting a sense of her disturbed mental state during that time. I delete the footage and double check that it's gone from the camera. A few weeks later, on another shoot we hire another camera. the same cameraman comes over and shows me the footage on it. It's the exact same one. The actor getting agitated, losing their temper, snapping. The camera was different. I'm pretty sure even the vendor was different, but it had the exact same footage. I'm still not sure how that happened. When I was in my 20s I was spending the night at a friend's house. She worked night shift generally, so at the point I was getting super tired she was still wide awake. She decided to stay in the living room and watch some movies and I went to her bedroom and went to sleep. After I'd been asleep for a bit, I woke up to see her coming in the room. It was dark, but I recognized her by her long hippie skirt she loved to wear. I figured she was getting her contact solution or something, but she just sat down on the bed with me and stared out the window. I asked her what she was doing, but she didn't answer. Normally if I get woken up in the night I'm up for hours, but right after asking her I got so sleepy and went back to sleep. The next morning I had completely forgotten about it until she asked me what I had come in the living room for last night. Apparently she had fallen asleep watching her movie, but was woken up at some point by me coming into the living room and sitting on the couch beside the window. She asked me what I was doing, but I didn't answer. I just stared out the window silently until she fell back asleep. When I told her she was the one who had come into my bedroom we both got super creeped out. She told me the figure who came into the living room with her had on a long flowing skirt, just like the one I had seen. She had just assumed it was me, and I had borrowed one of her skirts, since I was the only other person in the house. She lived in not the greatest part of town, which is why I was staying with her in the first place. Her roommate was away, and she didn't want to be alone all night. She's also very religious, so she believes that we were in danger that night and they were angels sent to guard us. My husband and I were asleep one night, and I woke up from a crazy nightmare and decided to use the restroom. As I walked around the bed, I noticed he was wide awake. It startled me, since it's not uncommon for me to wake up and use the restroom, but in all our years together, I've never seen him awake during those hours. He works a lot and sleeps through the night usually. We both ask each other if everything's alright and eventually go back to bed. The next morning, we're chatting and I mentioned our 3 AM meeting. He told me he was having a nightmare about our oldest child and how they were in an elevator together and she suddenly ran out and was lost. He was frantically searching everywhere and walked into a room with many children whose hands were bound, including our child. Then he woke up in a terror before he could save her. I sat across from him with my mouth wide open in absolute shock. I dreamt that I was with the same child on an escalator and suddenly she was lost. When I found her, she was at the bottom of the escalator with her hair entangled in the stairs and quickly being pulled into the mechanism, about to be shredded. I reached out to pull her out, but as my hand was outstretched I woke up in sheer terror. We basically had the same terrifying dream about our shared child being lost, then found, and woke up, right before we could save her at the exact same time in real life. In high school there was a smoky greasy spoon diner my friends and I used to go to at night to drink coffee. It was one of the only places in town where teenagers could hang out without being made to order full meals. We went there enough, almost every day, that we got to know the waitresses by name and make small talk with them. One night we go in, and there's a new waitress, so we start asking her about herself. She says her husband's a truck driver and they move around a lot. We say that makes sense, since he's a trucker, and she replies with, "No, we move around a lot, because the longer I live in a place, the more I know about people cause I'm psychic. Eventually we have to move." She leaves the table and we start laughing and talking shit about her, and how she's crazy, and how that's on point for this diner. Maybe 20 minutes later she comes back, sits down at our booth, grabs my friend's hands, and tells my friend her whole life story. Not vague stuff, but incredibly detailed pieces of her history like, you were sexually abused by an adult family member when you were 3 in the bathroom during another family member's birthday party. Your family knows about it and believes you, but thinks you should just get over it. Every single thing that she was accurate, and she talked for maybe 5 minutes, without my friend responding or doing anything except turning pale. We saw the waitress maybe 1 or 2 more times, and then she didn't work there anymore. To this day I still tell people that I don't believe in psychics, but that I met one once. This happened when I was 16 to 17. I never met my paternal grandmother. She died 2 years before I was born, and my father never really talked about her because feelings aren't manly, and I never even had seen a picture of her because all of our photos were in a storage unit in a different city. I had a dream one night that I was suddenly walking around a nice little house and came into what looked like the living room. To my left was a set of 2 chairs with bright green roses printed on cream fabric. In one of them sat my grandmother. I don't know how I knew she was my grandmother, but I just kinda did. She didn't acknowledge me at all. Across from her was an old box television playing a program with a man singing for a live audience. When the man finished singing and audience started to clap, she clapped along with them. And then my dream ended. The next morning I went out to the living to see my dad, and I told him about having a weird dream about grandma. He kinda scoffed, but when I mentioned the chairs his eyes went wide. He immediately got up from his chair and fetched from a cabinet in our entertainment center a small tin box I had never seen before. He opened it up and started pulling out tons of old photos until he found a picture of my elderly grandfather in the very chair I described. He said my grandparents had had those chairs since their wedding and he got rid of them when I was an infant. I then told him the rest of the dream, and when I mentioned the clapping my dad said that's exactly what she used to do. She always clapped when she watched a good performer on the television. We were both baffled. My dad dismissed it by saying, well, that's very interesting, and then kinda shut himself in the den for the rest of the day. I still don't understand how it happened. I couldn't have known any of the information in my dream. I'm happy that I at least got to see her once. Decided to watch Paranormal Activity for the first time with my dad up at our family cabin in northern Wisconsin in the middle of winter and as far in the country as you can get. Not many other people around, especially in the winter. Anyway, we're big horror movie guys, so we were really excited. Got dark out, turned all the lights off except a little night light at the end of the hallway to see the bathroom door. Fast forward about 75% of the way done with the movie and we take a quick break to grab a drink and go to the bathroom. Walk into my bedroom and all the lights are overhead light, night light, lamp, and even a flashlight in a closed shelf. I specifically remember turning off all light, and the way this cabin is set up is there is no way to not see someone go into my bedroom. My dad never got up before I turned the movie on, so it couldn't be him, and frankly he was just as terrified as me. Usually I'd chalk it up to some freak coincidence, but 4 different lights that use different source of power all turn on when I'm 100% positive they were all turned off originally. We ended up turning off the movie and watched the funniest movie we had nearby, Ace Ventura. I'm an atheist and have no belief in any paranormal or anything not really science based, but this really faked with me when I was 12 and both my dad and I still have no explanation. I always like to act like I'm a skeptic. In my life I've had only one experience that truly left me pondering the supernatural. The rake. I used to wake up with sleep paralysis from ages 12 to 17. It was somewhat regular. At age 16, I saw something for the first time. I woke up sharply feeling a presence, which was new. I was a very anxious kid, so I immediately peered around my limited vision. Standing as upright as could be in the corner of my room was a thin humanoid shape. I closed my eyes out of fear and must have lay there for hours before drifting off. Months later, I woke up again for the first time since then. I peered down past my feet and the outline of the top of a head stared back at me. Again, I closed my eyes fearing the end. This time only morning brought me release. Not a month after the second time seeing something, I was driving home from work, now freshly 16, and driving my first car. I felt amazing. I got off the highway and hit a long, 55 miles per hour country road that took me the rest of the way to my town. I flicked on my brights and turned the music up a bit. The road was known to be dangerous between deer and its sheer state of disrepair. I was speeding. Suddenly I saw a figure on the side of the road. It was crouching over what appeared to be a bag. I took my foot off the gas and coasted down a bit in speed. As I drew nearer I saw it wasn't a bag, it was a dead deer. going 45-ish miles per hour now. I gave the figure one good look as I flew by. Its face was ghastly thin with ghastly body proportions. 4 months later I was an 8 hours drive north of that town working at a summer camp. I had been up there for a few weeks and high school week finally rolled around. I got to camp instead of work for a week. I got in the zone, got placed in a competitive cabin, and got close to the other boys quickly. Thursday night was the camp out night. This camp was in Michigan on the edge of the Huron National Forest. We would hike on an access road miles deep into the forest and find a spot to sleep under the stars. I remember passing the 18-mile marker, which is only 5 miles from the camp. The access road started beyond the other side of the camp. This left us about 5 miles due northwest of camp. We played all sorts of games and soon it was dark. As the 8 of us sat around the campfire with our counselor, a boy straight across the fire from me jerked to attention looking at something beyond me. I swung around with 2 other people and saw the tail of something vanishing down the path we'd forged through the brush to find our camping spot. He seemed shaken, but didn't even mention it. Later as we are winding down the fire, he suddenly yelps and points through me. As everyone does, I whip around at the edge of the brush. Not even 15 yards from me was the ghastly humanoid features I'd seen in my room, and leering back was that same ghoulish face I'd seen on the side of the road. It turned and did a disgusting crouched run back down the path, using its hands for only every 3rd or 4th stride. Everyone was completely shaken. I'm now almost 21, and I've never seen anything of the sort again. After that final encounter I didn't experience sleep paralysis again. As the tale of the rake goes, it appears in your sleep first, and every time you see it, it gathers closer to you, until it's almost touching. Then you start to see it in real life, until it's ready to take you. One night, a few years ago, just before Christmas, I was working a night shift and my wife was home alone with and cats. Shortly after midnight my wife was woken by one of the dogs barking. She went to let him outside and noticed he was fixated on the Christmas tree. She put him out, then checked to see if one of the cats was in the tree. Didn't find anything, let the dog in, went back to bed. The next morning, before I got home, she came downstairs and the dog was starting at the tree again. She had just seen all the cats upstairs, so she took a closer look at the tree and the shelves behind the tree. On a shelf, where we had her niece's framed grad photos, there was another picture neither of us recognized. It appeared to be set intentionally down between the other frames. It was a picture of a young girl, about 2 years old. She was in a Christmas dress, sitting beside a white cat. On the back it says Danielle 1987. The kid and the cat are not ours. We are the 3rd owners of our house, and we have actually been able to talk to family members of the owners of the house in 1987. The girl and the picture are not related to them. My father-in-law was a police officer in our town during that time. There were no major tragedies from then, or any time period, in our house. Furthermore, our house was built in 1978. It was a show home for a new housing development. 4 years after, there were strange occurrences related to the dog in the picture. Too many to type with my thumbs. They all stopped when the dog was no longer with us. We still have the picture. Honestly, it kinda scares us. We keep it safe and only show people pictures of it on our phones. Well, be sure to leave it with a letter of explanation for the new owners, if we ever sell. Edit. The pic edit too. The dog was barking, not baking. I mentioned this on a post a year or so ago, but I think it applies here. I've talked to friends and family about it, but thus far there isn't an explanation that satisfies anyone. I'm a choir lad whose choir is fortunate enough to be invited to the Royal Albert Hall a few times each year. Usually our dressing room is in the equivalent of the basement, not as fabulous as some of the big shots, but most of the time the boys invited are younger than 16, so they are always worried we'll break something. Very close to our dressing room is something called the "artist bar." As the name suggests, it's a bar for the performers, and drinks and snacks are sold at an extremely discounted price. As an example, if I were to go upstairs to one of the public cafes or bars found around the building, I could be charged around £4 for a sausage roll, whereas I could get the same thing at the artist bar for £1. As I'm over the age of 18, I'm allowed to head to the artist bar if I want to buy some food. We are regarded as responsible enough to not blow anything up or get trapped in a tuber or other acts of stupidity. They're quite capable of a well-brewed cup of tea. Still don't know what brand they use, so I like to head down to make sure I don't decide to take a snooze on stage, something one of our tenors did a few years back during an actual performance. The show was to start at 1 PM, and we'd arrived early. It was 10:30 AM, so we had plenty of time. Because for some reason everyone tended to like being last minute, nobody around was really dressed, and likely wouldn't be until about 5 minutes until we were expected to be on, so I was wandering around in a shirt and jeans. I was caffeine deprived, so I decided to go get a cup of tea. All the other chaps are in the dressing room, being watched by the chaperones, so it's just me heading up to the artist bar. I remember it being frightfully quiet in the hall, which wasn't unexpected, but it was sort of chilly, which for some reason made me feel a little tense. I turned into the room and noticed a selection of people who were obviously older than myself wearing formal attire. It was a very brief interest to me because caffeine triumphed over anything interesting in my surroundings. I remember thinking that I felt like I was walking into the Overlook Hotel. I expected to be greeted by Jack Torrance at any moment. I also remember one gentleman wearing a tuxedo with a white bow tie, which was sort of weird because the orchestra commonly just wears plain black and the other choirs were doing the same. The gentleman was wearing what our conductor would be wearing, but he wasn't the conductor. I shrugged, got to the counter, and there were two girls there. What weirded me out more was the way they were sitting. There are 2 or so chairs usually on the left side of the bar, so whoever is on shift at the time doesn't need to stand infinitely. They're stationed at the left wall, so the servers aren't faced towards me, but I can see their faces. If I was a server, my customer would be forward, then right. Both girls are sat backs against chair, legs on the floor and their hands placed perfectly forward on both legs. There's a small smile on both their faces, but they are looking straight forward, not at me, but at the opposite wall. They look sort of like dolls, and they are sat in silence until I snap out of my bemusement and cough a little. Excuse me? One of the girls stands up. The way she moves is honestly ridiculously robotic. It's another thing that's a little disconcerting, because she first stands, walks forward, still smiling, then suddenly turns at a 90-degree angle to face me, in silence. Hi there, I was just hoping for some tea. Her smile widens, but when she speaks it's so monotone I lean back slightly in shock. Of course, sir. That will be £1. I hand her the coin, and as she turns to make the drink I realize how quiet the room is. I look around and turn to see that the people from earlier are just looking at each other. No talking, just sort of staring. Okay then. My drink is put in front of me. It's not exactly difficult to pour boiling water into a tea bag, so it really didn't take so long. I thank the girl, who is now just staring at me, walk over to the counter, lid off, pour a little milk in, lid on, and because I feel so uncomfortable I try to power walk out. I get out the room, and I'm about to turn back down the hallway to the dressing room, when I take a sip and my brain just goes back, quote, bloody hell, this needs sweetness. I'm maybe about 5 meters from the artist bar, facing away. Because the atmosphere felt so weird I had a very brief debate with myself about going back. The hallway is silent. I would hear if people were walking down the hall, so when I finally decide back, quote, bugger it, I'll grab some sugar and leave. At best, a 15-second argument with my inner monologue. You can imagine my shock when I walk up to the doorway, and the room is dark as hell, because the lights are off. I poke my head in further, and turn my phone flashlight on. Nobody at the counter. Nobody at the tables. The room is bloody empty, and I heard nobody leave. There was no sign of anything. Unnerved beyond all else, I book it, somewhat gently. I'm not going to spill this drink no matter how spooked I may be. Back to my room. As I walk back in, I'm given a strange look by a chaperone. Where'd you get the drink from? Did you go up to the cafe? I'm confused. No, I just headed to the artist bar. Cue her confusion. The artist bar isn't open until 12 today. The saddest bit was I didn't get to finish my drink because we were called up for rehearsal and cold tea is just forbidden. I've never had anything similar happen with the artist bar. When I described the counter girls to one of the organizers at the event, I was given a weird look and told nobody of that appearance was employed at the Albert Hall. The nice young man in the blue suit. I worked in a nursing home a while back as a cook. It was a good job. The residents were cool and the nurses rocked. Being a nursing home, however, meant that death came to our residents pretty frequently. Occasionally, staff would see strange things in the halls out of the corner of their eyes. The newer staff would always try to investigate. The older staff always knew they would find nothing. Here is the strangest thing, though. A day before a patient died, if they were lucid, they would report having had a visitor, despite no one being in the visitor logs. The visitor was always a young man, generically handsome, clean cut, and would sit with the patient, and they would talk. The patients who spoke of this man always said that they felt better after the talk. But, inevitably, they would die within 24 hours. Even seemingly healthy residents would pass away within 24 hours. So, when a resident brought up the young man in the blue suit, the nurses would unofficially contact the family and strongly encourage them to visit the resident. Earlier in this post I mentioned the staff seeing things out of the corner of their eyes. A person walking into a resident's room, a little blur of movement at the end of a hall. Several staff, myself included, got more direct looks at this entity. It was usually in a restroom or a resident's room. Always in a reflection, but definitely there. He seemed to be checking on the residents, placing a hand on them, and then leaving the room and vanishing. He would show up for non-nursing staff in restrooms, or via reflective surfaces in staff-only areas. My theory is that he was a psychopomp, there to guide and comfort the dying towards the end of their lives. He genuinely seemed to ease the burdens hanging on the residents, and they seemed to pass away pretty easily. When I was a junior in college, I went on vacation with my parents to Camden, Maine. This was years before everyone had cell phones. So, unfortunately there was no way to document it. My parents had rented a little cabin in the woods. I was awake reading a book in a loft that had a gigantic window at about 1 AM. There was a heat lightning storm that had been going on for hours. Just flashes, no rain. I froze in place, seriously could not move for several minutes, when I began to see huge basketball-sized balls of glowing light slowly falling down through the trees. They glowed bright white. They moved very slowly downward. I managed to get down from the loft and make my way to my parents' room. They awakened and walked over to the picture window to see what I was trying to explain to them. My dad, a chemist, went right out the door. I was so scared, but made my way to the doorway to peer out. The balls continued to slowly fall. You could actually hear some of them touch branches and make a slight sizzle sound. Some never made it to the ground, but if they did, they slowly fizzled out, almost like evaporating with a little slight fizzle sound. It kept on going for a half an hour or so, and then was done. The next morning we drove down the street to the next nearest home, and knocked on the door to ask if they had seen anything unusual the night before. They had not been awake. For weeks I tried to research this. The closest thing that I can find to what we saw was bull lightning. I feel lucky to have seen this, because it is very rare, if that is what it was. No one really knows for sure that bull lightning actually even exists. When I was about 7 or 8, I woke up to the sound of our dog barking furiously. Just outside one of my windows was the well house and her dog house was attached to one side. I remember her barking viciously, which usually meant there were coyotes or raccoons in the yard. I sat up, about to check for coyotes. My dad was a heavy sleeper. I often had to wake him up to shoot coyotes before he let me have his air rifle. When I heard our dog yelp, our dog was a scrappy black lab who would spend half the night chasing and fighting creatures of the night. She never backed down from a fight, which is why we often kept her on a long chain at night. She would sound the alarm and we would chase off the coyotes from the yard, kept her from getting seriously hurt. I say this because I had never heard her yelp. Seconds after she yelps, I hear and see something big running between my window and the well house. I could hear ragged breathing and galloping, and as it passed by my window I saw the outline of its hunched back filling half of my window pane. Our house sat on a 2-foot stone foundation, and my windows were about 6 feet off the ground. This thing had to be at least 8 feet tall. possibly taller since it sounded like it was galloping on 4 legs. I heard it pause for just a second to jump the fence about 20 feet from my room, before it continued on, and it faded into the night. I'll never forget sitting frozen in bed, listening to its ragged breathing and footfalls rapidly fading away. Dog didn't bark the rest of the night. She was probably hiding in her doghouse, and it took me a while before I could lay down and fall back asleep. There was a window right next to the head of my bed, and I was terrified that I would lay down and see the face of the beast staring at me. Never mentioned it to my family, figured they wouldn't believe me anyways. This is really long. I've never written about what happened to me, so it's a bit rambling at times. This happened several years ago in college, and I still can't fully explain it. Before you ask, I was not using drugs, I was sleeping normally, I've never had a severe head injury, and I was not under an unusual amount of stress. I was sitting in one of my classes taking notes while the professor lectured when I suddenly realized that my entire existence/identity had completely changed. I don't remember anything about my former existence, but I'm absolutely certain that my reality transformed in that moment. I had the eerie feeling that I was magically in a different body, with a different personal history, a different family and friends, sitting in a different class with different people around me, maybe in a different place. The wildest part about it is that I looked down at my notes, and they had nothing to do with the class I was sitting in. Like my hand was still mid-writing a sentence, but the stuff I had written before transition was about business/marketing concepts that I never learned about in any class in college, and the professor was clearly currently lecturing about public health. It was my handwriting though. I started looking around really perturbed, and I probably gasped because the professor stopped and asked if I was okay. I got up and left the class and immediately walked to the psychological counseling center because I thought I had a schizophrenic episode or something and I might need professional help. It was 2 people, probably in case they needed to sign me in for involuntary hospitalization. Triaged me and considered admitting me for inpatient treatment because I was pretty frantic and talking about how I didn't truly exist and I wasn't real. After calming down and talking a lot, they said I had probably experienced a severe dissociative episode, but no one could explain the notes. I showed them, and they all agreed that it was weird, but said I probably just forgot about notes from a different class and spaced out. Again, I never took a business class, and had to look up terms and formulas from the notes to even know what they meant. I wasn't convinced, so they brought out the actual DSM book to show me that my symptoms aligned with disassociation. I had to lie to them and tell them I believed it was a dissociative episode and spend a long time talking and convincing them I was okay to avoid going to the hospital. Maybe I did disassociate, but that doesn't explain my apparent lasting personality change from that time on. I was supposedly a very bubbly, outgoing person before, and I'm decidedly a reserved and shy person now. Writing this out is literally stressing me out so much right now, because it's so vulnerable. I have completely different interests and goals now than I did before the episode. I will admit that I've had some depression and anxiety throughout my life, but never anything that altered my perception of reality. The experience still really baffles me, and I try not to think about it too much, because I start wondering about my existence in alternate timelines etc. and it's a spiral that makes me feel a little sad, and makes me feel like my lifelong relationships aren't genuine. I haven't really been able to maintain these relationships anyway. My family has almost completely disowned me, because they say that I changed, and lost my values, when I moved away from home for college. I can't relate to them at all. We struggle to communicate, and I don't love anyone in my family. I do love many other people, so I'm not just some psychopath. I haven't felt anything when people in my family have died, but I've been devastated by the deaths/misfortunes of other loved ones, mostly people I met after the episode. This isn't your classic case of conservative parents disowning their newly progressive child. My parents say that I used to care about important things like getting married and having kids, but I can't remember ever having a desire to get married, and I've always been terrified of the thought of having children. I don't enjoy or care about supposed family traditions, and I have entirely different taste in food, entertainment, style, everything. I'm also weirdly the only person in my family who doesn't speak with a deep southern accent, and I remember people commenting on it after the episode. I've seen freaky videos of myself as a kid where my accent is clearly different. I even speak in a much higher pitch, but I think I made a conscious decision to drop the accent so people wouldn't think I was dumb. I'm not sure though, it's like a hazy memory. A lot of my memories feel this way. Nothing from before the episode is clear like the memories I've made after the episode. No one in college commented that my accent had changed, so maybe it was just more striking to my hometown friends because they hadn't heard from me in a while. It's confusing, but I feel like I can't be the same person my parents raised. Many of my friends who I allegedly grew up with have also said that I seem really different since I went away to college. I definitely matured a lot and developed as a person, but their comments have made me think that I'm really not the same person. I can't seem to relate to them on anything, and I don't understand how we ever hung out. Especially when it comes to humor, we don't laugh at any of the same stuff. I feel like I have to pretend to be someone else to spend time with them, so our friendships have fizzled out. They often want to gossip about people from our childhoods, but I feel no connection to those people and I don't care about gossiping because they are basically strangers to me. Even in college, I was a leader and founder in a sorority before the episode, but afterwards I couldn't understand why I would ever pay to be part of an organization with such strict and old school rules. I hated the events I helped organize and attended, and the rituals were meaningless to me. I went from wearing my t-shirts and bags emblazoned with my sorority's Greek letters every day, to not wanting to touch those items because they felt like someone else's possessions. I left the sisterhood, which was apparently surprising to everyone, except me. One troubling thing is that I don't really care about the relationships I've lost because of my personality change. I don't feel like I even really know those people, so it doesn't matter to me if they don't like me or are surprised by my behavior. I've pretty much had to restart and make entirely different friends since this happened. But I've also reconnected with people from my past who say I'm nothing like they remember, and we've gotten along really well. I can't explain why I wasn't closer to these people all along, because we have shared interests, values, communication styles, etc. My memories of things I like doing before are not things I would enjoy now, and I don't understand how I ever did. For example, I apparently skipped prom to go fishing because I didn't want to pay the entrance fee, but I love dressing up and dancing and I don't like fishing. This makes absolutely no sense to me. I have tattoos whose significance I don't totally understand. They look pretty, but I can't explain why I got them, and I don't remember where the idea for them came from. When I see pictures of myself from before, I look like a stranger to me. I dress differently, stand differently, smile differently. It's perturbing to me, but other people don't seem to notice. There's something really off about my eyes in photos from before, and it makes me feel uneasy. It's like the way I held the muscles in my face while smiling was different before. I can make my face look like that now, but it's not how I naturally smile. I still sometimes have a hard time with pictures because I don't feel like I'm the person in the photo. I really hate mirrors and always worry that my reflection is going to take back control or something. I'm afraid to look at my reflection in the eyes. One major worry I have is that one day I'll just switch back and have to go through all of this again. Maybe it will happen multiple times. Maybe I'll become an entirely different person again. I really fucking hope not. It's all incredibly strange, and I can't explain it and it freaks me out. It seems to make psychologists/psychiatrists uncomfortable, so I've largely just dropped it at this point, but I obviously still think about it all the time. Boy golly, if you have any theories, I'd love to hear them. If you're still reading, thanks for sticking with me, and I hope you enjoyed hearing about my weird experience. Actually happened a few weeks ago. I was out with a group of friends just chilling around the city. Someone decided that we should head on over to the library and just loiter there for a little while. Once we got there, I noticed this one guy stand out and got the feeling he was eyeballing me. So I said I was going to the bathroom really quickly. So when I got to the bathroom, the guy was already there, even though I hadn't seen him move from the spot he was sitting at. So I backed out of there as quickly as possible. When I got to my group again, I suggested that we should go eat somewhere, just so I could leave the library. When we started to head out, I saw the guy outside, still staring at me. Or maybe us, I don't know. And at that point I knew something was wrong. When we got to a place to eat, I pulled one of my friends aside and told him about the guy. He didn't seem that worried at first, but when I asked him if he could lead me home, he started to ask questions. For context, I'm not someone who tends to ask someone to help me home. I can take care of myself. There was just something really sketchy about the guy. So when we get done eating, me and the friend begin to head home. And on the metro I see the guy again, still staring. I point him out to my friend, and he gets worried. At this point I realize that I still haven't even thought about calling the police. So we get off on a very crowded platform, and I call the police for the first time in my life. He's still there. We keep an eye on him just in case. And when the police showed up, we took our eyes off him for a few seconds and point to where he was just moments ago. Surprise, surprise. He's gone. Not a trace. The police could tell I was shook and asked questions, like what he looked like and such. I gave them the best description I could. And so did my friend. The police told us they could give us a ride home if we wanted to, and I don't think I've ever given a faster yes in my life. I don't think I was hallucinating, as my friend saw him as well. I still look over my shoulder whenever I go outside. This happened a few months back. My girlfriend and I were up in New Hampshire, gold panning with her sister and brother-in-law. We got back to the condo and went outside to try to see the comet near-wise. We had no luck the first night. My girlfriend's family left the next day, so it was just the two of us there. We were outside trying to see the comet at around 9:30. It was great. We saw Saturn and Jupiter ride together over the mountains. We saw satellites flying by, and we even saw a couple shooting stars. But no near-wise. We decided a while later, around 11 o'clock, that we were gonna go look for the comet again. We had been looking at the sky for a long time when we finally saw what we thought was the comet, straight below the Big Dipper. So we went back to the condo, because I had remembered that we had a pair of binoculars. I grabbed them, and we went back to the stargazing spot. Now the binoculars only had one lens, so the image wasn't very clear, but it still magnified it enough to where we could tell that we were definitely seeing near-wise. It was incredible. This is where it gets weird. After looking at the comet, we were looking at the rest of the sky when we saw what looked like a blinking light in the sky, and it was moving all over the place. It definitely wasn't a satellite, because satellites move in straight lines. This thing was going in every direction, making turns, and doing like corkscrews all over the night sky. When I looked through the binoculars, I could see that the object wasn't actually blinking, but that the light appeared to be on one side of it, and it was constantly rotating, so the source of light would either face toward or away from us. When the light was pointing directly towards us, it was the brightest thing in the sky. Even when it turned away from us, I could still see it through the binoculars as this small dark spot. We watched this thing fly around in the sky for as long as we could, until we couldn't see it anymore. What we saw was a UFO. I don't know what the hell it was, but that night has stuck with me. TLDR, went to see the comet near-wise with my girlfriend. Ended up seeing a UFO too. I'm late to this thread, but I have to share my experience in hopes that somebody who sorts by new has gone through the same thing. Me and a buddy were driving home late one night from an NBA game. We lived about 45 minutes from the arena downtown. We are driving northbound on the freeway in heavy traffic for about 15 minutes, and next thing we know, we are several cities north of our hometown. Not another car in sight, and only 15 minutes have passed. We look at each other at the same time when we realize we've gone way too far. Look down at the clock in the car and realize only 15 minutes have passed. Remember, a drive home should have taken 45 to 60 minutes, and we are at least 30 minutes past hometown the other way, and we both start losing our damn minds. We turn around and driving back south towards home, nothing strange happened, and it took the 30 minutes it should have to get home. To this day, everyone we tell about this story tells us we are lying or trying to pull some kind of a joke. Sure, we could have been distracted by the radio or talking too much where you forget what happens, but the time issue. It only took us 15 minutes to get somewhere, when it should have taken at least an hour. I truly believe between the last thing we remembered and when we realized where we were, we entered some kind of time warp. Praying someone has had a similar experience who thinks we are not crazy. When I was in high school, my mom was driving me home from a choir concert when we saw a homeless man get hit by a car. She stopped to help and grabbed a blanket from the trunk to cover him with. I stayed in the car. Eventually we were released when the authorities showed up and she gave a statement, so we went home, but we left the blanket. A couple of hours later, the doorbell rings. It's two complete strangers. I have never seen these people before in my life. They have our blanket, now spattered with blood. The guy didn't make it, and they casually greet me by name, claiming to know me from school. They said they'd seen that it was our blanket, so they came to give it back. 1. They looked a little old for high schoolers, sort of like people who play high schoolers in Hollywood. 2. I would swear on my life that I had never seen them before. No shared classes, nothing, and it's not like I was a school celeb or anything. I mostly kept to myself. 3. It was nighttime, and I didn't leave the car. 4. Even if I can somehow get the others to make sense through weird coincidences, how did they know my address? Not really knowing what to do in the moment, I thanked them, both parents looking at me like who are these people, and accepted the bloody blanket. They left, we got rid of the blanket, and although I kept an eye out at school, I never saw those two again. Okay, so it was the first day of kindergarten, and I lived about 5 blocks from school, but I lived on the bottom of the hill, where the school was on top. You could pretty much see the house from the door to the school. My mother was not great, like lost custody about a year later. Not great. Anyway, that morning she gets up all drunk and is like, "I'll watch you go to school from here. Then when school is over I'll wait outside and you can just walk home." I was like, lol, k, I'm 5, so I go to school, do my thing, and when the day was over this lady was assigning other kids to walking routes. She was like, "You will go on this route," and I was like, "No, my mom is waiting for me right down the street," and she was like, "No, you will go with this team here," and I got mad. I had a hell of a temper too, as I screamed that my mom was waiting and she would be mad if I took a route. The woman was like, "You need someone to go with you." This slightly older kid said, "Mike, it'll take you home, it's on the way to my house," and we took off. Right away I see my mom iced waiting on the porch for me, which was to be expected. About 3 blocks down, Mike was like, "I live like 2 blocks down this street, you see your house right?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's like 2 blocks away." So he takes off. 1 block away from home this van rolls up. "Hey kid, you need a ride?" I didn't pay much attention. I was like, "My mom is waiting for me," and he was like, "Your mom told me to pick you up." Now the fact that my mom wasn't waiting on the porch like she said she would told me, okay, she is partying at a friend's house, I'll just hop in. This is when I heard Mike's voice behind me say, "Hey, you get out of here," and the dude looked super freaked out, like from friendly smile to frightened, and he took off fast. I turned to Mike, who I had heard yell super loud a second before. I swear he was right behind me and no one was there. No one at all. I went back half a block and he wasn't there, and I didn't see him the last block home either. The next day, when I got to school, the woman who was assigning routes the day before took me to the office because I had skipped out on my route, and she was all mad, like I ran off without a route. Apparently kids need to have routes, and I was like, "Mike took me," and she was like, "Who is Mike?" And I was like, "The kid who walked with me," and she was pissed because that's like a law thing. So we went to every Mike in 3rd, 4th, 5th grades and it was none of them. I never did see Mike again. I was standing on the deck of a sailboat, stone cold sober, head tilted up toward the heavens, watching both the sail I was trimming and shooting stars in an incredible night sky at about 3 AM. I was a member of the crew on a vessel that was part of a 300 boat race from Chicago to Mackinac Island. The fastest boats in this 333-mile race finish in around 30 hours, the slowest around 60, so everyone sails through the night, and boats generally have two crews who work in shifts to keep fresh. By the middle of that first night, you are so far from Chicago and north of Milwaukee that the sky turns black with no light pollution of any kind. If the night is clear, as this one was, the sky becomes an absolutely awesome canvas of celestial beauty. The first time I witnessed this is the first time I became aware that the night sky is alive with activity, not like the static picture seen from most places dotted with lights associated with human beings. Most crew members are intensely focused on a particular job on the deck, with one exception. When you are headed downwind and flying a spinnaker, the background sail in front, one crew member is charged with trimming that beast, also known as the chute, which requires staring nearly straight up at the top edge of the sail and making adjustments as needed. It can be a tough job due mostly to keeping your head at that angle and maintaining a laser focus. I liked it because you were also staring at that incredible celestial canvas, which was often filled with shooting stars. This night was no exception. Shooting stars every 10 minutes or so. I would scream wow at each one and the other crew members would have a laugh at my giddiness. It was fantastic. Then one particularly prominent shooting star streamed in from my right as if intentionally placed in my field of view, so I didn't even have to move my head to get a crystal clear view of it. All the others fizzled out pretty quickly, but not this one. This one came to a sudden stop, to the right of the sail edge that had my attention until that moment. I stared in disbelief for a few moments and assumed my laser focused eyes had somehow played a trick on me. But there was this star, much brighter than those around it, just sitting there after streaking in. As I stared for a few more moments, trying to make sense of this, an equally bright red star suddenly appeared right next to it, like they were almost attached. I flexed my knees a little more deeply in disbelief, staring, unable to speak. And after a few more moments, the tandem moved together, forming a very big Z pattern in the sky, very quickly, in about a second or two, and then disappeared. I stood for about a minute in stunned silence, deep breathing to regain my composure, and hearing a very strange kind of communication in my head that said, "Relax, it's okay, you're okay, and there is no need to make a big deal about this. You're fine, just keep doing your job." It's hard to explain where this voice came from. It wasn't mine trying to calm myself down. It felt as if it came from the stars, as weird as that sounds. But it worked, and I was super calm after hearing it. I didn't share the story with another crew member until we finished the race the next day, over a hamburger on Mackinac Island. I don't know if it counts, or if this was all in my head. I'm still mostly convinced that I was being crazy. But a few years back, when I was in my early 20s, I was working in a Hard Rock cafe. I'm behind the till in the shop, and a Sri Lankan family come in. It's an adult couple, their children, and a frail looking elderly man. The older man looks straight at me when he comes in, and I felt an intense moment of deep connection, as if I'd known him for years. He immediately turned on his heels and left. The other adults looked troubled and followed him out, and I could see them out of the window. He was nodding and waving his hands. A few minutes later, they come back in, and the elderly man comes up to the till and smiles at me, looking as if he was about to cry. I greet him with my best customer service voice, but there's such a pit in my stomach. I ask if he needs any help, and he kind of shakes himself, and literally turns and picks up the first thing he sees. It's just a random keychain. I put it through the till and he just maintains eye contact with me with this sad smile. He thanks me in a small voice. As they're leaving he turns at the door and gives me this one last lingering look, and then they left. Against all logic and reason, I felt like I knew that in my past life, he was my husband. I don't even believe in reincarnation. I haven't told anyone about this because it sounds absolutely ridiculous, but I felt like an entire life flashed before my eyes that I'd never lived. It was probably all in my head, but it's been many years, and it has stayed with me. Just a normal Saturday night, I was watching TV home alone with my two dogs, when I heard a banging sound coming from the basement. Legit sounded like somebody was just banging something on the appliances we had down there. Now there is no access into the basement from down there, only through the upstairs rooms that I was in, and knew nobody could have come in and got past me. So with this knowledge I was not as scared as you may think, more curious as to what the heck the noise was. One of the two dogs, who is a meathead and wants to fight everybody, also heard the noise and was now bolting down into the basement to investigate. I get down and see that it is my other dog, banging his head into our dryer and chest freezer, which are next to each other. My meathead dog is just stood there watching confused. So I approach my other dog and calm him down, and we all go back upstairs. Now this freaked the heck out of me and upset me, as it seems such very strange behavior for my dog to do. Fast forward only 30 minutes or so, the banging starts again. I instantly look over to my dog, but he is laid down, but now also aware of the noise downstairs. We run down into the basement, and it is Meathead now banging his head in between the appliances. Again, I now calm Meathead down, and we all go back upstairs. Nothing has ever happened again since that night. 3 years now, so that ruled out brain tumors, which is what I read online about why maybe dogs bang their heads, but 2 dogs, suddenly on the same night. 3 years and the 3 of us never talk about that night, lol. Okay, this one is really weird, about a duplicate object. If anyone else has an experience like this, I would love to hear theories. I moved to Edmonton and brought all my books with me because I'm that person. I have an old vintage numerology book that I bought at a used bookstore in Kingston that had a weird mark in the top corner of the first page like a scribble. It's from like 1940, so not in print and very loved by past owners. Okay, so when I moved alone. Packed my own stuff from my apartment where I lived alone and unpacked alone in the new one in Edmonton. I finish getting my books up in the shelf and take one with me to the bathroom, choosing the numerology one. Yes, I was pup reading, lol. Time passes and I leave the washroom and go to put it back on the shelf. But the book is already there, on the shelf, where the other one in my hand had been. It's literally a copy of the exact same book. It has a mark in the corner. The dust jacket is in worse condition, but it's the same exact book. I still have them both. It's insane. I'll lend one copy to a friend and she destroyed the other dust jacket, but whatever, the entire thing shook me to the core. I told my friends about it, and they were freaked out, either thinking I was crazy, or how crazy this was. There is no way I'd have 2 copies of this book, and there is no way I would have packed and unpacked 2 copies, because it is so unique. It has a section that describes what type of person you are based on the day of the month you were born. If anyone wants to leave their birthday, i.e. born on the 5th, born on the 18th, ECT. I can type it out for you, they are short. Literal duplicate time foldy numerology book. We moved earlier this year across country. With COVID being insane, we came to look for housing right as things were starting to shut down, but we found a house and property that we loved. Came back home to sell our place and get the transfers going. Well, things got crazy. Couldn't show houses, one thing after another. Can't buy the new place till the old place sells. Basically everything that could wrong goes wrong. My husband is in a panic thinking that the place we fell in love with won't happen cause we're asking for months delay. He can't sleep trying to figure things out. The sweet widow that we're buying the house from, we are sure, just wants out. Her husband was in the middle of building her dream house when he passed. Floors weren't done in all rooms, some doors not framed out, but to us, it's perfect. That night I go to bed and I dream about his dad who just passed away, looking up at the property. He looks down the street and waves to my father who passed 30 years ago, and they are talking about the house. As they are talking, a man walks down from the house and joins them. You can tell they are all friends. My dad turns towards me and says, "They'll wait, the house belongs to you all now." Next morning I tell my husband about the dream, and he has tears in his eyes as the phone rings. We get the news she'll wait to sell and will rent to us till our place sells. I dream about the 3 of them a couple of times a month now. They mock our attempts to fix things or show me what needs to be done. This is a longer story than I thought. I'm a skeptic, atheist, former science researcher, and this remains the most woo-woo thing I ever personally experienced and insisted on testing. In Seattle I met the colleague of a friend. She told me he was a Qigong practitioner. Qi equals the life force said to circulate through all living things. He was said to be able to manipulate this force. Of course I asked for a demo. Other friends were there too. Her colleague and I stood 6 to 8 feet apart, with eyes closed so I could not see him point. I stretched my hands out to both sides. He said, "Say whether I'm pointing at your left hand or your right hand." Soon I felt one hand get unmistakably hotter. It was a sensation like heat, like a warm glow. No air movement. I said right hand. It was at my direction. With my eyes still closed, he repeated the test several times, switching randomly between right and left hands. I could always tell which hand he was directing Kyle without a single guess wrong. Next test. Still standing 6 to 8 feet apart, but with me facing him this time, so I could see. He pointed his hand toward me, aimed at my neck. Nothing but open air between us in my friend's living room. I started to feel a sense of heat in, not on, my neck, a feeling of fullness, thickness, congestion that made me feel like swallowing, as if a knot of food or something was in my throat. The friends watching grew audibly concerned at this point, which I found interesting by itself, and prevailed on us to stop the test. I went for a walk around the lake later with the guy. He was slender, medium height, Asian or Asian American, late 20s/early 30s, smoked the occasional cigarette. I was astonished to learn later he was in his 50s. But this Qigong test remains the single most inexplicable thing I've experienced firsthand. About 10 years ago, a group of friends and I were whitewater kayaking in the Catskills. One of the group and myself were pretty experienced and had both works swift water rescue, and we had helmets on, rope bags, the works. This was early spring and the water was high, fast, and cold, and all the rapids had been upgraded. We were all in neoprene suits. We had passed some tubers in wetsuits, most of them college kids. Not uncommon there. Come across a girl who is absolutely freaking out, standing in the shallows in an eddy, no tube in sight. She's screaming that her friend went under and hasn't come back up. My friend and I go to help. I stay in the kayak and he flips and pulls his cord and goes under. Pops back up with a girl in a bright blue bikini. No idea why I remember the color. I throw him a rope bag. This girl is messed up, bleeding down her face, pale blue lips, the works. The rest of my group had flagged down a truck. We were in the middle of nowhere, no cell service or anything. Put this girl in a bikini and her friend in the back and sent them to the hospital. We got the name and number of the guy in the pickup, but not the girls. Call the guy that night and he's freaking out. Says he got to the hospital and there wasn't anyone in the bed. No water, no blood, no two girls, nothing. The towels and the makeshift rope litter we had made were there, and the towels were still wet, but nothing else. Guy swears up and down he remembers seeing them in the mirror, right before pulling into the hospital. We called local hospitals, police, the tour company, everyone. No one had any idea of who we were talking about, and the tour company swears no one got in the water without a wetsuit, and they hadn't lost any tubes that day. Still think about it, whenever I'm up that way. 14 years ago, we were house and dog sitting for the summer for a friend who'd gone out of country and didn't want to leave their place empty or put their dog in a kennel for 2 months. One night there was a truly phenomenal thunderstorm. The lightning was so constant that instead of being dark everything was lit with the eerie flickering blue/white light with occasional purple flashes. The air was rumbling, the thunder was so active. The warm rain fell so thickly that you couldn't see the other side of the street, which was now a little river probably an inch or so deep. It was like being on an alien planet. We were mesmerized, and because it was so warm we went and sat outside on the covered front porch. Suddenly my boyfriend said, "Is someone out there?" and nudged me to look down the street. It looked like the shadowy indistinct figure of a person weaving around in the middle of the street. As we watched the person came closer and closer down the street, but we quickly realized there was actually no one there. It was a roughly person-shaped hole in the rain. My boyfriend was gripping my arm tightly by now, and we were frozen watching. You could see the falling rain stopping, as if hitting a body. There were sprays flying off in directions rain was not falling, and stompy splashes in the rain flowing down the street, just like you'd see if someone was stamping their foot in a puddle. But there was no one there. It was like watching the Invisible Man. It was now right in front of our house. There was a clear rhythm to the movements, and it became clear this figure seemed to be dancing in the rain. We were both terrified and fascinated, but there was this weird feeling of danger too. We were barely breathing and my boyfriend whispered right in my ear, "It can't notice us." There was a super bright lightning flash just then, one so bright it left us blinking and seeing purple for a moment. The figure stopped dancing and was standing before the house, and we both got this horrible feeling it was looking at us. Then the movement started up again, slower now. It made its way up the short driveway and onto the lawn in front of the porch where it slowed to a stop. My boyfriend's grip on my arm was painful at this point, and I could feel him winding up to make a lunge for the door to try and get us inside. Suddenly the dog started barking aggressively and loudly in a way we'd never heard it bark before, and then it started throwing itself at the door. The thing on the lawn jumped backwards and then ran away across the grass, down the drive, and then down the street. As it was running away, we jumped up and ran into the house, locking the door behind us and calming the dog down, who was beside himself and insisted on smelling us all over for some time before his hackles would go down. To this day I have no idea what we could have seen. We've talked about it many times. Every rainstorm we spend a bit of time looking out of windows. We live about 15 minutes drive from there now. We've never seen anything similar since. My ex-husband and father of my children passed earlier this year. We were together for over a decade. About 2 or 3 weeks before he died, I had a dream that his sister called me to tell me that he had passed. I remembered the dream after I woke up. I usually don't, but shook it off as being disturbed by this one, so that's why I retained it. When he passed from unexpected heart failure on Memorial Day, my ex's sister tried reaching me on Facebook as she lost my number. When she couldn't reach me, she called my daughter. Deja vu doesn't even begin to touch the feelings I had when I returned her phone call. Standing in the living room pacing back and forth on the phone just like in my dream. I feel sick thinking about it now. My ex was getting increasingly ill in the week or so leading up to his death. He thought it was a bad cold / pneumonia / COVID etc. Lethargic, shortness of breath, coughing. No one put 2 and 2 together that really his stint was no longer functioning and he was going into heart failure. It bothers me that I had that dream. What was the point? How could I have known? Even knowing, what could I have done? I haven't shared with anyone about this. Haven't seen the point in sharing with family or friends, or how hearing about it could provide them with any sense of relief or comfort. My mom had something similar happen to her as a girl. She told me that she had a dream that she heard a knock on the door, opened it, and her father collapsed. The next day after school there was a pounding on the door. She opened it and her father collapsed at her feet. Turns out he had leukemia. Lived until she was 14. My mom doesn't believe in supernatural things, but can't explain this. I was stationed in Germany from _84-86. One night I had CQ runner, charge of quarters, basically babysitting duty for the barracks. There were 5 runners, 1 for each of the 4 floors plus the basement. We switched floors every 4 hours. It was around 2 AM, and I was stuck with the basement shift. The basement only had offices and storage rooms. No one lived down there. It was damp and musty, what you'd expect from an old WWI era building. Anyways, it's 2ish, and I'm walking back and forth trying to stay awake. I was counting how many steps it was from one end to the other. Yes, I was that bored. I got to one end of the hall, turned around, and there was a guy standing halfway down the hall. The stairwells are at the end of the building, so there's no way he got past me. He's wearing loose work type pants, boots, and a white loose tank top undershirt. He was facing away from me, and all I can see is that his hair is cut in a bowl cut, too long for army standards. I was dumbstruck, literally tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound. He just stood there and then was gone. No poof, just a sort of fade out, but quick. I walked upstairs, forcing myself to be calm, and asked if anyone had gone down to the basement. The guy on the first floor was half asleep, but said he hadn't seen a thing. I went back down to the basement, smoked a cigarette, and stared down the corridor. After about 15 minutes I got brave enough to walk back down. There was no sign of the guy. I've no idea what I saw. I asked our unit historian about it once, describing the guy's clothes and haircut. He said it sounded like a Wehrmacht soldier, which makes sense because our barracks were built in 1938. Anyways, it freaked me out. I've never told anyone the whole story before, so there you go, Reddit. Worked at a cemetery for many years as a lawnmower and have 3 weird experiences. One of the cemeteries I worked at was an entirely flat open space. They didn't allow headstones that stood above the ground. Everything was flat. We are talking this place was acres and acres of just grass. Well, when I would work I would wear headphones and listen to music. Every week without fail there was one headstone that when I drove near it with the lawnmower my music would shut off. Now this was in the days of iPods, and no matter if the thing was fully charged it would shut down. Guess the old man buried there didn't like my taste in music. Same cemetery, different day. I was on the very south part of the cemetery mowing away when I look up and see a man walking on the north side of the cemetery. That in itself wasn't unusual. What was unusual is that it was 102 degrees that day and the guy was dressed in a long black trench coat, black combat boots, black brimmed hat, long black beard. I stopped Q&A watched him for a minute, but he didn't seem to be looking for a headstone, just walking. I got back to work, and one instant I was looking at the man and the next thing he was gone. There were no cars or taxis or anything that he could have gotten into. He just straight vanished. Freaked me out. Second cemetery I worked at was much older and had the typical headstones above ground thing. I had stopped working for lunch and gone into the small shack that housed the bathrooms. As I'm sitting there I can distinctly hear the voice of a little girl. As I listen it sounds like she's playing dolls or stuffed animals. No big deal. I walk outside just to check and see if there is anyone who needs help, and there is no one there. The place is completely empty. Walk back in the shack and I can hear her again. That one didn't freak me out too much because I think whatever it was just enjoying the warm day. Something in the shadows is following me wherever I go. Every time in the dark I would see things, especially when I wake up. I chalked it up to sleep paralysis. Eventually we moved from the house, and I thought it would be over. However, once we arrived at the new house at night in literally a different country, I noticed some weird shape on the roof in the dark. I chalked it up to being a dish on the roof. Next morning however there was absolutely nothing there that could have made that shape. Since then things have been continuing to become weirder and more often on certain months, weeks, and days. I've got weirder stories however, but this one I couldn't explain. Edit. Someone wanted to know my more weirder stories, so here goes. It's going to be a long bumpy ride, so hold on. First story, weird level low. When I was younger, around the age of 5, along the same age as my friend who was over that day, we were all alone in the house, no parents at all. We were playing and watching our favorite cartoons, Courage/Tom and Jerry, when suddenly we had the urge of hunger. So we did what little kids would, we made toast. Exactly that, toast, popped it into the toaster, made toast, put it on a plate, and as good little kids we were, we cleaned up the mess. Put the toaster back under the cupboards, cleaned the toast bits off the counter, and went to the lounge to finish the toast we made. Now the weird part is, when we decided to go, put our plates away, my friend was ahead of me and stopped right at the entrance. I was confused and stood there asking her what was wrong. There on the counter the toaster was sitting along with toast, crumbs all over the counter. Being kids we didn't know how or why nor questioned it. All we did was put the plates in the sink, cleaned the crumbs, put the toaster away. We only got upset when my parents came home and my mom was upset with the toast, crumbs and toaster on the counter. Never happened again after we moved to another part of the small town. TLDR, toast ghost. Second story, explainable. This was during my early teens, age around 14, when we moved completely out of the town, and I was in my new room. During this time I was suffering social anxieties due to misdiagnosis of AD and being on the pills for so long, which severely degraded my social skills. I woke up in a sense on my back. A black figure hovering over me. I needed to move but couldn't. They just stood there. I knew the small flashlight was on my nightstand. I heard it say my name before I could move and put on the light. I did research online and chalked that up to being sleep paralysis, which was easily explainable. TLDR, sleep paralysis shadow figure. Third story, extremely horrifying and unexplainable. So I was 18, the grand number. I was asleep. I woke up for some reason. I was moving. I just sat up, eyes wide open, moving, living, breathing, awake, wide awake, and I don't know how to explain it, but there were these two things at the end of my bed. I saw it for like 2 seconds, sitting upright there staring at them. They weren't figures. They were like these poles with some kind of material I can only compare to a large quilt bunched up bloodied tied with really strong rope akin to rubber also bloodied, and the source of the blood, the one on the left, was white, the one on the right was a sandy cardboard color. They were just there, and in a flash like a child as I saw them adrenaline courses through me. I laid back down faster than a bullet, throwing the blankets over my face, and under the blankets I shot out my arm, grabbed the bedside lamp, and flicked it on. Just like that I pulled the blankets off, and the bloodied pole things were gone. I will be honest, I was in all hell in shock. I just sat there in shock staring quietly, before I don't know why I just started to cry. I just let it all out and cried. I avoided the end of my bed and slunk over to my parents' room. Normally I wouldn't seek comfort from my mom, but my dad was in another country for work. I was legitimately sobbing ugly. She keeps asking me what was wrong, but I just said I saw something. Eventually I calmed down. She let me go to sleep in her room, and haha, I had to go to school that day in an hour. The thing that scares me most is I can't find an explanation. That seriously couldn't be sleep paralysis, as I was moving constantly. TLDR, bloodied pole things at the end of my bed. Not sleep paralysis. Fourth story, calming. This one was an easy one, could be explained, but I love to think about it. You know, after that scare of the bloodied poles, I woke up on my side, but I didn't move, and didn't know why I woke up. I kept my eyes shut, but I could feel my blanket slowly being pulled and tucked, like I was a kid being tucked into bed, and the movement only stopped once I moved, and made it clear I was awake. TLDR, either blankets falling off, or a ghostly apology. 4 years ago, my boyfriend took me on our first date one night, after I got out of work. He drove me to a small town on Lake Michigan about 45 minutes away from Grand Rapids where we lived at the time, and out to a very tall sand dune. He and I packed lead hula hoops and a backpack with sweatshirts and a blanket. I brought a bottle of white wine. He had a 6-pack of his favorite beer, Founders All Day IPA. We parked at the bottom of the dune in the parking lot at around 11 p.m. It was dark and the sky was clear, so we could see tons of stars. We trekked up the dune using our phones as flashlights. Once at the top we laid out a blanket and sat down talking for a while. I remember turning music on my phone and we were both dancing and spinning our leads, and then absolutely nothing. The next thing I knew, I woke up gasping for breath at the top of the dune with him laying next to me. He asked me what I was doing, and I told him I didn't know. What happened? What time is it? I asked, but he didn't know. He said he didn't remember laying down, and I know that I wasn't tired. When we got up there, I know I didn't lay down and fall asleep. I frantically grabbed the bottle of wine, expecting it to be empty, but it wasn't even opened. None of his beers were open either. We checked our phones, and it was almost 5 in the morning. Neither of us had any recollection of what we had done for the last 5 hours. We flew down that giant dune, and when we got to his car realized we had left the keys at the top of the dune. He told me to stay in the car, which was parked under a light, and he would be right back. I remember sitting in the passenger seat looking into the woods, feeling/knowing something was just outside the light, watching me. He finally came down with the keys, and we started driving home in silence. He turned on music, but I couldn't hear it. I felt paralyzed until I randomly burst into tears, hyperventilating, completely inconsolable. He tried to get me to calm down, but I couldn't. I begged him to pull into a Walmart parking lot. When he asked me why, I told him I needed to be around other humans and in lights, so he did. We sat in the parking lot for an hour. Neither one of us really had much to say. I think we both knew what happened to us. We are still together, but we haven't talked about it in years. Just typing this out brought tears to my eyes and gave me anxiety. Weirdest one for me was at one of those super weird charismatic Bible camp things with a ton of people. They said they wanted to pray for people to be healed and asked anyone who had an injury or sickness to raise their hand. This guy nearby, not from our group, raised his hand, so I went over to him. They told us to lay hands on them and ask God to heal them. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he hurt his right side the day before and pointed to his ribs. I thought the whole thing was kooky and didn't want to be there, but was like, whatever, let's do this. So I put my hand where he pointed and prayed like they said. After a few seconds I felt and heard several sharp popping feelings under my hand and the guy turned and looked at me wide-eyed, definitely a more shocked look than anything, and he starts grabbing and pushing on the spot. They had asked anyone who got healed to come up and tell everyone what happened. After a few seconds he absolutely sprints to the front of the room up to the front stage and waits for a mic. He then proceeds to say that he had broken 3 ribs. I had no idea, the day before wrestling around with some other guys, and that it had been very painful and hurt to breathe, and that he just felt them pop back into place and knit together. When he came back he shows me again and said before any pressure was excruciating and pushing on the was making terrible popping sounds. I didn't believe him at first, but he lifted his shirt and you could see that it was really badly bruised where it had been, and he had me push hard on it, and they didn't pop at all. I'll never forget the feeling of what was presumably the bones popping back into place and coming together under my hand, or the look on his face. Don't know what to make of it, because I wasn't coming from a place of having faith something would happen, and didn't know his ribs were broken before it happened. I don't know. Not sure this is so much as me seeing something as me being a part of something. Anyways, this was a couple of years back, so the details are getting a bit fuzzy, but some of it will stay with me forever. So it's December, and I'm supposed to take the train to school at 7. This means it's fairly dark outside, and with coats and hats and all that you can't really see the faces of the people you meet. The train platform is made of wood and up at a height, meaning that the people down on the street can't see you, and you can't see them. Coming up to the platform there's 2 guys already standing there. They're both exactly 5 meters apart. I too walk up and stand 5 meters off from the guy nearest to me. On the other side of the platform a 4th person shows up. They too stand 5 meters off. We are now all standing in a perfect line, and then we took a step forward with our right foot. What comes to follow is quite possibly some of history's oddest synchronized dancing. We would take side steps at the same time, turn back at the same time. We even spun around on the spot at some point. I don't remember all the exact movements, but I do remember looking over to the other people and wondering, why in the hell are you also doing this? But the truth is I didn't even know why I was doing it. It wasn't like I wasn't in control of my own body, the complete opposite actually. I tried to consciously choose my next movement, but the other guys would still follow. For some reason this did not at all disturb me, and actually all felt quite nice, like just belonging to something, like this was something we were meant to do. I'm not sure how long this went on, probably not long at all, but some lady showed up about 3 minutes before the train, and it was as if the spell broke. After that we just kinda started moving around all over the platform instead, and one of the guys went to sit down. All in all probably the weirdest morning of my life. I was driving south from northern Ontario one year. I'm talking up near Hearst on my way to Toronto when I was at university. If anybody is unfamiliar with the area, northern Ontario is a vast spread of Canadian Shield, rocky landscape, and dense brush. A bunch of relatively small mining towns spread out over like a 300-kilometer radius. It's kinda dreary, and Highway 11 is the most depressing stretch of highway I've ever been on. For anybody familiar with it, close to midnight, and I'm past Kirkland Lake Cutoff, and decide to stop at the next stop / diner / whatever to get a coffee and stretch the legs. I pull off right near Englehart, peel into the Tim Hortons, and go to the bathroom. After I come out I grab a coffee and a snack and sit down to eat it. About 10 minutes go by and this old lady sits down at my table. There is nobody else in the shop apart from the ladies behind the counter. At first she didn't say anything, just looked at me, and she could probably tell I was a little freaked out. Finally she just went, "Truss, it's so good to see you. How have you been? How is dad's name, and mom's name, and his sister's name? Finished up with school?" I started to shake. I was so nervous, and asked her how she knew who I was, and that I was there. I had never been there before, and was a little freaked out. She got up super quietly again, just smiling, told me they've been keeping an eye on me, and then she left, and that was the end of it. I don't know who she was, or how she knew me, but at midnight in a little bumfuck town in northern Ontario in the middle of the night was enough to freak me out for the next little while. This is something that happened when I was crazy young, so details are foggy, and I genuinely cannot explain it. It was a Sunday night and my family had some aunts and uncles over. Being a sibling of 4 other kids and the youngest of the kids, I often was playing, while the older kids were hanging out with parents and such. In a ho, everyone was huddled around the TV watching some football game, and I was standing on the couch, leaning on the back, and looking out the window. It was around 7 PM and everything was dark, so I couldn't really see much. Now this is where things get weird. I recall seeing someone in our backyard, a younger woman, in a bikini, sitting on our toy slide. Except the light that was hitting her only showed her torso and legs from the knees up. I couldn't see her face. I was freaking out that someone was in the backyard and started to yank at my mum's pants to get her attention, and I just said someone's on the slide outside, to which my mom replied nobody is out there. Well, I turned back and the light on her was gone. That was until I noticed a lighthouse-esque rotating light beam that hit on the slide again. She was there, just sitting there. I couldn't see her face, only the lower body. Next day I went outside to look at the slide and see if I had mistaken it for anything, but there was nothing there, just the slide. It's important to note there are no lighthouses in my town, and the only thing I can think of would be some searchlight from a helicopter. This is something I've spent years trying to find an answer for, but I just cannot. I still have dreams and nightmares about it to this day, 17 years later. I've had a tough time this year dealing with a car accident that activated my PTSD and anxiety from a near-death accident. Drunk driver. Over 10 years ago, I started meditating and exercising a lot and just learning how to let go of the past and future and live in the present. I'm not religious, but during a break at work a few weeks ago I decided to pray while meditating in my car. My grandma died in 07, and while we didn't have the happiest relationship, I think about her often and miss her a lot. While I was praying, I prayed to my grandma and in my head said, I hope you're proud of me, grandma. I'm really doing my best to be the parent that I never had. I wish you were still here to see your great grandchildren. And as soon as I finished the thought, my car horn honked itself twice. Not like when you lock the car, but a short beep and long honk. I've always been completely against the idea of paranormal stuff or spirits, but there was no other explanation. I also felt a sort of peace just come over me in the moment that felt like it came from outside of me. So, a few days later I'm laying in my bed thinking about the experience and think whatever, maybe spirits are real. Grandma, if that was really you the other day, just give me some sort of sign and I'll stay on the path I'm on. As soon as the thought finished, the light on the ceiling fan in my room blinked off and on twice. It's never once done that in 3 years living here. The same peaceful feeling also overcame me. I haven't really shared these experiences because I know I'd have laughed at anybody sharing such a thing if they were telling me the same thing up until that first experience in my car. I don't know, maybe we do leave a mark on this world. Maybe it was all just coincidence, but it didn't feel that way to me. Well, I'll add here, pretty much not sure what I believe in at this point tbh. So I'm not in a mind space to rule anything out, but in my brain I don't believe anything superstitious or supernatural, but I don't know what to make of this kind of stuff, so I'll just post it here and forget it. I have a friend from college, and according to him, he's had something attached to him since early childhood. Typical scary dark figure made of blackness type of thing that'll interfere with his life every once in a while. Most commonly he won't see it, but something will smash his blinds to the side suddenly while he's in a room, or there'll be 3 to 5 loud knocks on one of his walls/doors. What made me believe him before I saw anything is that he did 6 years in the Navy and has had friends before, during and after his time in that have seen it 2 times, and 2 different people, or heard or seen its interaction a handful of times/people. My friend has had a lot of weird shit happen to him over the years, not necessarily related to whatever he's got going on with whatever this is. Anyways, one of the times he was telling me about this, and we'd actually called up a friend of his who'd seen it, I was pretty damn skeptical, newly a non-believer in religion, and brash. I spoke out loud and told it to attach itself to me because I thought the idea was ridiculous, and my friend was all for it. I think because no one had done that before, and he could definitely tell I thought it was BS. Since then weird things happen every once in a while. In the week directly after that there was a case where lights kept being on when I got home. One in particular was a touch activated lamp that was stuffed in a work in progress clutter that was slightly sectioned off by an improv wall. That stood out because when I eventually went to unplug the thing after a few times of that happening, it wasn't plugged in. I had something hit the front door hard when I was sitting 5 feet from it at my desk, think a full-on kick to the door, but when I opened it the glass and metal screen door in front of the hit door was still closed, intact, and locked. The same day the door handle to the front door sounded like it was being interfered with / tapped, but again, the glass screen door was still shut and locked and protecting the main door from the outside. Once in the front door bedroom bathroom work desk hallway I'd had pretty bad dread set in. If you haven't experienced it before, you can't approximate it by having feared at something before. Dread is really a particular thing. I went about turning all the lights on in the place and closing the blinds, checking the closet, etc. And when I was in the hallway I started hearing heavy ragged breathing over my shoulder. Nothing was there obviously, and I ended up leaving that night and spending it at my friend's house. At this point it's also noteworthy to point out that very often now when something happens to him, most of the time something will have happened to me, and one of us tells the other pretty much immediately. A weird one was around March 2020. My friend was moving places and stayed at my place for a night. We slept in the same bed. Before the gay jokes, we are brothers and both gay and not attracted to each other, so there's no danger there. Anyways, I woke up in the middle of the night, which is uncommon enough, and I remember the room was weirdly dark and I could see eyes looking into the room from outside the window at the head of the bed, and the walls of the room had weird patterns all over them. I woke him up, and by the time I did, things were more or less normal, but I didn't go back to sleep for a couple hours and wrote what happened while I was still awake, maybe 10 minutes after it happened. I've had more things happen since I told whatever it is to attach itself to me, and TBH I've got no idea. I don't do drugs, and nothing has ever happened to me when I've been drinking. I'm a skeptical, generally non-believing facts vs feelings type of guy, and I don't like that whatever's happened has happened. I don't know, and I probably won't ever know. Oh well, now I look like a nut. I have two. The first one isn't too weird to most, but it freaked me the hell out. The second I'm not sure I believe it, as it was just too freaky. Both occurred when I used to be a truck driver in 2012 to 2013. I was 23 at the time. First story. Once I was at a truck stop somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. I parked my truck, AMD. As I'm walking by the trucks fueling up, I see a guy with a purple truck who doesn't quite look right. Sort of stumbling. I ask him if he's okay. He sort of slowly stares at me, then just falls down. At that exact moment his truck just shuts off. I run over to him, and he's out cold. Other drivers come over, and one of them knows a lot more about this sort of stuff. He says his heart stopped, so he starts doing compressions. Someone calls 911. The ambulance gets there and tries to bring him back, but can't. They call and get authorization, or whatever, to call time of death. I ask the workers if they want me to move his truck to a parking. They said sure. I see he has a little dog in the passenger seat. I hand him off to a worker. As I do so, this really creepy feeling comes over me. I've seen death several times, far more graphic and gory than some old guy falling over of a heart attack, but I felt like someone was in the cab with me. Freaked me the hell out. I try to crank the truck. It will not start. There's about half a tank at least. When the guy first collapsed, the first thing someone did was cut the fuel pump off and put it back into the fuel pump, because he sort of fell almost under the plumping fuel filler, automatically shutting off the passenger side pump. Trucks fill up from both sides, meaning the fuel was pumping maybe a minute or two, so it had gotten, I'd guess, about 10 to 20 gallons. So the truck did not run out of fuel. It was as if the truck died when he died. I could not get the damn thing to fire. Didn't even try to fire, just cranked and cranked. I could see if the truck had cooled down, but it was still very warm, and a warm truck is easy to start. This was also on the summertime. I'm sure there's a logical reason here. Just sort of freaked me out that the truck died at the exact moment its owner literally died. Told them it wouldn't crank, call a tow truck, and I got the hell out of there. Second story. I normally don't drive at night, and never late night. It was winter time, but no snow or anything, probably around 8 or 9 PM, so it had been dark since around 6 or 7. And I'm driving along a fairly straight stretch of road somewhere in Oklahoma. Visibility was pretty good, and I could see pretty far ahead of me. All of a sudden I see what looks like a black dog jump from somewhere off the right, across to the left lane, then dart back in front of me in the right lane. It looked like a big dog, maybe Great Dane. Actually reminded me of Batman dog from Batman the animated series. But moved like a panther or something abnormally quick. When it darted back in front I braced myself. You are taught never to swerve for an animal or even another car. To just apply the brakes and ram whatever the obstacle is, as ramming a car is better than flipping over and crushing a car 80,000 pounds loaded. I didn't have time to brake, but I hit whatever it was, hard. The front hood appeared to flip up, blocking the windshield for a moment, and flipped back down. Keep in mind, truck hoods are hinged at the front and flip forward, like a 94 Corvette. I heard the distinct sound of the glass turntable in my microwave slam and rattle around from the impact. At this moment, I figure it must have been a bear of some kind, and a dog isn't going to crush my front end like it seemed to do. The impact has slowed me down a bit, but my first thought is if that was a bear, there may be more, so I keep speed. The hood seems stable, the steering feels fine, so I don't think there's steering or suspension damage. The lights are still somehow working, and all my gauges are showing fine, so I throw on the hazards, keep moving around 30 miles per hour, and keep my eyes glued to the temperature and air pressure gauges. I figure if I'm leaking coolant, I have like 20 gallons in the system before I run out. I get on the CB and yell out that I think I just smashed into a literal black bear on the highway. Saying bear on the CB usually mean a cop, so you specify a literal black bear and to watch out for either more or its dead body on the highway. One guy says he had just seen a black dog and he almost ran off the road. I tell him that's what I just hit, but it blew apart my front end, and I think it was either a really fast bear, or maybe a panther or mountain lion. The next truck stop is about 5 miles away. I make it there, pull into the pumps and assess the damage. Nothing. There is not a scratch anywhere on this truck. I smashed into whatever the hell this thing was. I heard the massive impact, the crunching of the hood and front end. I saw the front of my hood very distinctly fly up and back down. The hood was completely intact. The intercooler and radiator had no damage. I had hit nothing. I got back in my truck, and I drove the hell out of that state. I went over my hours by 2 hours to get the hell out of that state, and as far as I could, into Texas. Later I found on the internet about an old trucker legend about the black dog jumping out in front of drivers, causing them to swerve off the road to avoid it. Maybe it knew I wasn't going to swerve and tried to take me out another way. Posted about this in a previous thread. Not the creepiest story, but it was very unsettling at the time. When this happened, about 2.5 years ago, I was sleeping in a room at the back of my house that faces the back of another row of houses. For some reason the people in those houses often don't close their curtains at night, which can get awkward, because I often felt like I was accidentally spying on people if they had their lights on. One evening I was doing something in my room, tidying up or something, and I glanced out the window. 2 houses down, in one of the upstairs bedrooms, there was a naked teenage girl standing right in front of the window, staring out. The bedroom light was on even though there was still plenty of daylight, so this was hard to miss. I'm a guy in my early 30s. Assuming she was just getting dressed and forgot to close the curtains, and not wanting this girl to think I was being creepy, I quickly looked away and went about whatever I was doing. A few minutes later I happened to look out the window again, and she was still there, still just staring straight out her bedroom window. This was weird enough that I stopped what I was doing and tried to figure out what the fuck was going on. The girl started moving really slowly, sort of making these odd poses, like turning slightly from side to side, or lifting one arm, like she was looking at herself in a mirror. Except obviously there was no mirror, and it wasn't nearly dark enough to get a reflection in the window, like you do sometimes at night. The sun had just begun to set, so it was actually still quite bright out. I just stood there for a while, trying to come up with some sort of explanation for what I was seeing. but the whole thing started to feel way too creepy on every level, at which point I noped out and closed my blinds. About 15 minutes later I cautiously checked to see if the coast was clear and the girl was gone. And this is where it gets really weird. It took me a while to realize this, but there is no teenage girl living in that house. The couple who live there are elderly, and if it was a grandchild or something then I've never seen her there before or since. I also find it really odd that no one else saw her. I know they didn't, because gossip gets around this street like wildfire, and this is the sort of thing that would have been talked about. Like I said, not the most thrilling story, but it was incredibly eerie, and I still wonder who the hell that was, and what she was doing. Around 2012 one of my uncles died from diabetes complications. He lived with my family at home. That same night I went to sleep and had the weirdest dream I've ever had. In that dream, I woke up, opened the bedroom door, and saw my uncle's coffin in the middle of the living room and my family waiting for the funerary to go to the graveyard. Besides the coffin there was an aunt of mine that died when I was really young and remember seeing her just once time before her death. My aunt looked at me and said, "I bet you don't remember me, puto sabalas, but I'm your aunt and died when you were really young. I have something to show you." Against all my superstitions, I don't know if it's just my family, but there's a superstition that accepting an invitation from a dead relative means you'll die in your dream. I decided to grab my aunt's hand and get out of the house to get immediately transported to the graveyard where we were supposed to bury my uncle. My aunt guided me around the graveyard and pointed at a mausoleum. That's where my parents and I are buried, and then we kept walking. She stopped again at an empty grave and said, "This is where your uncle will be. Don't worry, he's at peace. You need to wake up now, and don't forget to pay us a visit." I woke up and there it was, the same coffin, with the same flowers, in the same position. When we got to the graveyard we followed the exact route my aunt and I took in my dream. We got to the same empty grave. Before leaving I bought a bouquet for my aunt's mausoleum and left. After telling that dream to my mom, she got serious and said that my aunt was an eerie person with a penetrating gaze and that everyone in the family suspected she was a witch or something. Being in the Midwest, you will inevitably see some shit in the night sky that you cannot explain. I've seen solid lights that flew normal for a ways, then stop and fly straight up at speeds no current aircraft are capable in that amount of time, with no turning arch, just a 90 vertical flight. I've seen dark shapes just hanging in the air above fields, no flight lights or anything, just a dark shape, no noise, you look back and it's gone. One that's not UFO related was when I was living with my parents who live on the outskirts of town. They have a couple acres in the country. I swear to God I hear some sort of female voice chanting coming off the back deck at night. My room sheet's next to the back door. Well, I ain't about to play with no damn black magic witch sheet, so I grab my .22 rifle and spotlight and look out on the back deck. Didn't see a person, just a feral cat and a stare down with my sister's cat. Since there was a lot of feral cats and dogs coming up with mange and rabies, I wasn't going to let our cat get tore up. I shot the feral cat in the head. Instant death. Startled our cat a bit. I go to let our cat in the house so I can take the feral cat out to the back property line so the coyotes can get a midnight snack. I close the door, and I swear I hear a shrill woman's voice on my shoulder whisper that was my cat. I freaked the fuck out, whipped around, heart faking, pounding literally hard enough it was moving my shirt with the beating. Nothing. The night was still and quiet, not normal for any rural area. Needless to say I woke my dad up, we got our R's, and walked the house and buildings. Nothing. I went to get the dead cat. It was gone. Blood was still there but no body. I know it was dead because I always put 2 additional rounds directly into the head of any animal I kill to ensure it's dead. I did so with this cat. Coyotes and birds of prey don't come up on our decks and they would have been scared off by the shots. I still have no idea what the fuck happened that night, but afterwards I waited till morning to deal with feral animals. About 8 years ago I was staying at my friend's house with my girlfriend. I came home after work, approximate 3 AM. I lay down, and she was still awake. So we began talking, and she started crying. It was the anniversary of her grandfather's death. I wrapped my arm around her, and closed my eyes. but I couldn't get comfortable. I stirred and kept sitting up. Something was wrong. I looked through the door, across the hall, and into my friend's brother's room. I noticed he had a 4 feet tall white fan. It was all I could see in the relatively dark house. But there was something else. Something in front of the fan, in the doorway. I couldn't put my finger on it as I didn't see anything, rather, felt it. Suddenly, my girlfriend sits up and says, "What's wrong, Bab? Oh my god." All the hairs on my body stood up as she confirmed my suspicion. That's when I saw it. A figure, massive, taller, and wider than the door frame. I couldn't see it with my eyes, but I guess you could call it the sixth sense, or whatever. It was massive, and it hated me. Hate. 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 I was shaking. I had never been so scared in my life. I got out of bed. My body weighed a literal ton. It took tremendous strength to move. Shaking, I finally grabbed the light switch and turned it on. We both grabbed our stuff and hightailed it out of there. I later told my friend about it, who was dead asleep at the time, and he shrugged it off. About a week later he and his brother started stealing our stuff, and we left for good. I was hanging out with my 2 younger brothers one cloudy summer day in our shared room. We were all young kids. I was 8 and my brothers were 6 and 4. Our father being a carpenter, we had this set of beds which could either stack up into a triple bunk bed or spread out along the floor as 3 small single beds. This afternoon, the beds were spread out in the latter fashion. The middle brother was sitting in the middle of his bed, leafing through some kind of picture book. I'm not certain what I was doing at the time, maybe walking around the room with an action figure pretending it was flying or something. All I know is that I was on my feet. My youngest brother was sitting cross-legged on the floor, busying himself with a random assortment of small toys and quietly mumbling to himself. Steadily, his mumbling started getting louder, and he eventually stopped playing with his toys altogether. Instead, he was sitting completely still, staring into the space beyond the toys he was playing with, and continuing to babble gibberish. He, like myself and our other siblings, and probably every child on Earth, was prone to making these sounds every now and then. It was nothing new, but there was something off about what I was hearing. None of the sounds were what I was used to hearing, not the typical cute bullshit nonsense words of a 4-year-old just having fun. They all seemed so random and harsh and deliberate, and he was just sitting there, staring ahead with a blank expression. Fully alarmed and becoming more scared by the second, I call his name and try to snap him out of it. He immediately fixes his 1,000-yard stare on me and slowly stands up, all the while continuing to babble these strange nonsense words. I looked over to my other brother, who was intermittently looking back and forth between him and me, not bothering to say anything but obviously puzzled. Then my youngest brother took 2 or 3 slow steps toward me while looking past me and speaking in tongues. The only thing I thought to do was say to him, "Shut up." That might mean something in another language. Immediately after those words left my mouth, I shot my attention to my other brother and watched the foot of the bed he was sitting on raise up a couple of feet. As he sensed that he was inexplicably lifting at a tilt, he screamed and the bed dropped back into place. Our youngest brother went back to playing on the floor, this time in silence. My other brother and I were left staring at each other. Throughout the years, we check back with each other, just to make sure it actually happened. None of us buy into religion, superstition, ghosts or anything of that ilk. But this instance is something we truly cannot explain. I have a sister 6 years younger than me, and when she was 3 to 4 she had an imaginary friend. They did the typical things you know. Playing together, asked for a plate to be set at the table, so Daniel could eat with us, buckle him up in the car, cause he's coming and all that. We used to have bunk beds back then, and she got really good at climbing the steps alone, so when my mom was in the kitchen cooking or cleaning she would take the stepladder off and lock it in the closet. But sometimes I would go looking for my sister or my mom would, and she would be on the top bunk bed playing with all her toys. We would ask her how she got up there without the steps, and she'd shrug and say, "Daniel helped get up here." You think she was big enough to do it herself, but no she wasn't, and there was no extra bars to help her climb. So we would ask her to show us how she got up, and she always turned to ask Daniel to show us, and she'd just tell us he didn't want us to know. It was a little creepy. Other things she used to do with Daniel was get on the kitchen countertops next to the stove. My mom would be cooking, and she could see my sister playing in the living room, so she turned around to get a pot or something from the fridge, or whatever, and when she turned back around there my sister was on the countertop looking into the pots trying to help with dinner. No cabinet doors open or any noise, she just appeared there. And again when my mom asked her she'd say Daniel would help her up cause my mom needed help in the kitchen. It was bizarre. She stopped seeing him after my parents did her christening. Who knows if she had an overactive imagination and was great at climbing, or if Daniel was actually always there to help her, but my sister says she actually remembers a little boy named Daniel by coming to play with her. She even describes him as having white complexion with blue eyes, and he was always wearing blue jean overalls with a white shirt. My husband and I were living just outside of London way back. One night, he goes out for drinks after work with some co-workers in the city. This was a super common thing for him to do, so I told him to have fun, and I wouldn't wait up. At 12:35 am I wake up in a cold sweat, and the first thought on my mind is I have no idea where he went out, and wouldn't know what to tell the police the next morning when I called them to say he was missing. At the exact same time this thought flies through my head, my rational brain kicks in and tells me I had a bad dream, and don't worry, everything is fine. But the feeling is overwhelming. So I call him. He picks up. Don't even say hi. I just blurt out, "Are you okay?" He says no, he isn't. He got lost looking for a cab, and he is in East London. He stopped to ask some girls for directions, and then these three guys from across the road start heading towards him. The girls tell him you'd better run. So he does. I called just as he ducked into a 24-hour kebab place. They unlocked the shop and they waited until the guys left. I stayed on the phone and got as much info as I could from both of them. The guys left when they found the door was locked after banging on the windows a bit, but my husband was still very freaked out. As soon as these men left, it suddenly dawned on my husband that I had called in a panic, asking if he was okay, and I shouldn't have even known that was happening. The only way I could explain it was that I felt his fear. Anyway, weird. My girlfriend and I were going to MX for a girls trip and we were both packing. I had laid out the clothes I was taking and folded them on the end of my bed, and I wanted to take along a matching set of earrings and a necklace. I looked up and down for the necklace everywhere. I even called my girlfriend to look for it at her place since she lived down the block from me. We spent a lot of time together. So then she comes over and helps me look at my house. Neither of us can find this necklace. But we have errands to run before our flight was leaving the next day, so we hop in her car and do them together. We come back to my house and proceed to go upstairs to my bedroom and drop off the things I had gotten for the trip, when I notice there is the necklace on top of my neatly folded clothes. My friend and I had full body goosebumps, and both of us looked at each other and knew exactly what had happened. Somehow, that necklace got teleported. It sounds crazy, but there it was, and the only explanation I or either of us have is that someone or something put that necklace there. My mother and father had recently passed about 2 years prior. We both think it was either my mom or another type of energy that brought that necklace back from wherever it was and put it in plain sight on my folded clothes for my trip. The rest of the few pieces of jewelry I was planning on bringing on that trip were already packed in a small jewelry bag. To this day I cannot explain how or who brought that necklace back, while my friend and I ran out for a few things for our trip the next day. Since that happened, I have been able to find all kinds of lost objects by just asking the universe, or sometimes Street Anthony, finder of lost objects, if you're Catholic, and almost 100% of the time the object is found within hours. Many times it will just appear somewhere, or I'll stumble upon it. But nothing has ever happened like the necklace. That was by far the most eerie and unexplained thing I have ever encountered. That my girlfriend was my actual witness made it even more eerie. Had it only been me, I'd never feel able to tell the story, and know without a doubt it was some sort of spirit intervention. I have two that I still think about to this day. I was around 7 to 8 years old. I was staying with my grandmother and her dog on a Saturday. I would sleep in her room with her and the dog. The room was on one end of the apartment and the hallway leading from it had rooms on the right side, the kitchen to the left. The hallway led to the dining room and living room. The phone rang, and my grandmother asked me to get it as she figured it was my mom checking up on me. This was the only phone in the house, and it was a pink dial phone that was placed on an old chest box. The chest box was adjacent to the living room furniture, which were a couch and 2 armchairs. All 3 pieces of furniture were cloth that reached the floor, perfectly covering a gap between the ground and the furniture. I have night vision problems and also was not a savage, so I turned on the hallway lights on my way to pick up the phone. The armchair closest to the phone faced away from the phone and was at a distance that I could lean back on it and the cord would still reach. So I pick up the phone and it's my mom. As I'm talking to her, I lean my back against the armchair, and as I'm talking to her I feel a hand grab my ankle from under the armchair. My mom noticed I stopped talking, and I told her grandma was playing a trick on me, but I wasn't scared. The grip got tighter around my bare ankle, and I heard the dog start barking loudly from my grandmother's room. Then I heard my grandmother from her room ask who was on the phone. I started screaming and trying to kick off, and couldn't get off at first. I threw the phone to the ground and ran to my grandmother's room. I have no explanation, and neither did my grandmother. In first grade I had this kid in my bus route that I would never see in school. I'd always just see him in the afternoons getting on the bus in the same uniform as me and would stay on the bus past my route. After a while, I have no idea how long, we would talk about our day, and he told me about how he knew magic. He would always show me what as an adult I now know are sleight of hand tricks. But he had this one trick he showed me. He could make fire from snapping his fingers and would stay there for a few seconds. I remember thinking it was a match or a lighter, but I would never be able to catch it. I kept asking him to show me, and he finally did. Literally all he did was put his fingers after snapping on my fingers, and I could do it briefly. It never hurt, it just felt slightly hotter than warm. I just remember for some days on the bus I kept doing it, and he told me not to do it too much. I accidentally put my hands too close to the side of the bus, which had a grey cloth interior, and left a burn mark on it. The next day he wasn't there anymore. I couldn't do it, and I never saw him again. The burn mark stayed there for years and I never got an answer. My aunt worked at the school, and when I was in 5th grade I went with her to help her switch offices and saw the bus driver. I went and peeked through the window to the spot where this kid and I sat, and the burn mark was still there. Long story short. 1. Weird hand grabbed my ankle from under the couch. 2. Kid taught me fire powers and disappeared. This happened a couple years ago. My boyfriend at the time and I were celebrating our 1st anniversary. We decided to go stargazing, and living in a small southern town, we found some fields surrounded by heavy woods to try to get the best view and most privacy. The road to the fields was just gravel and dirt and pitch black. We swore we saw taillights way down the road not long after getting on, but figured it was some other high schoolers doing stupid stuff. When we got to the field we were going to stop in, he turned off his headlights, thinking we'd find the other kids, cause odds would be we knew them, to mess with them. While driving through this field and looking through the open window, I saw a figure in the grass and it just gave me the most uneasy feeling looking at it. It almost looked like a person crouching down in the grass, hiding or something. I asked if he saw it too, and he said yes. He assumed it was whoever the taillights belonged to and swung back around so that the truck was facing it. We could both see it, not even 10 feet in front of the truck, but it hadn't moved at all. He turned his headlights on, planning to scare the shit out of some poor kid, but there was nothing there. There wasn't any trees or bushes there either to explain the shape we'd seen. He turned his headlights back off again, and it was still gone. To this day, I have no clue what exactly we saw, but a ghost is the only thing that makes sense to me. We did not end up stargazing that night and instead hightailed it back to my house. Didn't happen to me, but instead a very close friend, worth sharing as it's mad, and I was present for the video, you'll understand shortly, and the drive later. So, country lane, driving along at around 50-60 miles per hour, which is standard for a country lane, or 90 if you are Ed Sheeran. If you don't know about UK country roads, they are no wider than a single car in some cases, ditches either side, and usually have posts to stop you veering off track. Also, most country roads don't have lights either. Picture the scene. driving at speed, goes round a corner, to be presented with a tractor coming the opposite direction, covering the entire road. UK tractors are huge. My friend said there was very little time to realize, but both tractor driver and my friend looked, swerved, and carried on. My friend shaken, stopped at the next junction, thinking how the hell did I not get hit, not veer off into a post, and what about the ditch, why am I not in a ditch? Comes back to the office, dashcam in hand, visibly shaken, white as a ghost and eager to plug the dashcam into their PC, to see how they managed to still be alive. Plus we all wanted to see. Here is the bit of which none of us can explain. The dashcam shows footage up to the corner, you see the tractor, then nothing. Completely blank screen, no sound, no picture. Around 5 seconds of blank screen, no sound, and then video and sound again showing the clear road ahead followed by them stopping at the junction. Audio picks up my friend swearing, like how the faking hell. You can imagine the chaos. We all sit there, going back and forth thinking there has been an error or perhaps we picked the wrong file, anything to explain what we were and were not seeing. My friend decides to go back down the lane with me in the passenger seat to see if perhaps she went onto a bank of earth, or perhaps a passing point. I had a copy of the video dashcam on my phone, just so we know the exact spot she supposedly passed the tractor. We get there and no bullshit. There is nowhere that either the tractor nor my friend could have gone. They should have either crashed into each other, or my friend should be upside down in a ditch in her car. So we figured, let's try and trace the tractor to a farm, just going by what little dashcam footage we had. We checked around 4 farms, found 1 or 2, and yes, we also found the tractor. Spoke to the farmer, and I shit you not, he said, the tractor hadn't been out that day as the driver for that vehicle was off with sickness. We just can't explain it. I've had a couple weird experiences. Once, I was in 7th or 8th grade, and me and 2 other girls were ambassadors to help the 6th graders transition smoothly. We were at one of the girls' houses making macaroni necklaces. No one was home. It was literally just us 3 girls. We had the front screen door open, but locked. The 3 of us were sitting on the floor in the living room and clear as day someone said my name. I froze. The other 2 girls froze. One of them looked at me and said, "Who said that?" We all freaked out. There was no one home, and we even looked out the front and there was no one walking down the street. It was so weird. Another time, my parents and I had moved into a new apartment, and in the process, had gotten rid of a lot of stuff, and also bought a lot of new stuff. A couple years before we moved, my mom had bought these glasses from the dollar store, and they had fruits on them, with the name written under it. She bought 4, my dad broke 3. When we moved, my mom got rid of all our glasses and plates. She wanted new matching stuff, and figured it was less to pack. We'd been in our new apartment for a few years and we decided to change the cupboards around. While taking out all the cups and plates, we found that one fruit glass. No one knows how it got there, and no one had seen it in all the years since we had moved. It was so strange. This last one is way creepier and a whole lot less explainable. When I was in high school, I had a boyfriend that moved to Tonopah, Nevada. Long story, so that summer my dad and I took a road trip and headed out to go visit him. Fun fact about my dad and me, we love ghost stories and paranormal shit. So on our little road trip through Death Valley we decided to have a full father-daughter adventure. So we mapped our route and stopped at some awesome places, haunted and not. We stopped at America's biggest fireworks store, the Amagrosa Opera House, where we met a lot of cool people and wild horses. We stopped at the Goldfield Hotel, one of the most haunted places in America, and a couple cemeteries, to pay our respects and look at the old style headstones and craftsmanship. Everything was so fun. Memories of a father-daughter road trip, I hold dear. Here's where things gets weird. After we came home I started to feel really uncomfortable in our apartment, specifically at night, and only by our 3rd loft room. I didn't mention it to parents, my mom because she doesn't believe in ghosts or anything paranormal, and my dad, because honestly I thought I was just being silly. It was a spare bedroom full of junk, and one that we never went into. So it's been a couple months, and it's late one night, and I'm home with my mom. We are getting ready to go to bed, and she mentions that she's glad I'm with her. She says she's been leaving the light on at night. My dad works 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and I thought she had been leaving it on for my dad. Turns out it wasn't. She tells me that room has been giving her the creeps and she doesn't want to be alone in the dark near the room. Weird. So the next day I mention it in front of my dad, and he says oh shit me too. So now we are all freaking out. It stayed that way for a couple months. Lights on all night. No one alone in the dark. All that. My dad and I decide to go on another road trip over Christmas break back to Tonopah to visit my boyfriend. As we are walking out the door, my mom says take him back with you. So my dad and I joking around start naming off all the places we'd been the first time, and then we left. My mom called us the next night. You could hear the happiness in her voice. She told us that she couldn't feel the intense fear anymore, and that she even turned all the lights off the night before. When my dad and I got home we couldn't feel the heavy presence anymore either. It was so weird and completely unexplainable. Alright, this is gonna get lost in the 14k comments, but here goes anyways. When I was like 10 to 13 I was in a soccer league, and one day for some reason we were having practice really late, and it was already dark out. The field we were practicing on that day was also right next to a heavily wooded area on two sides. At one point, our coach tells myself and a girl on the team to go to the end that was right by the wooded area to practice defending, and at about that same time she notices something over in the woods. She said later she couldn't make it out clearly, but it was something decent sized on four legs and she assumed it was a deer and it would just run off. As we got further away though she kept watching it, and it started creeping closer as we walked closer to it, and eventually it stood up on two legs. She immediately screamed at us to run back right now, which we did, and it ran off. Practice ended right there, and we didn't have any more late practices. The other one that comes to mind is a series of recurring nightmares I had as a little kid. There was this dude I called the man made out of wood who looked like the stick bug from A Bug's Life, but a little creepier, and with two heads. Nobody knew where these nightmares came from, myself included, especially considering I loved the stick bug guy from Bug's Life. It would be an ordinary dream, and then someone would either vomit or find vomit on the ground, which seemed to be the sign he was coming. Right after he would show up and kidnap me, and that's always where the dream would end. This went on for a rather long time, and then I eventually learned how to control my dreams just a little, and after one dream where I forced it to change so I could get away, I never saw him again. Fast forward about 15 years, I'm visiting this nice older couple, the wife being from Austria, if I remember right, on Halloween. She's very Austrian at heart and loves to decorate, cook, and everything in her favorite traditions. Well, I walk in, and hanging right in front of their door is this life-sized figure. It was the man made out of wood down to the last detail. I think I asked about it, but I don't remember what they said, but either way it still creeps me out. This really isn't as unnerving or weird as the other posts here, but I thought I'd share my piece of the pie. So my cousin and I both have cabins on a fairly remote wilderness lake up in Idaho, and we like to take my little dingy boat out and camp on some of the random islands dotted around the lake. Last summer we made just this same trip and chose an island we'd camped on numerous times before. It was a jagged and rocky island, only about the size of a tennis court with a few huge, scraggly old trees. Keep in mind this is in the middle of nowhere. We hauled our gear up the island and tied off the boat. We roasted hot dogs and had a great time. At around 11 o'clock we turned in. Because the island was so rocky, it would be hopeless to pitch a tent, so we slept in hammocks. At around 1 in the morning, my hammock unexpectedly ripped open and plopped me onto the ground. I'm not a huge guy or anything, so I really have no idea why it broke. I was just sitting there. We had a good laugh about it until we realized we now had to sleep two guys to a one-person hammock. Squeezed in like sardines, we tried to get some sleep. Before we could fall asleep, a blinding white spotlight fell on the island. This thing was huge, and it lit up the whole island like day. Weirder still, the night was deathly calm, not a ripple on the water, so it couldn't have been from a boat. Besides, the light came from above. We froze in our sleeping bags and sat in the dead silence, blinded by the spotlight. Around 10 seconds later, the light shut off. Again pitch black and still completely quiet, not a bit of wind or wave from the lake. Needless to say, we got the hell out of there as quickly as we could and spent the night indoors. I still have no explanation for whatever lit up the night sky. I guess this isn't the story about what I saw in the forest that night, but rather what my dog saw. Or if you wish, what saw me. I love to tell creepy stories, but there's one I only tell if someone asks me about it, because they've heard from someone else I told it to them. I don't know how well it will translate to text, but here goes. I was out walking my dog in the forest late at night. This is not unusual or freaky, it's something I do a lot and enjoy. It's tranquil, soothing, and just my dog and me. I'm not scared of the dark, the forest, and I have my dog with me. There are no dangerous wild animals where I live, and no bigger animals at all. I also do not scare easily. It was a cold day in October and you could see the stars well, and the moonlight was strong enough to light my path. I have a light, but I didn't need to use it. As I'm just walking minding my business, happy and enjoying myself, there is a sensation like if someone had cracked an egg filled with ice cold water on my head. That's the best way I can describe it. The cold runs down from the top of my head, down my whole body to my toes, and I'm instantly terrified. I get goosebumps all over, and I just know without any doubt in my mind that I'm in mortal danger. At the same time this feeling rushes over me. My dog, who is walking in front of me, has stiffened and turned towards the forest. His tail go low, his head and ears go low, and his mane rises like on an upset cat. I have never seen him do this before or since. Instead of his normal startled bark or the way he'd bark at a wild animal, he emits a low growl and stares intently at a space between some of the trees. I look the same direction as him, and I hear a voice in my head, clear as day, say don't look at it, because then it will know you are aware it's there. I've heard my crisis situation voice before, and it's always weird, having your brain speak to you like it's a different entity, but I do not need it to tell me a second time. I turn around and look for the quickest exit. My dog's inner crisis voice has not given him the same message, because he is fixed on the spot and refuses to move. I manage to yank him while he is still growling deeply, like I've never heard before, and I find a shortcut out of the forest. As soon as I pick up my speed and get my dog going, the wind picks up, and it is warm, and it carries with it a smell of fermented apples and rotten leaves. I hightail it out of there, running like I've never run before, and as soon as we get out of the forest my lungs basically give up. I have asthma, and running in dry air is not possible. I know that I'm safe out of the forest thought, but before I can get any ideas, a voice in my head once again states keep moving and don't look back. Fighting the instinct to not look back, I manage to drag myself and my poor dog away. When I get home I lock the door, light every lamp in the house, and I don't turn them off until morning. I don't sleep either. I have no clue if it was just something in my brain that went let's become scared now, and my dog picked up on it, but still to this day it terrifies me. I always get goosebumps when I tell this story, and I have them now just from writing it out. Make of it what you will. I certainly can't explain it. My aunt passed away from a long-fought battle with brain cancer in April 2010. My grandmother is a very religious woman who had endured her husband, parents, sister, and now her firstborn child passing away, and did so with a strength that I hope to possess one day. I myself am not overly religious. My grandmother knows and respects this, but will still often speak to me about God and Jesus, and how lucky our family is to be so emotionally close to one another, and even though some of them are gone, they are still with us. Jump forward 2 months after she passed. I was never overly close with my aunt, but I loved her very much, and her death had been weighing on me. I'm at work standing in a completely enclosed underground parking garage with a coworker smoking a cigarette, just talking about my aunt. Out of nowhere, something hit me dead center on the top of my head and fell between my feet. It was a golden coin with an angel printed on both sides. I had never seen it before, and my coworker was as shocked as I was. We both looked around the garage, but it was obvious we were the only two there, and had zero idea how in the world this coin materialized out of thin air. Later that night on my hour-plus drive home from work, I very narrowly avoided a multiple fatality accident by mere seconds. When I got home and researched the coin, still shaken up, I discovered it is supposed to represent a guardian angel. Believe what you will, but I believe that was my aunt's way of looking out for me and keeping me safe. She was letting me know she was still with me. Now, I never leave my house without the coin and I have it on me at all times. I like to think it's how she has kept me safe for the last 10 years and I'll never let it go. TLDR, a guardian angel coin fell out of the sky one day and I believe it was a sign from my deceased aunt, protecting me from a potentially fatal car accident the same night. This isn't the strangest thing that's happened, but it's the one that popped in my head right now. I was on a train with my youngest son coming home from the city after a doctor's appointment. My son was sitting in the seat front facing, while I was across from him facing back, so when people boarded I only saw their backs. An older woman gets on, and I immediately thought of my grandmother who died when I was 8 years old, which was decades ago, but I loved my grandmother with everything I had. Watching her walk down the aisle to a seat, it gave me goosebumps because of the way she walked, her hair color/style, her build was like seeing my memory become 3D. She took a seat only a few rows up from us and sat front facing, and when I saw her face, I felt like I had to pinch myself because holy cow did she have similar features to what I remember of my grandmother. Typing this out actually took longer than the whole board the train/notice the woman/took her seat/I made the observation than the real-time scenario. The ride is about an hour and a half, and every time I look up from my phone or tending to my son, I see this woman peeking through the seats that were in front of her staring at me. She would quickly look away, but it happened enough times that I became aware she was staring at me, and every now and then I would give one of those closed mouth smiles in that weird acknowledgement thing humans do. It turned out her stop was before where my son and I were to get off, and as most people do, she got up from her seat as the train was slowing to her stop. There were a couple of people ahead of her waiting to get off, so she ended up standing right next to me, and she tapped me on the shoulder and told me she didn't mean to keep staring at me, but she said she knew me and could not place it. I felt like I was looking through my 8-year-old eyes at my beloved grandmother almost 40 years later, but all I said was she looked familiar to me also. She kept looking at me intensely and insisted she knew me. She knew me, but couldn't place it, but she knew me and said I was so familiar, and she knows she's interacted with me, but can't figure out where. Not being comfortable telling a complete stranger I was feeling some weird déjà vu, doppelganger of someone who's been gone for decades, and that I just wanted to hug her. I told her she looked familiar to me also. She kept looking into my eyes and I could see she was trying to place me, and I told her I have one of those faces that a lot of people always ask how they know me, which is true. It happens consistently. As the train stopped and people started exiting, she pointed her finger in that grandmotherly way, smiled and said, I know you, and I'll probably remember later. Everyone from the train was exiting on the row side where my son and I were sitting, and I looked out the window, and she was stood on the platform by my window and kept looking at me, and I smiled at her. My young son kept asking who that lady was and why she was talking to me as the train pulled away and we were waving at each other. I went to the mall with my friends back in 8th grade, and one of our friends' mom picked us all up from our houses and drove us to the mall. While we were in the car, one of my friends, Ruby, not her real name, just substituting for privacy, brought a doll, and it was Sally from the movie The Night Before Christmas. It was the size of a Barbie doll, but all that aside, it was creepy looking and all that. We all played around with it like typical 8th graders, like making it do the splits and make fun of it. When we finally arrived at the mall, one of my friends, Natalia, put it inside her bag. We all saw her put it in her bag. We were 100% sure. To prove that, we even brought the doll out when we were eating lunch at Burger King and played around with it at the department store and tried scaring people with the doll. Yes, we were weirdos back then. Hours passed hanging out at the mall until we lost track of time and got late. We needed a ride back home, but one of our friends' mom couldn't pick us up since she was busy with work. So our other friend Pearl asked her mom to pick us up and she agreed. Our problem was finally solved until we received bad news that Pearl's mom almost ran over a baby in a stroller at the mall's parking lot. We then had to look for another way to go home, since Pearl's mom was sent to the office of the mall and it was running late and the mall was already closing. I was crying because I had strict Asian parents, lol, and we didn't have a ride home. Ruba's mom decided to pick us up since she just got out of work and we were all relieved. While waiting to be picked up, we noticed the doll was missing. We all checked our bags and it still wasn't there. We were also confused, but figured we probably lost it in the department store. Fast forward, Ruby's mom finally arrived, and it was pretty late, so we dashed right inside her SUV. We were also tired and settled down for a bit. I sat at the back end of the car until I leaned my elbow on the cup holder on the side of the car until I felt something obstructing my elbow. I took a peek, and it was the faking doll. I shit you not, I screamed at the top of my lungs, threw the doll at my friends, and my heartbeat was so fast. They all started screaming too, and we threw it out of the window. It was impossible for the doll to somehow magically appear in the car. If you're thinking it's probably just a prank from one of my friends, they swore to God it wasn't them, plus WE' all a bunch of pussies. It still is one of the scariest, strangest paranormal experiences in my life. We're all still traumatized till this day. Sorry if this was pretty long and detailed. I just wanted to share my experience and no one till this day believes this story. In the 80s I worked for NASA American English's Research Center in Mountain View, California. My work shift started at 7:30. One morning my alarm didn't go off, so I woke up an hour late. Got ready, ran out the door and traffic was horrible. I knew that my boss was going to write me up, and I was worried about losing my job. As I got off the freeway on the NASA exit I noticed that the sky had really turned dark, and it was starting to rain. The whole time I had been listening to traffic reports on the car radio, and I heard them say it was 8:49. I hit the exit, a cloverleaf, and as I went through the curve there was no traffic. Not one car. So I pull into NASA, and there's a strange guard at the gate. I had known the same one for 8 years. I say hello and this guy just stares at me. He looks wrong. Like if you took someone from the 50s and plunked them down. I was freaked out and headed to my regular parking lot. It was packed because I was so late. Then suddenly, everything just sort of spun. It blurred out for a few seconds. My car radio blasts back on, and I hear the DJ say it's now 6:30 and weather is coming up next. Not only that, the whole parking lot is empty. I checked all the radio stations, and they said it was 6:30. My watch said 9 something, and so did the clock in my car. I went into work and all of the clocks there said about 6:32. I went through the rest of the day, and it was normal, but I wonder if I slid into a parallel universe and my double went to mine. I never did figure out what happened. I spent a year on a US Coast Guard law and transmitting station on Okinawa. This was an isolated duty station at the north end of the island. It was a 1-year tour, and there were about 25 crew members at the station. I was assigned as a law and watch stander doing 8-hour shifts. I was on midnight A timer watch when I heard a loud bang on the other side of the timers. There were 8 timers in 2 rows with my desk in between. The timers were about the size of a refrigerator with scopes and dials on the front for maintaining a microsecond delay on the navigation signals we received and sent. The noise came from the open area behind the timers that had a workbench against the wall where the ETs worked on equipment. Directly behind the A watch stander's desk was the door to the C timer room. To the right was the radio room, and then a door opening to a hall and leading to, as I remember, the garage area. At the end of the building was where the engineer watch stander hung out. Just next to that door leading out was a coffee area with a big coffee urn, and with a small galvanized trash can under it. When I heard the loud bang I jumped up and ran around the A timers and found that the metal trash can lid had come off the can and sailed across the room and hit the floor. I picked it up and walked over and put it back on. I opened the hall door and no one was around, so I rang up the M3 who was on watch, thinking he was bored and playing jokes to liven up the mid-watch. He answered on the first ring, so it couldn't have been him, as he couldn't have got back to his phone that fast. I went back to the desk and sat down pondering what had just happened, and within a minute or two, bang, it happened again. I stood up, walked around, and there was the lid on the floor. I put it back on the can again and went back to the desk. It then happened a third time. The metal trash can lid had flown 20 feet or so across the room and crashed on the floor. I went back around, picked it up, walked back to the coffee area, and was standing in front of the coffee urn when I heard a jangling sound. The spoons in the water glass next to the coffee urn were standing up and rattling back and forth in the glass. As I reached out and grabbed them, the salt shaker next to the coffee urn tipped over, the lid unscrewed as I watched it, and the salt ran out. I was by now more confused than scared, and figured I should let the Sea Watch stand to know what was going on. As I cleared the row of A-timers and had a view of my desk, the small plastic paper tray flew off the desk in the direction of the sea timer room door and scattered papers all over the floor. It didn't just fall off the desk, but actually flew about 8 feet, as if it were thrown. I opened up the sea timer room door, which we were not supposed to do, and told the Sea Watch stander that stuff was flying all over the timer room. He said to call the zoo if I was having trouble, but shut the goddamn timer room door. I got on the phone again to the engineer, who woke up the zoo, and told him what had happened. Within a few minutes, he showed up as I finished picking up the paper scattered all over the floor. The zoo came in a few minutes later. There wasn't much they could do, so they hung around for a few minutes, looking at me sideways. The N3 went back to his watch and the zoo went back to bed. Nothing more happened that night or any other night after that I stood watch. I'm pretty sure that it couldn't have been a practical joke. When I got up the next morning and went to the mess hall at noon for my breakfast, the story had gotten around by then that I was seeing things in the timer room, and I was ribbed by everyone in the mess hall for having been drunk or smoking funny tobacco on watch, which certainly wasn't the case. I've had many weird experiences, like possible UFO sheets to just the weird. I just like saying that whenever I newly become or currently am single, my life goes into wild wasteland mode. But here's a more recent story. One day I decided to visit a friend after work around 5 PM and I ended up staying there until like 11. Towards the end of the night I start feeling weird and admitting to them that I feel like I just entered a dream state now. Nothing seems clear. They offer me to stay a little while longer, but I didn't want to impose, but I was just being super honest with how I was feeling the entire time, and would say things like I'm getting real bad anxiety, I think there's someone going to appear from behind that street light, and I was self-aware enough to know I wasn't making sense and they were getting worried, and were telling me to stay, but I decided to at least try to drive home, since it was only like a 15-minute drive. Once I got in my car I drove around her block before leaving onto this long country road that leads into town, and while I'm driving everything is normal for like 5 minutes. When I was driving I looked in my rear view and saw someone just sitting there, and I of course panicked and turned around and they weren't there, and then out of nowhere my car shut off while driving, so my lights went out as well, and then my windows rolled up randomly and the heater just blasted. Once I got the car started again I looked out my window and kept seeing someone floating next to me while the same pace was kept. It was just super unbelievable, and I was just thinking like, goddammit, no one's gonna believe this one. After a while it all disappears, and then the car ride is normal, and when I get home I see all of the lights in my house were still on, which was weird, because usually around that time, 11, either everyone's in bed or you can only see the blue glow of the TV from the outside when it's my dad or someone watching it at night. But I walk in and see my entire family is still awake, and I say hi, and they say hi back, and I go into the bathroom and wash my hands, and when I walk out everyone is gone and all the lights are off. The closest explanation I can think of to this was that a few days prior I had a traumatic experience that inevitably worsened my depression before I got used to that low. But I don't know if PTS makes people hallucinate on that crazy scale of a level. TLDR, went to visit a friend, mentioned to them that out of nowhere I felt like I walked into a dream or a twilight zone. Saw crazy flying people and randomly appearing people in my car, and my family disappearing after I turned my back on them for 2 minutes. About 4:15 am just over 12 years ago, I'm walking back from the bar in downtown Buffalo. I come to the corner of Normal Avenue and can't remember which street. All I know is it was one of the ones named after a state. Definitely remember Normal though. I see two guys standing on the corner and I don't like the look of the situation. It's never good when you see people standing without a purpose nowhere near a bus stop, especially at the hour. I'm thinking of crossing, but it looks like they're looking at me, and I figure it better I walk confidently past them with my hands in my coat pockets. Soon as I get closer, I can hear one of them whispering, and I really get nervous. But then I note a sort of rhythm to it. It's a cold night, so I figure he's just muttering under his breath to stay warm. But once I get closer things get really weird. I can tell both of them are whispering in unison. They're chanting almost. As I cross the street and approach the corner they're standing at, they aren't looking at me. Their glance is fixated up towards the sky behind me, and that's when I notice they're not just standing near each other, they're holding hands. All I could make out as I passed them was something that sounded like Kintak or Mellow. Don't bother googling or looking for translation, because for months and several times in the years since I've scoured the internet to try and figure out what language or religion it could have been about, I got nothing, and I've spelled the phonetics in nearly every way possible. When I got further down, I looked back, and they were still there, hadn't moved an inch. But I noticed from behind them, I could see the moon, and it looked like they were facing it. That surprised me, because in that area the moon is not easy to see. I've seen a lot of weird shit at that hour in that city, but thinking of that night always gives me a chill, and I've never been able to figure out what the hell those guys were doing. I was working as a nurse on a cardiac/pulmonary floor. Had a lot of frequent flyer. One of these patients was a man who had kidney disease to go along with his heart and lungs issues. Now this was not a nice person. He was always rude and just plain nasty. His last stay with us he coded, heart stopped. We worked on this man for over 40 minutes. Nothing. Couldn't get him back. We took off his telemetry unit, constantly monitors your heart, and prepared his body for the mortuary. Pulled his lines. Cleaned his body. Put on his toe tag, etc. This all takes a while. I'm helping the nurse that had drawn short straws that night and had him as a patient. While waiting for transport to come pick up his body, we are all in his room. The doc, the other nurse, and myself. Talking about Justin as this man had always been. The patient suddenly sits up, scaring us all to hell and back. Remember, he's been declared dead. No heartbeat or respirations for at least an hour. He tells us he was walking down this long hallway. It kept getting hotter and hotter. He says he turned around and came back. We all just look at each other. The doctor checks him out. He's fine. In fact, he's so fine he no longer has heart and lungs issues. His kidneys are fine, etc. He gets discharged home the next day. I see him once more when he comes to visit. He was sweet, polite, and a totally different person. Even his family comments that he's no longer in his hole. Did he die and go to hell? I don't know. I do know I was glad I didn't have to do his chart that night. P.S. I don't care if you don't believe me, but it did happen. I was in a really bad drunk driving accident when I was 18, after about 2 weeks in my first year of college. That was in the city I graduated high school from. I was driving my car with two friends riding along late at night. After stopping to talk to a friend, we had stopped at a four-way stop. I proceeded to turn left, just as a drunk driver driving a full-sized pickup truck came barreling through the intersection. He hit my car on the front driver's side by the tire. The car spun around 360 degrees and went forward into a big wooden light pole. I was told that pieces from the collision could be found a block away. I either hit my head on the steering wheel or the side window, but I had a severe head injury that caused my skull to cave in. They had to operate on me, cutting my skull open from ear to ear over the top of my head to repair it. Over the next 2 weeks I was in ICU, after which I went home and spent months recovering. I had to learn how to walk and eat properly. I have lived a full functional life since, with minor repercussions. Every day has literally been a gift as any change to the conditions of the accident, and I would have not made it through alive. What can't be explained is that, the night of the accident, there was a uniformed security guard that was driving by that stopped to help. He helped me out of the car, took me over to the side of the road, and had me lay down on the grass. He then put his company jacket over me to keep me warm. I would have liked, at some point, to have contacted him to say thanks for the help. The problem was that, when the police went looking for him to get more information, as they still had his jacket from the company he worked for, they couldn't find any information on him. The jacket had his name on it, but the security company had no record of him. Those that were around me, both at the scene and during the recovery, are convinced that I had a guardian angel that night. Now at age 43, I have turned out to be 99% atheist for my own reasons, but that 1% will always be there because of this guy. There may definitely be logical reasoning behind not being able to find him, but I will never truly know. Oh man, am I late to the game, but I feel like I need to add my testimonial to this incredible list. I'm going to be reading these for a while and have to contribute. The first thing happened to my dad when he was in college. He used to live in an old carriage house in Court that had spirits knocking about. Nothing crazy, just the occasional door or cabinet opening, taps in the walls, footsteps, etc. For the most part they just ignored them, and it was fine. Then one day he was away at college, a state over, and his mom called thinking he'd come home to surprise her. Confused, he informed her he was still a state away. But your watch is right here on your bedstand. Went to look for his watch. It was nowhere to be found. Still no idea how his watch teleported 100 miles north. Next thing happened to me. I was working at a cafe in an old, renovated Victorian home in San Diego. It wasn't known to be haunted, and I frequently was the last person locking up and never saw anything, but I always said a quick goodnight to the house just in case. Then, one day during the morning shift, I was helping a customer in the front when I heard a huge bang and found an enormous bulk-sized can of kidney beans or something on the floor with a dent in the side from hitting the sink. To end up there, it would have had to slide itself off of the shelf above the sink. I had just been washing dishes 15 minutes prior back there and distinctly remember glancing up at it and not knowing why, so I know for a fact it wasn't hanging off the side, and it was a very wide and squat can with a low center of gravity. I tried recreating it to debunk the experience and could not. The can was simply too heavy and large to teeter on the edge without me noticing and fixing it. I cannot logically explain how that massive can fell off the shelf. I've had other really strange coincidences happen to me, and my dad has had a few more paranormal encounters he doesn't like talking about, but those two are the most notable. Also, for what it's worth, my little brother and I were both born on Halloween, 4 years apart, even though he was due a week later, and I was due a week earlier. Not as weird, but also kind of weird. In the early 90s my dad and older sister were driving home one night from her basketball game, before I was born. We lived in the middle of nowhere, so it was pitch black outside aside from the stars with nothing but trees and swamp on either side of the dirt road. When they rounded a corner there was something massive apparently floating in the sky that was like a glowing flat checkerboard pattern, but made up of different shaped squares and rectangles. My dad stopped the truck and they both got out and stared at it for maybe a full minute in disbelief with both doors wide open. It was just floating there, hovering and not moving. They could somewhat make out the shape of whatever it was, like the glowing rectangles were the bottom of some kind of massive flat-bottomed aircraft. Just as soon as it had appeared, it took off and disappeared so fast that within seconds it was pitch black again. They said if it weren't for the fact that they both saw it, they would have never told a soul. We lived near a Marine Corps air station, so my dad called the base the next day to report it and ask if there was a rational explanation, like a military training exercise going on. My dad said the guy on the phone told him, "You didn't see anything, and if you know what's good for you, you'll keep it to yourself," and hung up the phone on him. To this day my dad and sister have no explanation for what they saw. Here's another story about mysterious lights in the sky with a different ending. When I was about 7 we noticed a light that would flash around every 5 to 10 seconds in the sky almost like a lighthouse or airport light. We were nowhere near either, so my dad being the investigator that he is took me with him to find out where the strange light was coming from. We followed it for about 10 miles and realized it was not a UFO or ghost lighthouse, but coming from the roof of a small grocery store that was having its grand opening. I don't know why country grocery store would have a mega powered beacon, or if / how it was even legal, but it served its purpose and brought customers to the store. I've seen two rather strange things that I can't quite explain. Here's one of them. So our house is built on a hill, so the front of the house is at ground level, but the back of the house is a height of 1 floor level above the ground, as the hill slopes down. On the back of the house is our bedroom, a bathroom and a hallway leading from the rest of the house by the bedroom, and to an exit out the back. This back door opens onto an elevated deck, and a set of stairs leading to the backyard at the end of the deck, with a motion detector floodlight pointed at the stairs, so the light comes on when anyone goes down the stairs at night. Our backyard is a fair size, with a longest mowed yard, and at the end of it a strip of land that we just allow to grow up wild, and at the end of that is a barbed wire fence, and beyond the fence is a large amount of open pasture land owned at the time by my dad, who rented it out for farmland. We have always had 2 dogs, and at the time we had a German Shepherd and a Boxer. They were both good dogs and well trained. We had trained them to go out into that strip of unmowed grassy land between our mowed yard and the fence line and do their business when they had to. We always let them outside to do their business right before we go to bed and immediately after we get up in the morning. We open the back door and they go out into the strip of field and do their biz and then come back and wait at the door to come back in, unsupervised. We have a pair of little dog bed pads beside our bed, and usually the dogs sleep all night and don't need to go out until the morning. But occasionally, maybe once or twice a year, one will have a stomach problem or some issue and need to go out in the middle of the night, so they come around to my side of the bed and wake me up in one way or another as I'm a light sleeper. So this one night our German Shepherd woke me up by pacing back and forth by my side of the bed and panting loudly. I get up and quietly open the bedroom door with the dogs following me, turn on the outside light from the hallway and open the outside door and let the dogs out. I think nothing of it as they are good well-trained dogs as I mentioned, so I never worry about them and just let them go. I close the door and wait inside for a few minutes, petting the cats and filling up their food until I think our German Shepherd has finished her business. I open the door, expecting to see the dogs waiting at the door, but they aren't. So I step outside onto the deck and look out to the strip of land where the dogs usually go. There is just enough light between the backlight outside the door and the light spilling out from the light above the stairs to just barely see the dogs in the field. Except there is another dog there. I squint in the dark, trying to see better. A large white or very light colored dog is standing between our German Shepherd and Boxer. Our dogs standing on either side of the strange dog, standing equidistant from the dog and facing it, the white dog facing the German Shepherd. They are frozen, unmoving. I find myself blinking, squinting, subconsciously leaning forward trying to get a better look as I watch for a few seconds, and they still don't move. Now, having a strange dog show up in the night is very unusual here as people don't let their dogs run around free in this area, but not impossible or anything, just unusual. But the dogs standing completely motionless is pretty weird. Both our dogs as well as a strange dog is very odd and very not dog-like, as anyone with dogs knows. Our dogs would not attack another dog, never, but the dogs would be smelling each other's as and probably smelling each other all over, or running around, or walking around each other maybe. Our German Shepherd would be barking, and definitely running around, or at worst keeping a distance, something. But the 3 dogs are just standing there the same distance from each other without any sound or movement whatsoever, giving me such a pause that I just stared, waiting for them to do something. Finally, I backed up into the house and quickly went into the bedroom and grabbed my uber super bright flashlight and ran back out. Back outside I flashed the light out onto the yard and at the strip of land, seeing the dogs running back across the yard like they normally, no sign of another dog. I swept the light back and forth across the yard and field, left and right, nothing. Then I pointed it out into the pasture beyond the fence, as a careful dog could get under the fence if they were careful, maybe lose some fur if they weren't, but nothing. I stepped to the handrails of the deck and pointed the light down as the dogs ran up the stairs, still half expecting a strange dog to be following them, or somewhere in the yard, or running across it and away. Nothing. So I'm standing there as the dogs come up the stairs, the dogs acting totally normal and looking up at me and expecting me to open the door and let them back in. I said something like what the hell was that? Or something, expecting them to be acting excited as they usually would after meeting a strange dog on their property. Nope. I stood there, waving the flashlight back and forth across the yard and field beyond. I remember at one point, while I was standing there, that our German Shepherd glances from staring at me and looks out toward the field, then back at me. Not so unusual as she is perfectly perceptible enough to understand that I was looking in a certain direction and pointing the flashlight there, but it still added to the mystique of the situation. Of course, since it was the middle of the night and thoughts are more likely to go in that direction, my first thought was ghost dog or some such, maybe a ghost of our previous dog or something. Despite me totally not believing in ghosts and crap like that, etc., I quickly discounted that, forcing my mind to something more rational. So I take the dogs back in and eventually, after quite a while, fall back asleep. Was it just an unusual situation where a dog had wandered along right at the time the dogs were out, or saw them and wandered over, combined with a weird idiosyncrasy of dog psychology? Was I asleep? It sure didn't seem like it in any way, and my flashlight was along the side of the bed instead of on the table by my bed, where it usually is. I suppose to some people this isn't that unusual, but between the white/light colored dog and all of the dog's unusual frozen lack of reaction to each other, the whole situation just kinda freaked me out and has always puzzled me. TLDR, can't explain the moving imprint on my bed for months. Years later, religious dad experiences the same thing. I'm always leery answering this question on Reddit cause I always get those people who tell me I'm insane. Don't be that person. I just can't explain this, and trust me, neither can you. When I was a teenager and briefly had a room in my dad's basement for about 7 months, every single night when I went to bed, lights off, lights on, early, late, didn't matter. When I laid down for bed there would be a depression of something weighted on the bed that shortly followed. It looked and felt as if an invisible cat was sitting at the end of my bed. I could feel it get on and off. I could feel it walk. I could feel it sitting there. And when I say feel, I don't mean the internal feeling you get when someone is watching you. I mean a literal physical feeling, weight and vibration of a physical object getting onto a mattress. I was never brave enough to reach out and touch it. I thought I was going insane and was in an extremely religious household, so knew I couldn't tell anyone or they would immediately think I was possessed by demons. Fact that. So I just ignored it. It never hurt me, so I never felt a need to get rid of it or acknowledge it at all, other than freaking out about it in my own mind. Talked to one friend about it at the time, but I didn't like their mystic answers either. People I've told since have said it was a spirit animal, some said aliens, others said ghosts. Literally no one knows. Now the finale. My dad, the super religious guy, I was afraid to tell about it because demons. Years after I moved out, he was having a bit of trouble in his marriage and moved into the room I was in. He started experiencing the exact same thing. Different bed. Even a different room of the basement. It was sectioned off. He said the first time it happened it was dark, and he literally thought a stray cat got into the basement somehow until he turned on the light. Happened to him the whole time he was down there. And yes, he thought it was demons. I've got a few stories from my childhood. The earliest I can remember was when I was about 4 years old. I loved helium balloons. I'd often go to hot air balloon shows and all. One time I had a helium balloon, and it would follow me around the house. Like, I'd leave the room, and not long after it would slowly float into the same room. It wasn't just single rooms either, it would be able to navigate its way through bendy hallways and all. I, being young, thought it was really cool that this balloon must have been alive. I told my parents and they kinda shrugged it off. So to prove to them I placed the balloon on one side of the house and told them to wait at the front door with me. Unsurprising to me, it navigated its way through the whole house to the front door and stopped. My parents said it must have been wind going through the house. Next day my balloon was gone, and my parents claimed to have no idea about it. I asked my mum years later, and she admitted she got rid of it because it freaked her out too much, and they knew from the moment I got it that it was following me around. Second story. So this stuff was happening when I was closer to 7. I have a bad case of nightmares like all the time. Always about stuff chasing me, or dreams where I'd see myself standing in front of myself, but without any eyeballs and an open mouth pointing at me. I'd remember sitting up really quickly waking up my nightmares, but it wouldn't be once. I'd wake up like 4 to 5 times really quickly, jolting up, as if I was waking up from multiple dreams. One time I got out of bed to go to the toilet and I remember the house was really dark, but I could still see stuff, and on my way to the bathroom I saw heaps of disfigured warped black shapes walking at the end of the house. I'd just stand there and look at them until my dad would tap me on the shoulder, to which the light was turned on and there were no more dark shapes. He would tell me that I was sleepwalking and that I was calling out his name. Was weird cause I could see where I was going while doing it. Couple years later parents are split by this point, and while visiting my dad I begin to notice whenever I turn my head there is always a dark thing in the corner that rushes behind the door. But only if I wasn't looking for it. Whenever I intention to find it, it wasn't there. My dad denied there being anything and only ever saw them at his house. Fast forward a few more years and I'm about 12. I'm living with my mum, younger brother and sister. We live in this older home. And I remember I was still having terrible nightmares. I was never a sleeper, I might add. I was able to live on 4 hours of sleep and couldn't sleep in the daytime at all. I woke up one morning around 3 AM and decided to play on my DS. My mum had a no getting up until 6 AM policy, so I'd stay quiet in my room. My room was right next to the kitchen where I had a clear view of the front door, bathroom door and stairs leading to second story. I'd sleep with the door open and hallway light on, since I was scared of complete darkness. One night I heard the fridge door open and the kettle turn on, so I thought my mum was awake. I went out to the kitchen and there was nothing there. No kettle on or anything. I was kinda freaked due to my past experiences. Asked my mum, and she denied anything. Couple days later on my DS, and I hear a pot put on the stove, and then drop on the floor really loud. I go out to the kitchen and nothing. Pot is on the drying rack. Once again my mum denied. A couple night later I wake up to go to the bathroom, do my business, and come back. As I pull my blanket up to my chest I hear something call out my name. Really deep voice, slightly distorted. It called my name a second time. I didn't move a muscle. Then it started asking me if I was there and got really angry in its voice. I sat there frozen for 3 hours until my mum got up, and she noticed I wasn't up, so she came to my room, where she said I was super white and sweaty. I told her what happened, and she said it was probably a dream. I started crying, telling her it wasn't, and that she needed to believe me. Later that day she pulled me to the side and said that she believes me, and that she has been hearing things too. She said that one time she was sitting in the kitchen folding laundry, where she heard a dog growl behind her. We didn't have a dog at this time. She said another time she heard kids laughing and came downstairs to tell us to go to bed, but we were fast asleep. We weren't very religious people, but my mum decided to get some church folk to come in and cleanse the house. They said there was something bad there and that they had to get someone better. That person came, did their thing, and for a few months my nightmares stopped. No random noises. Nothing. We got ourselves a little puppy dog, and after a few months he started acting strange. We would be petting him inside and he would just freeze and stare over our shoulder. Eventually he would start growling over our shoulder. I woke up to the stair creaking and went out there, which no one was on them. My nightmares started again a little before that too. It got to the point where my dog would run upstairs to my mum's room, bark into it, then we would chase after him, get to him, then he would race downstairs into my room, barking at the corner of each room. By that point we just knew we had to leave. So we moved house, and since then, my nightmares stopped. No more odd stuff happening. Nothing since. I don't not believe in ghosts, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they were real either. I was about 12 or so, 1975. I was at a friend's, Lorry, house and we decided to take a walk to go see if another friend was home. We had to cross a road that kind of veered into two roads, and in the middle there was a vacuum cleaner business. There was a light at this intersection, and as we crossed the first street I heard a man's voice in my right ear, as if he was speaking from about a foot above me, saying there is great danger here. I turned around because I was positive there was someone talking to me, but nobody was there. I said to my friend, who was to my left and in front of me, "Did you hear that?" She didn't hear anything and asked what I had heard. Just then, standing at that intersection next to the Hoover Vacuum building, I got the worst feeling of impending doom. I just told her something bad is going to happen and we need to leave. She looked at me like I was nuts and we kept walking. Our other friend lived close by, but she wasn't home, so we headed back to where Lori lived, going back the same way. We had only taken 10 to 15 minutes to walk to the girl's house and back. When we got to that same intersection, a woman had smashed her car into the Hoover building right where we were standing. When I told my friend about something bad happening, she freaked out. Asked me how I knew what was going to happen. I told her a man told me to leave. She's like, "What man?" To this day I have no idea what that was, but it was real. I heard it. So who knows? I was 19 at the time and spent the summer days with my best friend at his parents' house in the countryside of Virginia. One particular night, our chit-chatting dwindled down as we were planning activities for the next day, planning a New York City trip, I believe. We were situated in his sister's room, since she had the working computer. My buddy was searching for hotels, back to me, and I was laying on the floor facing the doorway that led out to the hall. His sister's room was the last room down the hall, adjacent to the bathroom at the end of the hall. If someone were to use that bathroom, they would have to pass his sister's room first. Anyway, mid-conversation, a little girl in a white dress walks right by the doorway into the bathroom. She must have been 4 to 6 years old. I immediately stood up, and I remember asking my buddy, "Hey, I didn't know you had people over." I was pretty sure throughout the day, it was just him and me alone in the house. He has a large family and members will drop by with little to no notice. Being curious, I looked down the dark hall toward the bathroom and there was no sign of life. No one was there. His next words brought chills down my spine. "It's just us here, man. My parents and everyone are out of town." Additionally, and what makes this chilling, I justified briefly that it was a family member that just stopped by with their kid, but this reasoning falls short. He's Asian along with every member of his family. Korean to be exact. This girl that walked by was Caucasian, and from what I recall, her outfit, the white dress, was not of the time, early 2000s. "Bro, your house is haunted," I said. "You're just tired and seeing things." The story became forgotten, never repeated, and we chalked it up to me being tired and delirious. Fast forward 12 years and my best friend is now married and briefly live in his parents' house with his wife and new baby. His wife wakes up one night to use the bathroom. On her walk there she sees a little girl in a white dress in the hallway, freaks out and runs back into the bedroom to tell her husband what she saw. I got a call soon after, and let's just say, I love when people tell me I'm right, despite the paranormal circumstance. Out of interest, I did a little research. The house was briefly listed for sale and Zillow revealed the house was built in 1901. One day I was sitting in the family room watching TV. All of a sudden I heard a crash in the piano room across the hall. This is a small room with a baby grand piano and only inches away is an antique china cabinet. That was my grandmother's. At the time there was a thick foam board sitting on the piano, and on top of that was a can of adhesive spray in a bag. When I went into the room to see what happened, the foam board was in the corner of the room on the floor. It looked like it had been thrown. On the wood floor, in between the piano and china cabinet was the spray can of adhesive, in the bag, sitting on the floor, as if someone simply placed it there. The window in the room was closed so there was no wind blowing through the room. Since the foam board was underneath the spray can, when the board was thrown into the corner of the room, the can really should have hit the glass panel of the cabinet. It's really old glass, so pretty thin and fragile. I've gone through what happened over and over for the couple of years since it happened, and I cannot come up with any rational way that all this happened. Weird stuff has happened in this house. One night, at about 1 AM I was up watching TV in my room. My parents were in bed. Out of nowhere I heard loud heavy boot steps walking down the hall on the wood floor. I was totally freaked out. Me and my cat who was on my lap both stare at the door as the heavy steps increasingly get louder. I throw my cat off my lap and stand frozen frantically thinking, do I go hide in the closet or rip the screen off the window and run out of the house? I was on the first floor, but I'm frozen. I can't move and I'm terrified. Just as the steps got to my door and someone should be right there was nothing. They just stopped. Me and my cat are just starting at the door thinking, what the fuck just happened? It took me a while to calm down before I could go to bed. I've also got a photo I took of the flooding happening in our backyard one night. When I looked at the picture, there were all kinds of orbs in various sizes all over. It almost looks like there are facial structures in them. It's bizarre. This isn't something I saw, but was something that I experienced. When I was in college, I was at a bar when there was a last call for alcohol. The bar closed at 2 AM, so this notice would have occurred at 1:30 AM. I headed to the bathroom before leaving, and suddenly I was struck with the overwhelming need to call my brother, Kevin. I had never had this feeling before. I met up with my boyfriend after leaving the bathroom and said, I have to call Kevin. He said, it's too late, call him in the morning. This was before cell phones, and after insisting a handful of times that I needed to call my brother, I was finally convinced that it would have been rude to wake him up. We went back to my boyfriend's apartment, and I thought nothing more of my brother. The next day I was talking to my mom on the phone. She lived in a town about an hour away. She mentioned that my brother was at her house, which I found to be odd, since he lived out of state at the time. He gets on the phone and says, where were you last night? I told him I was at a bar, and then I went to my boyfriend's house afterwards. He says, oh, I was pounding on your door wanting a place to sleep, but you never answered. He further explained that he had given up after a while and had driven another hour to our parents' house. I asked what time he had been at my house, which was 3 blocks from the bar, and he said, around 1:30 or 2 o'clock. I still wonder occasionally what caused me to think of my brother at that particular time. I guess I'll just chalk it up to a strong sibling connection. Didn't happen to me, happened to my dad when I was around 11, early 90s. For reference, my dad, to my knowledge, has never shown fear of anything in my entire life. He's the type of guy that the camp group hears a noise in the woods at night, and he chuckles and goes for a walk to see what it is. So I grew up in a rural farming community in NW, Florida. We were on 200 acres and in a tiny community of 7 houses spread across a 1-mile stretch of highway. There's a massive north-south overhead power line that crosses from a neighbor's property to the south and runs north across our property. If you followed the trail south on the neighbor's side, when it reaches their property line there's an intersecting road that runs perpendicular east to their old family homestead. The home there was built in 1883, and almost everyone in that family lived and died in the house. They have a caretaker who lives in a small trailer about 50 feet from the home with his young kids. My dad enjoyed walking under the power lines in the afternoons because the local utility always kept a nice, clear driving path, and we did a lot of maintenance, so we were always welcome to walk on their property. So he leaves on a Sunday afternoon in January. It's cool, low 50s, and there's a slight haze. He crosses the highway and goes under the neighboring lines, and as he is approaching the end of the property, he notices a little boy around 7 to 9 years old ride his bicycle out of the joining road about 30 feet ahead, stop and looks at my dad, turns and pedals back down the road. At the moment my dad got a weird feeling, but he assumed it was the caretaker's son riding his bike and dismissed it. So my dad reaches the intersections and turns, and there's no one on the trail, and no bicycle tracks. This is a straight path through thick woods that runs about a mile before it reaches the old house. Now he really feels uneasy, especially since the family cemetery is right at that intersection. Again, never afraid of anything, he decides to walk down and see if the caretaker is messing with him. 10 minutes later he reaches the old house, and the caretaker is outside playing basketball with his 2 sons. Dad immediately notices neither boy is dressed like Bicycle Boy. He makes small talk with the caretaker, and then asks if his sons have been riding their bikes in the past 15 to 20 minutes. Caretaker turns white and pulls my dad aside. Caretaker explains that he has seen that boy several times over the years, and so has his daughter, but neither of his sons have ever seen it. Caretaker tells my dad to take the other exit off the property, promptly tells his boys to go inside, and just walks away. I'll never forget the look on my dad's face when he walked back in that day. He was white as a sheet of paper and refused to talk about what happened for a few days. I didn't get the story until I was much older. He's in his late 70s now, but since that day he has never taken that walk, and he refuses to go on that property without myself or my mom joining along. Late to the party, but here is my story. I was 15 or 16, and we'd just experienced a time change, so it was darker than usual as I walked to the bus stop on a Monday morning. My house was at the top of a hill, and had a common driveway, and ran parallel to one of the driveways of a neighboring house. Between these two driveways was roughly 20 meters of yard and a row of citrus trees that blocked, but did not entirely obscure the view of the other driveway. While my driveway was paved, this was gravel. As I'm making my way to the bus stop, I look over and see the silhouette of a person standing between one of the fruit trees. I don't think much of it, because my neighbor often hired laborers to help her with her garden, and several of them lived in the neighborhood itself, so it was not uncommon to see them walking early in the morning like I was. However, when I get to the bottom of the driveway I turn to look up the road and the figure is standing barely a few meters away from me, and all I can see is the deepest black shadow. No features, depth or detail. It was like someone has cut out the blackest part of the night sky and left it as a cutout in the middle of the road. While it was early in the morning, it wasn't so dark that I wouldn't be able to see a face or some clothing from that far away, but there was nothing. On top of that, if it was the same figure I had seen between the trees, they would have had to sprint to stand where they were in that moment, and I would have heard them moving across the gravel. But it was a super quiet morning, probably 6 AM, and I hadn't heard a thing. I slowly turned around and started making my way down the hill to the bus stop with my heart in my throat, but when I looked over my shoulder a few seconds later to see if it followed, it had disappeared. I still have no idea what I saw that day, but all I know is that it wasn't a person. Thankfully, I have not seen it since. I had a consecutive series of dreams that were all linked together over the course of some time. Didn't remember how far apart they were, but it wasn't all in one night. Maybe a couple of weeks. The first dream was the shortest. In it, I was sitting by a creek at my parents' house at night. Behind me, the entire sky was taken up by a massive blue comet with a huge trailing tail. I looked forward and the sky in front of me above my parents' house was filled with stars. But they were off. They were all visibly yellow and arranged into shapes and designs, some of them resembling flowers. Then the flower shapes started to rotate and other stars moved in conjunction, as if the whole sky was some kind of unfathomably large machine. The second dream was at night at my parents' house again. I was surrounded by what felt like 100 people outside in the driveway. But they didn't feel like dream people, it felt like I was surrounded by actual people. Like, I think I was lucid at this point, but I'm not sure. Everyone was quiet and looked really confused and scared. Like a bunch of dreaming people congregated in a single dream. Anyway, I looked up, and the stars in the sky were yellow again, and arranged in shapes, and moving like a machine. One star began to glow brighter and brighter, and then it fell from the sky and the light went into my parents' house. I pushed past people to get inside, and inside there are two beings. Both with snow white skin and hair with black eyes and a black jewel on their foreheads. One was a beautiful woman and the other a floating child wrapped in a white cloth. The walls then began to glow and show me beautiful landscapes of some place I don't know. Mountains and fields, etc. The light faded, and I was back outside with the other people. They all had a quiet, but pleased look on their faces. I too felt what they were feeling, and when I woke up that morning the only way I could describe the feeling I had then was all questions have been answered. Final dream was a bit stranger. I remember being on a bus or train at night riding away from a city. There were lots of people on board including my family. Everyone was mumbling and scared. No stars were visible in the sky this time. I look out the window towards the city lights, and in the blink of an eye, as fast as turning on a light switch, a massive object appeared over the city. It was a cubical hourglass shape with a half circle over one end. It floated at an angle above the city, and every inch of it glowed in shifting neon colors. As soon as it appeared, people on the bus/train started screaming in terror at this incomprehensible thing that suddenly appeared. From the object, a bright white light began to approach us. It was clear that it was several objects flying closely together in an almost diamond formation. Each glowing object was sharp and bird-shaped. And as they approached, and their light became more blinding, someone on bus/train shouted in a terrified voice, "It's the angels." Then the white light engulfed my vision, and I was suddenly standing in a city park at night. The street lights were on, and a few yards away a beautiful woman in a white dress was standing there. Her skin and hair were snow white and her eyes black. She held out a ring and said, "Marry into this power and humanity will change forever." Somehow I thought humanity should have its own chance to change. That I had no right to make that change or something. A blinding light filled my vision, then faded, and I was back on the bus/train. Everyone was no longer in hysterics. They were all smiling and quiet, like the people in the previous dream. My mother turned her head to look at me, and in the most at ease voice said, "You refused." I look out the window and the bus/train is going into a big bunker/military base built into a dam. The massive glowing object is now hovering directly over the base, but its shape is slightly changed now. It's vertical with the half circle at the top, but the bottom of the hourglass shape is now tapered down into a spindly, inverted cross. The bus/train enters the base and the dream ends. Weirdest part, I was watching Ancient Aliens on History Channel sometime after, and some crazy lady was talking about being visited by little grey men. She talked about her experience with them, but one part stood out. She said they showed her beautiful landscapes of a faraway place. She drew lots of pictures of the encounters, but one of them immediately caught my eye. It was of two beautiful people with snow white skin and hair with black eyes and a black jewel on their forehead. Just like in my dream. But I didn't see it on TV until after I had the dream. This'll probably be lost in the flood of comments, but why not? Maybe you'll get some enjoyment out of this op. Very much doubt it. Also, this will be long, and I recommend reading this after you wake up and have a chance to forget about it. I don't sleep well in new places. Every time I fall asleep somewhere new I'm always on edge, always waking up every 20 to 30 minutes, and always feel like something's there. It could even be a place I've slept at a month ago, and when I go back I'm still not sleeping well. Enter my family's timeshare in a little town in New Mexico. We go there every year and we always get the same cabin and I always sleep in the same room, second floor, 3 beds in one room. No one else is in this room and no one else goes into this room, since you literally have to go out of your way to get to it. Our trip there 3 years ago was memorable. As I said, I never sleep well in new places, but this time it was worse. Every hour I would wake up 3 to 4 times and feel very uncomfortable, like something was watching me. Every night I slept with the lights on. By the 5th day I was tired and showed it. My mom asked what was up, and I begrudgingly told her. I still thought it was my paranoia, didn't really put it together, that this was abnormal even for me, that and being a 20-year-old guy, it was humiliating to be saying I was essentially afraid of the dark. She ended up telling my uncle who, despite not believing in the paranormal or anything like it, went out of his way and bought some sage for me to burn. In case you don't know, sage is a cleanser. When burned it purifies the room you're in, and you need to purify the corners in each room to purify a house. My mom does it while I'm sleeping downstairs, and I look forward to sleeping well tonight. Cue nightfall. I get to bed around 12 PM and the stage is set for one hell of a night. The room felt different and very hostile, but I'm dead tired, and quite frankly don't 100% believe in the paranormal, so I figure screw it, I'm sleeping. The farthest corner from me is about 20 feet, and it looks dark. Ever heard of Vanta Black? Yay, that dark. As the time passes I literally began feeling tension in the air. Every second feels like an eternity, and my hair on both my neck and arms begin standing up painfully. Finally I get sick of it, and turn the lights on. That corner remains dark as hell. Then I begin hearing scratching. This house is a 2-story house. I'm on the top floor and hearing scratching from the far corner. That corner, outside, is a sheer 15-foot drop to a unpaved road that is heavily traveled. Underneath that corner is the kitchen that is impossible to sneak into since the tiles make noise at the slightest weight. There is no chance in hell that someone is trying to screw with me. Then I hear slow footsteps, one every few seconds, making its way to me. I'm literally looking at this corner and there is nothing. At this point the little 5-year-old in me wakes up and decides the best defense is to yank the blankets over my head and pretend I'm not here. Brilliant, I know. The footsteps slowly get closer and closer and closer, while my heart starts getting louder and louder and louder. Finally it stops at the foot of my bed. Then it begins scratching the wall next to my bed. I wish I was making this sheet up. I'm not moving. Nope. I'm under a blanket. Blankets equal safety. No one can get to me under my blanket. Scratch. Whatever the fuck it was, it just scratched the pillow my head is resting on. Now I'm done. I'm pissed. And I finally begin acting like a 20-year-old man who hasn't slept well in 4 days and is currently pumping more testosterone than a faking bull shark. I jump off the bed, throw the covers at the wall, puff myself up, and shout faking bring it. A few seconds later there's a loud bang on the wall I'm looking at. There's nothing there. A second later it's accompanied by another loud bang. From my door as I Usain Bolt into my mum's room like a little beach. Not proud of it, but it's the truth. Anyways I slept on the floor of my mum's room for the rest of the night. Next morning I wake up, my mom's downstairs talking with my aunt and uncle about it. My mom's the only one at this point who believes me. I come down, they kind of joke with me about it. Then I ask my mom to follow me into the room, since I didn't feel safe going into it alone. If at this point you're still reading and don't believe this, just think that over. I'm admitting to asking my mom to come with me. That is my evidence to the truth of this. Take it or leave it. We get to the door of my room, open it and my room is trashed. Now I'm not neat, and I did just throw everything on the bed at the wall, but that doesn't explain why my clothes are strewn across the room, shoes at opposite ends of the room, and the other beds, that I never touched, are messed the fuck up. Needless to say it became rapidly apparent I wasn't lying and this was for real. Also needless to say I burned that sage like my life depended on it, and probably got high off of the smoke as I frantically cleansed the entire room. However I was completely prepared to go sleep in my truck if things went south again. Potential bears be damned. Night falls. I'm nervous. I lay in bed with the lights on. Then wake up the next morning feeling mostly better. Turns out, you either need to be the one who burns the sage for it to work, or whatever was there didn't appreciate me running to mommy with my tail tucked between my legs. So have fun sleeping tonight. Guys, I've never typed this into any forum and only a few people have ever heard the story, mainly family. I'd ask for advice on finding out about it, but I've already tried researching it to death, and nothing. To make an hour-long story very short, 23 years ago, as a teenager, I was staying with my cousin/BFF. We stayed up all night listening to music and talking. It's just what we done. In the middle of the night we went outside to the car, so we could turn the music all the way up. We noticed one cow out in the huge pasture that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was so extremely white, it was glowing. It was bright enough that you had to look to the side of it to make out the details of it. If you looked directly at it, you couldn't see as much as if you used your peripheral vision. We couldn't make out a face or even an exact number of legs, but it was definitely coming closer. It made its way all the way to the edge of the fence. The dog barked and barked, but refused to chase it away as it did with other cows. We woke her mom, my aunt, and her 2 brothers up to come outside. They did. They seen it. Up close. It never looked at us, only moving as if it were grazing, but it didn't have facial features, just an outline, so it wasn't eating with a mouth, only making the grazing movements. An hour later it floated/drifted away then vanished in the center of a flat pasture, the same way it had appeared. I called my mom at that very moment and told her to come get me. When she got there that next morning, I showed her proof, because there was a perfect, solid, round burnt spot where the cow had stood for nearly an hour. That used to be my grandmother's house, and the house that I lived in until I was in 1st grade. That house meant so much to me, but still, to this day, I've never returned. Too often, my sister says tell so and so about the glowing cow you saw. Listen to this, as if she's trying to make me look crazy in front of other people. I roll my eyes and say no, I'm good. I don't tell people for that very reason. This still bothers me. From time to time, I'll go days where I worry about exactly what the fuck happened here. Hopefully someone else here has had a similar thing happen. Before we get into this, it's important to know that I'm a pretty hard skeptic. I think the universe is connected, but even as a kid I never cared much for spirituality or anything of that sort. I have never had experiences like what happened to my family in this place before or after, and some of them were genuinely terrifying. I choose this one because it's one of the times we were all together and something happened to everyone. I lived in a house in central Arkansas from '98-01. From the time we moved in, everyone was uneasy in the place. No one wanted to come right out and say it because it seemed foolish, but something inside of that place was deeply wrong. When we were first moving our things in, my dad, a Navy sailor and competitive boxer, refused to stay by himself after sundown. We had 2 dogs, and both of them refused to go into the back hallway or bedrooms, no matter how much you coaxed them. Threw a tennis ball in there? Sorry, human, get bent. Game over. One weekend night I had decided to stay up late while my parents had gone to bed to watch TV and play a little N64. I had finally been allowed to rent Conker's Bad Fur Day and was excited to have a little taste of adulthood and freedom granted to me. It was late, so I knew that everyone in the house was asleep. There was a noise that was like building thunder that never crashed, or like the smooth glide of a bowling ball cruising down its lane. It got louder until it was almost like the walls were the source of the noise, this tumbling sound, and I was terrified. It woke my parents up, who came into the living room furious at whatever it may have been that I was doing to make so much noise. There was no vibration. There was nothing being disturbed. It didn't even hum the way a loud noise will vibrate the air. It just was. Terrified, I turned off the N64 and went to bed with my parents. We huddled in their back bedroom, where the dogs wouldn't go, while this sound filled the house. After a few minutes the sound got smaller, until it was just about speaking volume, and moved from my bedroom at the far end of the hallway, and moved toward my parents' room, where we were staying. We could hear it travel past, but as it got to the edge of a light cascading onto that sheety beige carpet from the ceiling fan, it would suddenly stop and begin at the far end of the hallway. It went on this way for what seemed like hours, until it suddenly stopped. I didn't sleep that night, and I stopped sleeping in my room for another few weeks. I'll edit this comment with details, but RNI will just say a little door at the entrance to the stairs on a friend's house slammed real hard on its own right in front of us 6 years ago. Edit. Here comes the story. 6 years ago a friend of mine invited me to play video games to his house, since his family was out of town. We went upstairs to a little living room, and by 11 PM, while I was sitting on the floor I noticed an old porcelain doll. I grabbed it, and its head fell off, since it was already broken. I took its head, and showed it to my friend. He told me to put the doll down. This was very strange, since he had never spoken to me that seriously before. I placed it down and asked if he was afraid of it, and he replied saying that every time someone grabbed the doll, strange things happened at his house, flickering lights and noises, things I consider pretty explainable. I consider myself pretty skeptic of paranormal activity, so I just dismissed his comment, but had to admit his reaction was pretty weird. Fast forward to the next morning, about 5 AM I came out from the room, which was upstairs as well, and took a shower. We were leaving for work, since our shift began at 6 AM. As we were running down the stairs, this little metal door that my friend's mother has downstairs for the security of his toddler sister slammed very violently right in front of both of us. We both looked at each other and couldn't believe what we had seen. My friend, who was 20-year-old at the time, was about to start crying and wanted to run upstairs and lock himself in his room. I didn't let him do it. I told him we had to leave the house as soon as possible, so I walked down the rest of the stairs and opened the little door, which gave me the freaking chills, and we literally fled the house running. He says that to this day, that is the most violent event that has happened there. I'm 25 now, and that's pretty much the most unexplainable thing I have ever seen. Not so much seen, but one morning while back home for a visit, I woke up feeling super heavy and intense from a dream. I seriously felt like I had slept for 2 weeks, like 2 weeks had gone by. It was the weirdest feeling. In the dream, I was at a funeral in Oakland, California, where I lived for a few months and a lot of friends live there. The funeral was in a large building and outdoors as well. At some point I got trapped inside the building and couldn't get out. I went to different rooms, but there was no way out. Doors were locked and boarded shut or didn't exist. This is what felt like forever, trying to get out of this building. I woke up without ever finding the way out. I had a feeling that something horrible happened, and I didn't know what it was. I texted the friend whose funeral it was in the dream. He was fine. So I decided I was just in a weird headspace and tried to wake up, which was really hard. I didn't want to look at my phone because I knew something had happened. After like an hour of trying so hard to get my heavy limbs to move, I checked my social media and found out that, around the time I was having this dream, there was a fire at a party in a warehouse in Oakland, California. At this point, we didn't know who was alive and who wasn't, as it was Sunday morning and early-ish for partygoers, so the morning was spent frantically checking friends' social medias who were waking up and checking in about their safety. 3 of my friends were stuck in the building and died that night. That wasn't the first psychic dream I have had, but it was the heaviest. I cannot be convinced this is a coincidence. I've never felt anything like that before. I think we just don't know everything. I mean, obviously, right? So I was about 8 at the time. We had fairly moved to this new house. One night we were all getting ready to go to church. I mostly got ready all the way, except I hadn't put on my tie yet. We were running late, and for whatever reason, I decided, at that moment, I didn't want to go to church that night anymore. At first I jokingly mentioned it to my mom, and we fought about it for a few minutes. Eventually, after a few minutes and some back and forth, surprisingly she didn't care. Told me I could stay home, said it was whatever. I could tell she was mad about it though, and I'd have to pay the consequences. When she came back, as I see my mom and siblings exit the house and leave to church, I feel this guilt and unease for a quick second. I'm pretty stoked though, and forget about those feelings. I mean, I'm an 8-year-old who didn't have to go to church that night, got the house all to myself. The world is my oyster. So I make my way to the living room, turn on the TV, start flipping channels. Nothing good seems to be on, and in my mind I think, great, this was a waste. Then all of a sudden I hear footsteps coming from upstairs. Specifically coming from my mom's master bedroom. I didn't pay it any mind at first, didn't want to think about it and scare myself, mind you. By this time it's like 8 PM, pretty dark outside. The only light source I have is the TV in the living room. I didn't think of turning any other lights on before. The way my living room is set up too, it's towards the back end of the house, directly under the master bedroom, so if I wanted to see what was up there, if and whatever was there, I'd have to walk towards the front of the house to the staircase to peek inside the master bedroom. So after a minute or so trying to focus on whatever was on the TV and telling myself my mind's just playing tricks on me, those footsteps turn into loud thumps, back and forth, really fast, like someone's running across my mom's master bedroom from one end to the staircase, which starts a few steps directly out of the master bedroom. At this point I'm nervous as hell, thought I was gonna die then and there at the hands of whatever is in that room if it decided to run downstairs. So I quickly pounce out of the living room sofa, turn off the TV, go running across my now dark house to the front door. As I'm making my exit I turn around and look up to the master bedroom and vaguely see what looks like to be a shadow of a 3-foot human-esque figure. At this point everything's still, no footsteps anymore, no running back and forth. I couldn't make out any details or anything of what it could have been. All I saw was that shadow. I get out the house and slam the door shut, walk directly across to my next door neighbor's house, since there's no barriers between the houses. At this point I'm sobbing like a baby. Knock on his door. Older gentleman, a banker. He was a snooper. Anything we did around the yard/house he would ask us about. Get in our business somewhat. It was my only and closest option at the time though, so I just went for it. Sobbed at his doorstep as I was trying to explain how I was home alone, on my own accord, and scared. At this point, I didn't tell him about what I heard or saw in the house though. Lol. He invited me into his house and we watched a Lakers game until my mom and siblings came back from church. To this day I have no idea what happened that night upstairs. My mom and siblings teased me a fair bit about the whole situation. When I told them about it that night, I think it's hilarious now and don't think much of it. We've lived in this house for 15 years now. It hasn't happened since, and nothing of that nature has come up again at this house. If you don't count the handful of moments of sleep paralysis I've had, but that's my own damn fault. Lol. Short story about that. Tried lucid dreaming a few times. Lead to sleep paralysis. Of course other times I slept the wrong way, in ways I knew damn well I would get sleep paralysis by if I slept like that, but I was too stubborn or tired to switch positions in those moments until it was too late. Lol. When I was about 7 years old, me, my sister, my mom and her friend with his 2 kids went to this beach that was right next to a hotel. The setting is kind of important, so I have to explain it. At the time, there was no lighting installed within the beach, so the only sources of light were the reflection coming from the spotlights of the hotel and a bunch of small road lighting lamps on the sideways of the path that would take you from the parking lot to the beach. Also, there was a big plot of long, dry weed right next to the beach canteen that was about 100 to 150 meters away from the sea. They are pretty widespread in my country due to its dry climate, and they are completely useless. No one touches or even goes near them, ever. Around 9 PM there was nobody left except for us, and as 4 children, we were sitting on the shallow part of the seabed playing, while our parents were waiting for us to come out of the sea, so that we can finally leave. I tend to get cold easily, so I was the first to get up and walk out of the sea. I stood up, I was about to take a step towards the coast, and I suddenly happened to take a glance at the weed patch next to the canteen. There were 4 human figures in front, 3 of which were standing, and one of them was picking something from the ground, which for some reason I thought was a handful of sand. Soon after, it stood up as well, put what was in its hand into a little container, got in line, and they walked into that dry weed patch in order with no kind of lightning whatsoever, and just like that they were gone. The hotel lighting was enough for me to pick up what was happening and what they looked like, but of course I couldn't see any color or physical characteristics. They all looked identical to one another, as if they were clones. They were quite tall, I'd say about 2 meters, and were thin. They possessed human body attributes, and there were no silhouettes of hair or clothing. It was as if they were naked, or wearing a tight full body swimsuit kind of thing. However, I think it is extremely odd and unlikely that a bunch of people would just straight up walk into a weed patch without even seeing what is in front of them. There wasn't a single day that I didn't think about this occasion after it happened, and at some point I thought that it was a false memory that I created in my mind. Couldn't talk about it to anyone, as they would either not believe me or just brush it off by telling me that they could be swimmers or something. Finally, I told about it to my sister 2 years ago, and she went, "Oh yeah, I saw that too." It was relieving to know that I did not make it up. However, I don't think that I'll ever be able to find the answer as to what it was that I witnessed, though I do believe that they were extraterrestrial creatures. My mom, my sister, and I were all driving home one night, but before we ever got in the car we talked about how the sky was so clear tonight. This was in rural India, and it was just one of those nights where the whole night sky is sparkly. We took the old highway home. It doesn't get used as much as the main highway, and is starting to fall into disrepair. I'm driving. Mom is in the passenger seat. Sister is asleep in the back. I get a weird feeling, and so I stop the car, and I noticed something in the sky, but I didn't understand. I just ask Mom if she is seeing what I'm seeing. She says I don't see anything, and I open the door as I say exactly. We both get out and look up, and there's something in the sky blocking the stars, but it's big, like really big. Like at least 4 houses big. It looked maybe disc shaped. I can't tell. It was against a night sky. It was hovering low, and I mean low, like I felt like if we had a tallish ladder we could touch it. But it wasn't moving. It was as dark as Vanta Black. We should been seeing stars, but nope. Nothing. Like we could see stars if we looked toward the horizon, but directly up. Something was blocking the path. This story gets brought up now and then, and every time my mom gets frustrated cause she just wants to know what we saw. I don't think we'll ever know, but it would be cool to find out if anyone else has experienced this. Oh, and for the story, we got back in the car and drove the rest of the way home and saw about a block away that the sky was clear again. Some people are going to say it was a cloud, but I know what a cloud looks like at night, and there's enough light in the area to illuminate a cloud. No, this was not a cloud, but it was humbling and frankly quite terrifying. Not sure if it qualifies as strange, but back when I was about 17 I was out late one night and had missed the last bus home from downtown. It was an approximately 3-mile walk, not a big deal, I can manage that, from there to my house, but around the halfway point it changes from residential neighborhoods to a long dark trek with fewer street lights and wooded areas on either side of the road. I was always nervous walking through there at night, because someone might be in there, not an unreasonable assumption. Homeless people camped in there from time to time. So I'm walking down the street towards home, and a quarter mile or so, before I get to the dark section, I pass this house, and there's a dog on the porch. He was a gorgeous dog, white German Shepherd with blue eyes. I'm wary because I don't know this dog, so I just said something to the effect of "Hi puppy" as I was passing by. Well, the dog got off the porch and came down to the sidewalk. Oh sweet, I think to myself, but he was being chill and wagging his tail and offered me a paw. I shook his paw, told him he was a good boy, and started walking again. He started walking with me. At this point I'm thinking, fuck, I know I can't keep him, he clearly belongs to someone, but he persisted in walking with me. I will admit that I felt much safer with him there, but I kept thinking about how I was going to get him back home in the morning, and where would I keep him until then? When we got within sight of my house, he suddenly stopped walking and sat down. He wouldn't follow me any further, so I shook his paw again, said thank you, and told him again that he was a good boy. He got up and went back the way we came from. I never saw that dog again, always wondered if it was a guardian angel watching out for me. I had a dog who for his entire 12 years loved everyone except 2 people, both of whom he would bark and snarl at viciously and try to get off the leash to attack. He never even barked at anyone else and was already perfectly leash trained when we got him from the pound. The one guy he hated lived in the same senior housing apartment building as my mother, and I was always so embarrassed that my dog would try to attack Richard whenever we picked my mom up. My dog would just go crazy pulling on the leash or trying to get out of the car, snarling and barking viciously at Richard, and only Richard, even if Richard was far away. A few years later, Richard was arrested and charged with hundreds of counts of child molestation and rape of multiple children. Richard used to always volunteer to be the Santa Claus in my small town. How did my dog know that Richard was a threat to my kids? The other person my dog hated was a man who used to walk around the park near us walking backwards and talking to himself. I was never afraid of the guy, because with my background in psychology I know most people with mental disorders are not at all violent or criminal. I thought my dog just didn't like him, because he was different and unusual. However, one day when my dog was pulling in the leash and barking and snarling at this guy far across the park from us, a policeman came over. I thought me was going to reprimand me for my dog's behavior, under control and on the leash, but still clearly threatening that odd man. But instead the policeman came over to warn me to stay far away from that guy, not to talk to him, not to let the kids anywhere near him, and to be very careful the guy didn't follow us home. The policeman said he couldn't say more than that, and at this point they couldn't remove him from the park. They were watching him, waiting for him to do something that would legally enable them to arrest him, but he emphasized repeatedly not to let the kids near him or let him know where we lived. How did my dog know these 2 men were a threat? Growing up, me and everyone I knew were all fascinated with the paranormal from a young age, from ghost stories told by friends to kids shows like Goosebumps to straight up horror movies. Although I would get spooked and sometimes have trouble sleeping, I, male 30, never believed in any of it until one instance when I was 13. I used to be really close with my cousin's 2 boys, 1 girl, all a few years apart in age. Every few weekends, we would come to each other's house to spend the night. Each family's house was fairly old, but still well taken care of and in good shape. All my life, I've never had any weird spooky vibes from my house. Sure, I've had some pretty shitty people live here through the years, but never any creepy vibes at all. My cousin's house whatsoever, well, that's a different story. They have a semi-long hallway on their top floor, and during the daytime, walking through it to get to a bathroom or bedroom would be fine. As a kid, around 5 or 6, at night, I would always get an ominous vibe, as in something would tell me not to linger. By the age of 10/11, I had confirmed I wasn't the only one. An aunt would refuse to stay past 6 in the evening, claiming the house was haunted. I'd overhear my mom tell my dad that our cousin's dad, homie Arwana, would sometimes cry out of fear to his wife that 2 ghost kids would come to his room at 2 in the morning asking him for help. But his wife, rotten lady by the way, would laugh at him. Even with the strange hallway aura and his claims, I still held the idea of supernatural as far off. He was a bit of a drunken drama queen, and as for my feeling, well, hey, we've all had bad vibes, right? So, fast forward a few years, I'm 13 now, and other than his occasional claim of ghost kids, nothing at all has happened after me spending dozens of nights there a year. I should mention that the house wasn't huge, and being an ethnic family, it isn't uncommon for sometimes 6 or 7 ppl to sleep in the same room. That was the case on this night. I was sleeping on the floor alongside 2 or 3 other kids. I woke up around 2 AM to go to the bathroom. Pitch black room. Got up, and someone brushed past me. No big deal. Just assume it was my cousin, as the figure was the size of a preteen kid. Out of curiosity, I do a quick look around the floor to see who it was, and all my cousins are accounted for. With a frantically beating heart, I turn to see what can only be described as a wispy white figure behind me. Very translucent. Without hesitating, I drop to the ground and cover myself with the blanket. I stayed wide awake like that, under the blanket, shaking in terror, until the sun came up. Didn't tell my cousins, because I didn't want to talk about it. Only have told a few ppl since. To this day it's the only experience I believe I've ever had with the paranormal. Never laughed at my uncle's claims of ghost kids again. Grew up Native American, so that alone gives you incredibly scary experiences. One I experienced was while I was sleeping in my bedroom at home, while on summer break. The window to my room goes right out to our patio area, and it was open because it was summertime heat. I was falling asleep, in between that time of sleep where you're half awake and half dreaming, and I was dreaming that I was in our kitchen looking up to the door that opens out to the patio next to my room. The view I had was from a lower perspective, and I could see the light from the parking lot pouring in as I looked on the door, when suddenly the door popped open, and right at that moment, I woke up in my room hearing the door to the patio open through my window. I then heard some crashing in the kitchen, which assumed to be my cat knocking stuff over. I was kinda freaked and went to the kitchen, and sure enough the door was opened. I just closed it and stayed up a bit later, then went to bed. I just thought it was a super odd experience and never mentioned it. Flash forward a few months, and I'm at uni in another state, and my mom calls me. I answer, and the first thing she says is, "We've had visitors." It immediately sent chills down my spine, and she explained that apparently she'd visited a medicine man who told her that people, witchcraft people, were coming into our house to curse us and stuff. I then told her about the dream, and after putting it all together, I think this is what the dream meant. That dream was myself projecting into my cat, which I was extremely close with this cat. We believe animals like cats and dogs are natural protectors, and obviously everyone knows they can sense beyond our own senses. But I think I went into my cat's mind explaining the low perspective of the kitchen looking up at the door, and he was warning me that something was coming in, and that he jumped at whatever tried to come in, causing that ruckus I heard after. It was weird and super eerie, because that door was always opening by itself when we were cooking or watching TV, or we'd just come home to it opened. We never thought anything of it, and just said it was the wind. But after doing a ceremony, the door hasn't opened by itself like that since. Strange being native. Dang, I'm so late to this. No one will see it, but whenever I tell this story, I'm always hoping that someone will offer up a perfectly plausible explanation, and I can forget about how disturbing it all was. This was in 2007, maybe 2008, before I had a smartphone. I just had one of those little silver phones with a pink click-on color front, a glowing screen, and a T9 keyboard. One night my phone lit up with a VM notification. Weird because it didn't ring. So I checked it. It was a frantic call about how we had been caught, and there was no escaping, and that person was leaving town, and if I wanted out that I better be ready to go tonight. It was weird, kind of disturbing, but my friends and I listened to it a few times and decided it was a wrong number. A few nights later, the same thing happened. Phone lit up after not ringing. I had a VM. It was a woman crying and telling her dad how sorry she was for the years they spent not speaking, and she knew he might not make it through surgery, and wanted to reach him before going under to say she was sorry and wanted to make things right. Sad to think I got the VM instead of the dad. The VM didn't end for months. Every few days, sometimes it would go weeks, then my phone would light up, and my stomach would drop. Once was a girl whispering that was hiding in the closet and someone was in the house and she didn't know what to do. One was a guy screaming and cussing that he was going to faking kill me for what I did and telling me that I was going to be so faking sorry when he finally got a hold of me. Always a different person, a different crazy heartbreaking frantic reason for calling. Sometimes all I could hear was static and yelling on the other end. There were so many. Those are the only ones I can remember off the top of my head. Then they just stopped. No explanation. They just started one day and stopped one day. I've been meaning to tell this story on Reddit for a while now. Basically, it wasn't so much what I saw, but what I heard. I used to do conservation work out in the forests. And when I say forest, I mean nothing but trees for miles around. The nearest town was a 2-hour drive away. Anyway, at night we would sleep in tents. There was this one night around midnight. I remember glancing at my watch when I was woken up out of a deep sleep. I take meds for insomnia. That's how knocked out I was by what I can only describe as the sound of a record scratch being played through a loudspeaker. It was loud and echoed all through the forest. And it just repeated over and over again. Same volume, same exact sound, same timing. I remember laying awake in my tent with my heart pounding so hard that I just knew that I was going to have a heart attack. After a couple of minutes it stopped, and then I heard footfalls right outside of my tent. Eventually, somehow I was able to sleep. The next day all of my coworkers were talking about the sound, but we couldn't come up with an explanation for it. It just wasn't human, and it wasn't any sound that I could ever imagine coming from a bird or mammal due to how loud and precise it was. All that day I dreaded the coming nightfall, and then it happened again. I was woken up around the same time to that record scratch noise blasting through the forest. There was no one out there but us. That's what makes it extra odd. And even if there was, there's no plausible reason why they would be making that particular sound at that time of night. I didn't hear it again for the last few days that I was out there. I know logically people will say forest equals animal noises, but it was so faking loud and did not sound like anything that could occur naturally in nature. Literally, it sounded just like a record scratching over and over and over again. Makes me wonder if Siren Head is actually real, because it sounded exactly like the type of noise that he would make. My encounter with a bear in the campsite was not as frightening as that stranger noise. Very late to this one, but I had a horrific dream in the mid-late 1990s which is worth mentioning. It came at a time that I was experimenting with lucid dreaming where I taught myself to be aware and grasp dreams long enough without waking up to enjoy and test the boundaries. I don't make any effort to do that anymore and barely even remember my dreams today. I don't remember every detail now, but back then, and for a long time afterwards, it consumed me. Normal wacky dream at first. I was on a boat that sort of took flight and morphed into a plane, then an airliner. Goofing around with people I knew, gradually replaced by people I didn't know. Then snap, it was not a dream anymore. Visceral and emotionally charged. It was an airliner. I was looking down the aisle at 100 faces of real people contorted in panic and fear. A door was missing, and the dark ground was approaching fast. It was nighttime. I was right next to a flight attendant, and was feeling all of his emotions, almost like I was watching through his mind. Then suddenly I'm standing alone in a waist-deep swamp. Water seats, limbs and bodies were strewn about, illuminated by burning wreckage. I've had nightmares which emotionally hurt before, but this was another level. I'm really not an emotional person, but I woke up, shed tears and felt unable to move for quite some time. I lay awake the rest of the night, then told my mom about it early next morning. It really felt like a premonition, which I don't believe in. Even now, as awful as it was, I believe that it is just a horrific coincidental nightmare, but it completely goes against my intuition. My mom remembers it well, because she'd never seen me so upset. That morning we looked into some plane crashes to see if anything could have triggered the dream, but nothing stood out that matched the details I recalled. It was a day or two later when an airliner crashing into the Florida Everglades with all lives lost was all over the news. I just felt awful, like I knew and was somehow responsible for all of those people, especially the attendant, that I had a chance to save them. I had that eerie feeling this is no longer a dream, only one other time in my 39 years of dreaming, and I hope I never have it again. Oh boy, I've got one. Maybe not exactly seen, but definitely the strangest thing that's ever happened to me that I can't explain. For as long as I can remember, every summer my family and I go camping in the woods. To set the scene, it's pretty far out. No cell phone signal, about 20 or so miles on a narrow dirt path, until we reach the spot we use every year. It's up in the mountains with a creek running nearby. It's me, my mom, my grandpa, and my 2 cousins. One's the same age as me, and the other is 4 years younger. This happened about 2 years ago. We've got the tent set up, so my cousins and I start going up the creek like we always do. We have these checkpoints, if you will. The starting point is the Monkey Rock, where the campsite is. Then the Spider-Puss Rock, the Snake Tree, a fallen tree that goes across the creek from bank to bank. The Jacuzzi, lastly, the cliff. We've never gone farther than the cliff. My grandpa told us that it's too dangerous, so we never did. Until one day, we make it to the cliff and are jumping off it, swimming, the usual. When my younger cousin asks what's beyond the cliff, we say we don't know, so being the fearless teenagers we are, we decide to explore. We go past it and around a bend and we can't see the cliff anymore. As soon as it's out of our sight, we all just start feeling weird. Like, I can't explain it. We shrug it off as being unfamiliar with the area and keep going. There's no alternate paths, no way we were going back towards the Jacuzzi. We are jumping from rock to rock, swimming when we have to, slipping and falling and trying to have fun even with the uneasy feeling. Then we come across another fallen tree, like the Snake Tree. We climb over it and keep going. We note how everything seems familiar again, and how it's kinda weird, but whatever. Then we see it. The fucking Jacuzzi. At this point I just wanna go back, but my cousins don't want to, and say they'll leave me alone if I don't come. I absolutely didn't wanna be alone, so we kept going, and end up at the cliff. Everything's the exact same. I'm so freaked out and finally convince my cousins to turn back. We do. Our way back is normal. Start at the cliff, then to the Jacuzzi, then the Snake Tree, the Spider-Puss Rock, then the Monkey Rock. We sit on it and try to understand what the fuck just happened. Because as I mentioned, there weren't any alternate paths, no way we got turned around, we just somehow ended up in a loop. We decided we wouldn't tell the adults about it and just pretended it never happened. My younger cousin seems to have blocked it out entirely, but my other cousin and I talk about it sometimes. I have no idea how it happened, but fact, going beyond the cliff. I was an air traffic controller for several years. Our tower was not operated 24/7 and our shifts began 30 minutes prior to opening. Our opening checklist takes about 3 minutes to accomplish, and the rest of the time is spent BSing or messing around on our phones before we have to turn them off to work the position. It was still pre-dawn and pitch black with a pretty clear sky. At some point, one of us, one cowwalker and I, noticed a bright, focused light to the east which appeared to be lined up for a runway. This isn't uncommon at all. That is, aircraft coming and going while the tower is unmanned. Pilots can activate the runway and approach lights by clicking their mix on the local frequency a certain amount of times and then just broadcast over the same freq to announce their intentions to land to Kiev. What we found odd was that there were no broadcasts, the runway lights hadn't been activated, and the radar wasn't showing anything in that direction. This also wasn't a huge deal as it is not required for aircraft to broadcast or even turn on the airport lights when landing at an uncontrolled field. The lack of radar return could even be explained away as sometimes small slow aircraft wouldn't show up. We were just concerned that maybe this pilot was unknowingly broadcasting on the wrong frec and therefore unable to turn on the lights. So, we called the overlaying airspace's approach control to ask if they had anyone coming into our airport. They didn't. Still, not that weird. Could be some dude flying around on visual flight rules, meaning he didn't have to talk to air traffic until we opened for the day. But, as we were discussing this, the light dropped from the sky. Like, fast. It never changed in intensity and we were not able to discern the green and red navigational lights of a plane or helicopter. It just went straight down and disappeared. Now, before you judge us as horrible people who just watched a plane crash and did nothing, let me explain a little further. This light didn't move for 5-ish minutes and appeared to be only a couple miles off the runway. We can usually hear helicopters from that distance and even walked out on the catwalk to listen but heard nothing. Furthermore, this light didn't drop from the sky. It went from stationary to an unfathomable speed in a fraction of a second. And, the light never changed in intensity until it disappeared completely. That means, if it had been a plane or helicopter, it would have had to been falling while level with its landing light pointed directly at us the entire time. I don't fly helicopters, but I'm a pilot and can confirm that's not how planes fall from the sky. I have also witnessed hundreds of practice auto rotations by helicopters both at night and during the day. This was not the same. We followed up with this by contacting our flight service station to see if any aircraft in the area had reported an activated emergency locator transmitter. These things are required on most general aviation and commercial aircraft and alarm upon impact. At the distance we estimated the light, which we gathered from topographical markers, our radios would be able to receive the ALT alarm, but we only heard silence. Same reported from flight service. We were both completely confident in saying that what we saw was not an aircraft. Having said that, UFO sighting reports in air traffic don't get you a wood so much as an early appointment for your next mandatory physical. That story stayed between us for a while. I'm usually a very scientific person. I always look for the most reasonable explanation I can find and stick with it until proven otherwise. This time, however, I don't really have a good explanation, so I'll just tell exactly what I observed. It was on the 24th, Christmas where I live, and I was on my way out to celebrate with a friend and his parents, since my parents aren't much for celebrations or family gatherings at all. I was driving along a country road past dusk, and I saw a red light flash on the left side of the road, about a meter or two off the ground. I figured someone pointed a laser pointer at me or something, so I hit the brakes slightly as to not crash. But the second I started slowing down even slightly, this red light darted diagonally across the road and up towards the clouds, completely quietly and ridiculously fast. As it flew, I saw that the light came from some dome-shaped light that was mounted on the front of what I can only describe as a phallic rocket-like shape. No wings, no visible exhaust or motive propulsion. It looked like it was made of some polished metal, though I'm no expert, so I can't say exactly what it was. I know the road I was driving on well enough to know that no one lives nearby enough to control a drone from their home, at least. There was also no foliage nearby, so I doubt anyone could hide and control something like that without me noticing. The place also has no history of military-related anything, plus, no real tracks lead off-road enough to hide something like a base. It also was not a street light or anything else that cast some sort of reflection, because the only light came from my headlights. So I don't know exactly what I saw. I'm not one to scream aliens or ghosts or some made up nonsense, so if anyone has any idea, I'd love to know. 3 years ago, my school took our students on an overpass field trip. We decided to stop at a waterfront park, located on an old naval base, for lunch so the kids could get some fresh air. After eating, I decided to walk up a hill to check out a clearly abandoned house. The house was surrounded by a fence, boarded up on the bottom floor, and the trees surrounding it were draped with Spanish moss. It really did have the creepy haunted house look to it. It is important to mention that several of my students came up the hill with me. As we all were checking out the house, I noticed movement in one of the second floor windows. I looked up to see what appeared to be a small dog looking out the left corner of one of the windows. As I was watching, the entire curtain moved to the left and a woman's face appeared in the window. One of my students saw her as well. We both watched for several seconds before she vanished from sight and then directed all of the kids back down the hill. After getting back on bus, I made sure to ask the student if they noticed anything odd. I know how impactful the power of suggestion is. They confirmed every detail without me prompting them. When our group arrived at the hotel that night, I started researching the house. Turned out it was the former admiral's quarters, was over 100 years old, and had been abandoned for over a decade. The house reportedly had ghost sightings and other paranormal activity associated with it. I consider myself very skeptical, but I cannot rationally explain what I saw. The only logical answer is that it was a homeless person squatting illegally in the house. This seems extremely doubtful though, due to the fence, the entire first floor being boarded up, and the area being routinely patrolled by police. My brother and I's childhood best friend took his life one night very unexpectedly. I remember the day before he took his life I had this very grim feeling. Not like bad or dangerous, just something very off was happening that day, almost like impending doom that made me feel sick to my stomach. I couldn't pinpoint it. Anyways, I got home that night very late, and I couldn't sleep, so I put on the entire Constellations album by August Burns Red on repeat to help me fall asleep. The last time I looked at the clock it was like 11:16 p.m. I started having a dream about flying down a road, like I was a bird or something, and my flight came to halt at a tree, this very big familiar tree, that I couldn't quite pinpoint where I had seen it before. And my entire focus in my dream was in this tree, and it was scaring the living shit out of me, and I started to lucid dream. I was completely aware I was stuck in this dream, staring at this tree, and there was this deafening dull ring that made me shoot awake at 3:14 a.m. I had awoken to the song Mariana's Trench playing, but what was weird is also fell asleep to that song, and woke up at the exact same part one remembered. I went to school the next morning. Felt that impending doom feeling all day again, but it was worse, and I had my mom come get me. When I called her, she said something very bad happening, that Jake had killed himself by driving into a tree, and I went to the crash site to put down some stuff for him with my brother. He hit a tree at 130 without a seatbelt on and was shot from the vehicle through someone's camper. Lol, I know it's not funny, but it's pretty messed up that this would even be possible. The tree that I saw in my dream, and he drove down that road, like I flew down in my dream. And I had that dream, and woken up at the exact time his crash happened and he died. And what makes it even more faked up, is my brother had the same exact experience. He told me this nearly same exact story randomly at Jake's funeral, even though I hadn't told anyone about this at all, because it was terrifying the fuck out of me. And I kind of just looked at him blankly and ignored that he told me that story for the rest of the day. This isn't the first and only instance of my brother sharing the same dreams at the same time either. I don't believe in spirits or anything, but my brother and I can sense and feel each other's hard times randomly when we are 1,000s of miles away from each other. I told this story before. The summer after I graduated high school, I got a job delivering pizza to help save money for college. I had a lot of run-ins with some pretty weird characters, but nothing like what happened this one night. It was a Friday night. We deliver pizzas until 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. It was 12:45 a.m. and we were preparing to close when our manager said we got a call for a delivery at place almost 20 minutes away. Being the desperate for money teenager I was, I offered to do the delivery. This was before smartphones had GPS, so I used a Garmin. I plugged in the address and off I went. The Garmin took me deep into the backwoods of rural Texas. I finally arrived to my destination. The house looked like something in a horror movie. Big wooden 2-story house with no lights on. The first thing I noticed about the house was that the front door was wide open. I sat in my car for a few minutes debating on turning back, and claiming no one was home. Something just didn't feel right. I needed the tip money, so I sucked it up and approached the house. When I got to the open front door I didn't enter. Instead I knocked. No one answered. I knocked again as loud as I could. No response. I finally got the courage to say something. Pizza delivery. Anyone home? There was a few seconds of silence until I heard a weird voice upstairs. I walked in the house and could barely make out my surroundings because it was so dark. I make it to the bottom of the stairs and look up into the dark abyss. Again I said, pizza delivery. The voice spoke again, come upstairs. I can't get out of bed. Something was very off about this voice. It didn't sound normal. The best I can describe it is, if a dog somehow learned to talk, but still had trouble pronouncing human words. The hair stood up on my neck. There was no faking way I was going up there. The tip wasn't worth it. I placed the pizza at the bottom of the stairs and shouted, I'm leaving it here at the bottom of the stairs. Have a good night. As I turned away the voice said, no, come upstairs. I can't get out of bed. I replied, I'm sorry I'm not even allowed to enter someone's home on the job. You'll have to come get it. I heard some loud banging from upstairs with the voice shouting at full volume, come upstairs. I can't come out of bed. The voice shouted this over and over again, like it was a recording on a loop. The banging got louder and louder as the voice got louder. Then I heard the sound of someone running down the stairs. I ran to my car and noped the fuck out of there at full speed. To this day I have no idea what the fuck happened in that house. When I was about 6 my mother took me to her friend's place to introduce her friend's new baby boy to me. I remember her walking in holding the little thing. Fast forward to when I'm about 10 I haven't seen this woman or their little boy since. My mother takes me and my little brother to her friends again. I see the boy only he looks older than 4. So I ask him how old he is. To my surprise he said he was 6, now the same age as my little brother. That same day we went to the local park and played on a basketball court where I was teaching the boy how to play. Again fast forward I'm now 12 years old, we all heading back to the same family and my brother and I haven't seen this woman or her son since. I remember how strange it was that this child was aging faster and talked to my little brother on the trip there. He remembers the boy being the same age as him. We finally get there, look at the boy, and he looks older, much older. I ask again how old he and he replies with 13. My brother and I are very confused. How is this happening? We talked to my mother and she said we are being silly and the boy was born 13 years ago. The last time we visited this family, my little brother is now 13 and I'm 16. Again we haven't visited this family since last time, but this time my brother talks to me about how strange it is the boy was older than me now but wasn't before. We arrive at the woman's house, go inside and sit on the couch. Out comes this big man who my mother informs us is that same boy. This time I ask my mother how old this man is. She informed me he was 22. My brother asks me what is going on, how has this guy changed his age, and how come only my brother and myself remember. The man then says back quote, remember when you came over and I was teaching you basketball? Some years ago there was a teaspoon shortage that was getting so bad to the point of epidemic levels. At one point there was an entire bucket of teaspoons at a local second-hand goods shop that was completely full one day and devoid of teaspoons the next day. We are talking hundreds of teaspoons that were bought up in a single transaction, and the one person that worked there had no explanation for it and told me that my concern was confounding. Every shop that I could think of where teaspoons could be bought second-hand had exactly the same story. There were plenty of forks, more butter knives than you could think of, several dessert spoons, and no teaspoons. I would go to the supermarket and kitchenware shops to find teaspoons, because I had none, and not one of the shops I had gone to sold teaspoons separately. They sold forks, they sold dessert spoons, they sold butter knives up the rafters, all in separate packaging. But despite the major teaspoon shortage that had plagued the country, for some reason nobody seemed to be as concerned as I was about this. So for all the teaspoons that had disappeared, nobody cottoned onto this lucrative market of teaspoons. And to top it all off, every cutlery set came with whatever amount of everything except teaspoons. At best there would be 2 in a set. Why? When I was at uni there was a drawer of maybe 50 teaspoons that had disappeared seemingly overnight. But for all the people I have spoken to, none of them seemed to care, as though I was the only person who could see that there were no teaspoons. So you had people trying to make a cup of tea with a ladle, or whatever else they could find, but for some reason the teaspoon shortage was an unspoken problem, like I was trying to uncover a secret that was meant to be kept concealed. The parts about this that makes it so unexplainable as the issue seemed so trivial to everybody else, or that nobody I would speak to about this had a definitive answer themselves. I spoke to countless people about this, and not one of them could figure out why teaspoons were so popular and so uncommon at the same time. To this day I have no idea why teaspoons can never be found at a second-hand shop at all, though I can say with confidence that the shops here stock teaspoons, because I made a point of how stupid the shortage was. They are very popular. Growing up, I always claimed I believed in magic. Not like magic, but just things that couldn't be explained. When I was young, like kindergarten or younger, because it was when we were at my old house. 20 years now, my mom would take my family to Walmart to get our family pictures done. I'm sure they don't do that now, but back then I remember doing it. I remember one time when we went, she told me to hold on to the pictures while she shopped. I remember holding on to those pictures while she shopped, and I remember leaving the store with those pictures. When we got home, she told me to run them inside, and to come back and grab things to bring inside. I remember setting them down right next to the door, right inside. I then helped bring the rest of the things in. When we finished, my mom asked for the pictures, so I went to fetch them. Couldn't find them anywhere. Nowhere. My mom said I forgot them in the car. Nope. She drove all the way back to Walmart and found them just laying in the floor, up front, in front of the cashiers, for anyone to see / step on / pick up. To this day I remember setting them inside the house. Thank you all for who read this far. Here's another. August 20th, 2019 around 1:10 am. I was driving home from my girlfriend's house. We always hung out that late, if not later, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. About halfway to my house, looking in the general direction of my house, I saw a blue light in the sky, no bigger than a microwave. A weird analogy, but hopefully it works. It couldn't have been 2 to 3 stories high, but I couldn't tell how far away it was. As I got closer to my house, I realized it was above my driveway. I was freaking out a little bit, not having a clue of what it was. I remember pulling into my drive. We live off a road. People going 50 to 60 miles per hour, or else I would stopped sooner to look, trying to keep an eye onto the thing as I went almost directly under it. Sadly, I lost sight of it for not even 10 full seconds. To park, collect myself lol, and to get out, and it was gone. I haven't seen anything like it before, nor anything like it, since. Thanks again for reading. Sorry for the length. Hope you have a good day. When my wife and I were in the early stages of our relationship, we took a trip to Maine. I have always loved Maine, and we both had family who had come from there. On one of the days of this trip, we took a drive up the coast, sticking to Route 1 mostly. We probably drove as far as Camden, bummed around, grabbed a bite to eat, stopped into the antique stores and flea markets. It was before we had the dogs, so we didn't take as many hikes. We decided to head back down the coast, as we were probably staying in York. The road south from that point went pretty straight to the jagged coast, bringing us often over bridges and causeways. At a certain point, there were railroad tracks running parallel with the road, and we were keeping pace more or less with a freight train. Now it wasn't really tracks right along the road. In fact, when I noticed the train it was probably a good half a mile away from us. But knowing the terrain, the tracks would eventually cross the road somewhere. As we came into Wiscasset, traffic slowed down and got heavier. If you know Red's Eats, you know the crowds and lines and cars that jam the area. As it happened, the train tracks crossed the road just below the restaurant, just as the bridge meets the land again. This could be a close call story, of a lucky day story, but for us, to this day, we can't say how we got to the other side of the train tracks unscathed. Just as we were getting off the bridge, we noticed the freight train right on top of us. Like, right there. But there was traffic, and we had to come to a stop on those tracks. Then somehow we were on the other side of the tracks, in red seats traffic, at a full stop. Maine is a strange place. For many reasons. That's part of the appeal. But since that time we have been really aware of how lax railroad crossing are. There's very few of those bars that come down with the flashing lights. And when we have noticed such things, people usually just drive around them. So, that intersection in Wiscasset is like completely unassuming. We've gone back through there several times since, and there's just signs. Maybe a flashing light on a pole. We joke that we were killed by that train, and we are just living out eternity in our lives. Which is pretty great. But we still have no idea how we went from stopped on the tracks in traffic with a train barreling down on us, to over the tracks with the freight train rumbling behind us. And every time something doesn't make sense in our lives, we remind each other that we are happily living in eternity. Things don't need to make sense here. Just last year, a few friends and I were on vacation in Japan. It was our last day, and we had a flight to catch. We got on a train, en route to the airport. However, as we got closer to the airport, we began to lose track of exactly which stop we should have been getting off on. We were unsure of whether it was 2, 3, 4 stops ahead of us, or if we'd missed it. It was surprisingly difficult to understand. We knew that there were 2 or 3 stops that would take you to the airport one way or another, but only one would take you into the correct terminal. The train pulled into a stop that didn't seem too different from some of the others we'd passed along the way. We were wondering whether or not this was the stop we should have gotten off on, but we weren't being noisy. On Japanese trains, you're supposed to be quiet, so we were keeping our voices down while we talked. Despite this, our confusion attracted someone who walked down the train's carriage all the way to us. He appeared to be a Japanese native, well dressed as well. He tapped on my shoulder to get my attention. When I turned to look at him, he looked into my eyes and said with complete and utter confidence, and in perfect English, "Excuse me, this is your stop." We didn't hesitate. Somehow, all of us knew to just trust him. We got off the train right there. When I turned to thank him, he was gone. It was like he just vanished. Didn't see him walking away. He was simply gone. It turns out he was totally correct. It was the right stop for our exact terminal. Clearly, he's someone that frequents the airport and might have heard our accents and figured out where we should be. However, while there are explanations for how he knew how to help us, I still can't explain how he just disappeared like that. My friends and I still jokingly call him our guardian angel. If we had missed that flight, it would have been extremely expensive / difficult getting home that day. Near where I live, about an hour's walk away, there is this nice little cafe with this mound of rocks outside it. I know now the rocks are there to help slow coastal erosion, but when I was 11ish, 10 to 12, they were just good fun to climb on. This was a fairly popular location, so I would say there was, from memory, around 7 other children in the same area as me, and we all had one thing in mind. Going through the tunnel, as when the rocks had been placed there was a tunnel that had been created that was just small enough for a child to get through. Somewhat claustrophobic but good fun, as long as the tide wasn't coming in, and your parents didn't find out. Due to the size limit the tunnel had, I at that time was the oldest of this group that had assembled to climb through this tunnel, which at that moment in time I was rather proud of. So when it came time to head back to the cafe due to the tide, I made sure to count everyone I knew who had been playing. When I did my count, however, in pride that I was the oldest there, hence felt I had to look out for everyone else, there was one missing. And I tried peeking through gaps in the rocks into the tunnel, but I couldn't see them, and I even went through the tunnel twice again despite the tide, to check for them, albeit I didn't hang around. They were not there though. In hindsight they probably just left earlier without me noticing, or even when I was going through the tunnel myself. But we were taking turns, and at the time I could have sworn we still had the same number of people, and that no one had left due to how many people were waiting to go in. Even as kids we had a strict one at a time with the tunnel, mainly cause we were all a little worried about getting stuck. I wondered about that kid for quite a while, but to this day, don't actually know what happened. I could have sworn they hadn't just left, but the tunnel was empty when I went through it, even the gaps in it, and they weren't on the rocks. When I was a kid I had several instances of strangeness. At first I thought I was dreaming or hallucinating, but the fact that I remember it so vividly just freaks me out. I saw a kid playing in a bounce house, but when it was time to go every kid got out except for this one kid. He looked like he was 4 or 5, and he didn't get out. The kid kept jumping while it was being deflated, and eventually the kid disappeared underneath the bounce house. I saw kids stomp on the bounce house to get the air out, and people were rolling it up to get it out of there. I was like 5 or 6 when this happened, but I swear I saw this, and the kid never left the bounce house. Apparently I remembered a scene in a movie that never existed. The scene, not the movie, was a part of Polar Express. I was in a theater when the Polar Express was being played, and I vividly remember the scene where the hobo was using the puppets to talk to the kid, but the scene that supposedly doesn't exist is that the guy started controlling other puppets, and I can eerily recall him controlling a clown puppet that kinda looked like it, and he made them all start singing a creepy song. The song kinda went like the Augustus Gloop song in Willy Wonka 1971. When I was 6 I went to the civic center in my town, and I always thought it was weird how it seemed so much bigger in the inside, but on the outside it's small enough where I could do laps around it with no problem. But this is where things get weird. I remember getting on the top of the row of seats, similar to a sport arena where people would stand on the top row to watch the game, and I saw a fire exit and me being curious I entered. Usually when there is a fire exit, the alarm goes off, but it didn't, and I went through. Instead of seeing some stairs I saw another row of seats behind the door. Just like the civic center the row of seats were in the exact same position, but the lights were off, and I saw a large projector, and it was playing a scene from Spider-Man 2002. It was when Spidey first met Green Goblin. It felt very creepy, and I just stood there staring, and then I closed the door and left. It felt like I entered another dimension, because whenever I go back to the civic center none of that is there. It just feels too weird to be all a hallucination. Did I step into a different dimension?